Okay, we're streaming. Let's see what we can do here. We're going to try and contact our friend Aristides after we confirm that we are live. We are then going to, of course, also try the YouTube. Let's reset here. Something different this time to make certain that if we go here, we're going to get an echo. Good. Okay, we can eliminate the echo. One already, thank God. Okay, so let's get everything rolling with the call. And, okay, we are going to go straight to infinite call, and then we get the meet now. Press the audio button and wait for people to respond. Okay, everyone, welcome aboard. Checking into the studio again. There's Aristides, our main man. Oh, thank you so much. Are you in the mood?
Hello.
Mood for a blurb?
Uh, sure.
You sound so excited. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I am. I'm gonna try to keep it fairly quick because I'm also trying to wrap something up at the same time before I really settle in.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yes.
the last episode wasn't there? Wait, there was two parts, but only one still visible. Let me make.
Yes, the other one is not hidden. It's just rendered. It's not rendered. I forget what the disambiguation is. It's not like it's deleted. It's simply rendered where people in the public can't find it. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's. But we had to do that. Yeah,
It's hidden. It's hidden.
yeah, basically. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
but
only the which one is up? The second one.
this part two, but we got cut
Yeah.
off again, and they really hit us hard for Taiwan Retrocession Day. So it's probably the communist chinks. The Chi-Coms probably
Probably.
didn't want me talking about Taiwan, and yeah, so there you have that. I mean, so
All right.
yeah, we'll see how long we last tonight before we get shut down. But this is, yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Before I get,
We'll see. We'll see. All
yes.
right. All right. Let's get right into it.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you.
as soon as you get here, hit the thumbs up vote right under the program window. That is to show your support, but also to tell the algorithm that Douglas is popular and a great guy and deserves to be high up in search results and suggestions. And that is made difficult by the fact that there are downloads placed. You can't see them on YouTube, but they are placed by certain parties. And so please hit that. It's very important right away. And make sure you're subscribed. If you don't see it under the program window, you can go to his main channel page. You should see it there, which I'm doing right now. I see that I am. And anytime you see a little bell, if you have not before, click on that, and it'll give you a actually a little menu. But that, if you just basically turn that on, that is a notification pop-up that the program is happening, and that is very convenient. So please turn that on as well. To do these things, you need an account, unfortunately, with YouTube, which means Google, which means basically a Gmail. So sign in if you have one. Almost everybody does. Has at one point or another made one, I believe. But if not, please make one. Please sign in. You need to do that to do these things. Once you've done that, you can click on your little icon or make an icon if you don't have one. Up in the upper corner, it should be. I don't know where it is on the phone. It's somewhere. You'll find it. Your little account menu. Make sure restricted mode is off, because that really has to do with age-restricted content, and we assume that you're an adult if you are here. And if you are not, we're not going to tell. Just please stay tuned for the contribution section. And if you bribe us with enough money, we won't tell your parents. Also, you can go to, it says for me, switch account on the PC or something similar. What that is, it's not switching to other accounts. It's you can make sub channels under your main account, usually for different types of content or whatever, just to kind of partition content. but each one of them can do its own upvoting too. So you can also share the youtube.com or a similar link right out of the browser bar. That will stay the same even when it's not live. In other words, a replay after the program concludes or is cut off or whatever it is that happens. Let's see, once it is replay or not live, underneath the program window, comments will be enabled. That is different than the live chat on the right, which may also replay along with the replay. Douglas will put a pinned comment there. Please upvote that. Now I'm going to see that I had not done that because it was a part 2. All right, I'm doing that. That's his crucial information, including his PayPal. And let's talk about that now. The most important thing you can do, besides clicking and sharing and liking and subscribing and clicking on bells and whatnot, is to send Douglas some money. That is by far the most important thing. And if there's only one thing you do, please do that. He can be found at PayPal. I'm sure if you just search Douglas Dietrich, you'll find him. So we'll put the link in the chat, but the link is not necessary to find him, and not having the link is not a sufficient excuse to not send him whatever you can afford. Just have to, by now, you know his name. You can search him there. Also, you can search his very obviously posted PayPal, name or handle or whatever, Douglas D. Dietrich. He's got it right up front here. So by either one, you can find him there, and you should not need an account there to send money. There should be a way to click it, just contribute with credit card. If you preferences to not have an account with PayPal, I understand, but you can send money with a credit card there. So please do keep that in mind. Anything you can forward or a regular payment, they do have. You can schedule recurring payments. Even if it is smaller, it adds up over time. But I think Douglas would prefer 50 to 100 United States dollars per month would be the ideal.
Auto payment, yes.
Auto payment, yes.
Yeah. Or at least a quarter of 100, like $25.
Yeah, right. Or I do need to look into the if you can schedule other, other than monthly. I'm sure it's an option.
Yes.
Whatever, just one way or another, get him some money. If that doesn't work for you, let us know another way. Douglas, if you're going to mail him a money order, I'm sure he'll provide his address to do that with. If you have other payment services or processors and just absolutely refuse to go anywhere near PayPal, let us know, and I'm sure we can work it out. Just important that you want to send money. We'll make a way. Right? Yeah.
You're wonderful. Oh,
yeah. What else? What was I forgetting there? Let's see. During a replay, you can also, with the computer, you can right-click. I'm not sure. There's got to be some way on the phone. During the replay, to send a link with a timestamp to that moment. If you want to, if you're, very often you're listening, you're like, oh my God, this topic comes up. It's so interesting. My friend so-and-so needs to hear this. You can right-click or something equivalent on the phone, I hope, and send them a link. It'll bring them right to that time. So there's no fussing around. It just gets them right to the good stuff. And that is helpful. Depending on your device, you might see a button underneath that says clip. You're right near the thumbs up. Then there's like share. And I'm seeing it here, clip. That allows you to cut a little clip of a couple minutes out. And that should link back to the main program. Speaking of clips, there is a guy who has produced some clips on his own channel. We haven't touched base on that for a little while. Mr. Superclutch, is he still doing that?
As far as I know, yeah. Thank you for
So that is a different channel, different guy, but he's doing, and you could do this too. You could, if you have the means, you could, produce some excerpts from the programs, even if it's just some of your favorite stuff, and just please, publish it somewhere. Or if you're technically capable, if it's in your wheelhouse, to download entire episodes and re-upload them to another platform or anywhere you find convenient. Any way you find convenient, please do that too. Just please supply a link to his original channel some way or another. Let's go look at the Super Clutch page.
Cool.
Yeah, let me see what he's got. A month ago, I don't know. Nothing super new there. Let's see. Wait. The last one was something about Japan World War II mini documentary.
Cool.
Yeah, but he's got a bunch there. He's got a bunch, and it's that is very important when someone takes the time to to clip out the gems out of the programs and publish them.
Or at least what he considers the gems. Yeah.
Right. Well, everyone's got a different take. All right. So yeah, you should do all that, and if it's in a replay, make sure you leave a comment. Also, that also helps the algorithm a lot. And upvote Douglas's again, and any other positive comments so they don't get downvoted away, because that can happen. They can disappear when they get downvotes and no upvotes. They might go away. So, Douglas can tell you about the horrible people that might put downvotes on his programs. Oh yes, and each episode has a title there, title line. There's only 100 characters, I believe, available to do so. So Douglas always has a lot to say, and just really never enough time or space to put it in. So if you see a little asterisk there, that really refers to a footnote in the if you break out, if you see where it says show more, the program description, that'll direct you down to footnote and various other descriptions there of events or holidays or other anniversaries of events that Douglas would like to acknowledge or might speak about. So what do we have this time?
Oh,
it's
a senior holiday, which, believe it or not, I am not participating in, because you actually are required to take your senior, meaning your parent or your elder mentor, on a hike, and I'll be goddamn if I'm going to join in on that. No, they got PT for that. So by that I mean they've got a physical education instructor, literally, to handle that shit. So the Blood Boys have someone else taking them up the mountains of California. Throughout today and tomorrow. I'll be with them on Halloween, but no, they don't need me for this particular holiday. Thank you. No, it's a double 9 day, and it's a significant day when basically it had to do when the elderly used to be exiled to the mountains to die, and then what happened was a incident occurred, or a number of incidents occurred, where it was realized how much they needed the elderly, and so they kind of relive the horror of the past by taking elderly people on a hike into the mountains to show how much they value them. They've reversed the psychology of that in China and Japan. Yeah.
Take them out to die. Is that kind of like the equivalent of like putting them out to pasture?
Yeah. Yes. That was it. Like the Eskimos would put them on an ice floe. Take the elderly person, put them on an ice floe. Yeah, and these days, of course, you send them on a world cruise. Or rather, they send themselves on world cruises to die. So here we are. Trump 79 wanders off while meeting the Japanese Prime Minister. Oh shit. Yeah, it's that's like a whole thing unto itself. I don't know what your impression was of that, and
I didn't know. I have seen some posts about how the prime minister is she new? Is this a recent
yes,
prime minister?
yeah, she
How
used to be a
they've
yeah. God, no,
been
no, continue.
likening her to some anime character.
Uh,
Um,
were they? If you can find a link on that, yeah, please relay it because I don't know which anime character they might,
yeah,
yeah, be.
I'm sure Brendan will be. Um, Misato, whatever that is from. Um, I'll find something.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Brendan won't be able to participate till about 11ish. He might drop in about 11ish, and I can relay some funny developing stories to him. Get his reaction on bandwidth. But other than that, we're certainly going to handle it to the best of our ability. And you did great with the blurb, by the way. That was wonderful. And I'll just get started into the monologue. And if anyone else joins
Okay.
us on the call, then that's fine too. But right now it's just you and I, and we're gonna handle this. So okay, we're gonna go straight into monologue now, and I don't know how funny you find this, but you must have an opinion. What's your opinion on Elon Musk launching Grokipedia to compete with on the online encyclopedia
What?
Wikipedia?
I didn't even know.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, it's something so stupid that it would be beneath your dignity to.
Wikipedia. I'm looking it up now.
Yeah, his newest failure. Yeah,
Wow.
he's
All right.
yeah he's
There it is. It's up. I have not. I'll leave that up and I'll play with it later.
oh, we're getting so. Oh, here we are with the Trump shaking hands. We're getting some wonderful images from T Tank Berry about Japan. And Trump shaking hands with the emperor and the new prime ministress, who used to be a heavy metal rock band drummer. I don't know. Did you know that? Did you know that?
Who?
The prime
Who?
ministress of Japan. She used to be a heavy
Oh
metal
yeah, they're
rock band.
saying. I mean, it's okay. Everybody thinks she's badass.
Yes, yeah. It's yeah. Well, she's definitely adorable, and she knows how to stroke Trump. It's just the way my mother stroked Hitler to make him come. I mean, you can see Trump just ejaculating right there on camera. Just fine. She doesn't even need to touch him, though she often is. I don't know how many people notice that she's very on hands with him, very hands on. She guides him downstairs and shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
At any rate, here's what John is saying. For Japan's new leader, the key to connecting with Trump could be a Ford F-150 truck. And he's definitely, shall we say, he is enamored of her. Though, as T Tank Berry says, he still seems to be extracting $900 billion from Japan and South Korea. But they're just trying to make the experience as pay off as much as possible with guarantees of his rallying in the event of war. And always remember, of course, that South Korea and Japan and my Taiwan are fighting America's war, not the other way around. They're on the front lines. Yeah, they're just hoping America rallies behind them. Now, in terms of the Grokipedia project, of course, there's this nonsensical conspiracy theory that's being promoted by Musk himself to deflect attention away, basically, from his latest failure. Here we are. Our man T Tank Berry enters this. One key to this strategy might lie in an idea floated by Japan's government to buy a fleet of Ford F-150 trucks, a meaningful gesture that may also be impractical given the narrow streets of Tokyo and other Japanese cities. Has someone joined us on the call? We have that.
No.
Oh, okay. At any rate, our man T Tank Berry with the blurb or text that he sent us. What do you call that? A clipping in digital clipping would be called when you send a bit of a text from an article. It's
cut and paste.
it's something like that. Yeah. Anyhow, it goes on to say it's an early diplomatic test for Takaichi is her name, Takaichi, which I have yet to remember myself. The first woman to lead Japan. She took office only last week and has a tenuous coalition backing her. I'm sure they'll get a lot more behind her now. Trump instantly bought into the idea. I'm still reading from what T. Tank Berry sent. Trump, I call him Truck. Truck instantly bought into the idea of Ford trucks as he flew into Asia aboard Air Force One. Trump told reporters, "She has good taste. That's a hot truck." Japanese Emperor Naruhito welcomed Trump at the Imperial Palace after the president's arrival. And the twain spoke for about 30 minutes. Trump straightened his jacket as he stood next to Naruhito for photographs before sitting across a round table with flowers in the middle for their talks. Thank you. This is thank you for that, T. Tank Berry. It's the reporters talk about concentrating on folksy, homey, this is like, it's cute news. It's cute news. As for Grokopedia, here's what I know about it so far. It pushes the lie that the spread of pornography in the 1980s worsened the HIV/AIDS crisis. And the entry on transgender also echoes Musk's bigotry against transgender people, referring to transgender women as biological males. So it's let's just put it this way: it's just a right-wing propaganda site for the biggest idiots in the world. And if you go there for information, you're really I can't imagine why anyone would abuse themselves that way. Okay. All that having been said, we can dive into the action now and just start with the. We better start now because the way they're cutting us off so quickly lately, it's a miracle we're still on at the moment. They really hit us last night, and with the rate they're hitting us, they're gonna kill my show. They're gonna kill me by killing my show because this is, and that's what made the interference a while back. The ambush, as I call it, so much more damaging. It was the only show that was not cut off, but every show after that has been attacked. For our dear friend who asked about the secret space program that was brought forth by our friend Holly Kadaitis-Kiefer, and then we have an individual who asked about that got cut off with the episode that was cut off. Let's see if we can enter this. So, did that enter? Oh yes, it did enter. So, all people need to do is look up these various programs, and they can look up Odyssey, and it will not link through YouTube because YouTube hates Odyssey. But for everyone else, just give it a go and cut and paste the Odyssey, and it's hard to navigate. It is really hard to navigate Odyssey, but that's where you'll find the Feet to the Fire with James Arthur Yanchik and the Ground Zero with Clyde Lewis, where I speak about the secret space program. Okay, so it's Gaza side day 754 for 46 dead Palestinian children. The Gaza side didn't end. The genocide hovers in what I would call a strange in-between state, declared over yet still ongoing. For Palestinians in Gaza, it has never ended. For the Israeli Defense Force, it only pauses. The Hamas-run health ministry has confirmed that 104 Palestinians, including 46 children, were killed by Israeli strikes in the past 24 hours. According to the ministry, 68,643 people have been killed in the Strip alone since October 7th of 2023. Point: Hamas said that it had no relation to the incident where militants attacked IDF forces in southern Gaza yesterday, adding that it sees Israel's strikes across the Strip as a blatant violation of the ceasefire, emphasizing on another point that Hamas is a small part of his Middle East peace deal, and that if its militants do not behave, they will be terminated. The United States President Trump told reporters that nothing is going to jeopardize his ceasefire, saying that Hamas killed an Israeli soldier, so the Israelis hit back, and they should hit back. When that happens, they should hit back. Later today, the IDF said it carried out a targeted strike in northern Gaza's Beit Lahia to remove the threat of an imminent terror attack against IDF soldiers and the state of Israel. So instead of ceasefire, we should call this a Trump fire. There's still ongoing fire. It's not a ceasefire, and since Trump's taking all the credit, it's rightfully a Trump fire. Yesterday, the IDF Chief of Staff, Eyal Zamir, said that the war is not yet over, and that if Hamas fails to uphold its commitments, it would carry the responsibility and pay a heavy price, with the IDF claiming that it has re-implemented the ceasefire agreement with Hamas at 10 a.m. today, after striking 30 terrorists holding command positions in Gaza in response to Hamas militants opening fire on Israeli forces near Rafah, adding that it will uphold the ceasefire and will respond firmly to any violation of it. Last night marked the deadliest night, or the deadliest day on the other side of the world, since Israel and Hamas reached an agreement to halt fighting in Gaza 3 weeks ago. By 10 a.m. local time, the Israeli army said it would resume enforcing, mindest ye, the ceasefire in Gaza, but only after 104 people, including 46 children, were mass murdered. This morning, while holding a baby's bottle draped in dark red flesh and blood, illuminated by the orange rising sun in Gaza's Deir al-Bala, the displaced Palestinian Amna Quirnawi, who was near the overnight strike in the central Gaza Strip, asked the Associated Press, "What kind of ceasefire is this? It was still dawn, and we woke to the sound of airstrikes and people burning. Are we still in a ceasefire? If we're at war, we'd say, okay, it's war, but we're in a ceasefire, supposed to be sleeping in safety." And holding that bottle, she said, "This is the flesh and bones of children we are collecting now." To her question about the status of the Gaza truce, Israel's army chief, Eyal Zamir, had a clear answer while speaking at a ceremony on yesterday evening before he ordered the planes to strike Gaza. The war is not over. Summing up the overnight attacks, Defense Minister Israel Katz claimed that dozens of Hamas commanders were neutralized and that no one in the organization is immune, whether in suits or in tunnels. The IDF said the strikes targeted terrorist operatives in Gaza, ranging from mid-level battalion officers to low-ranking Hamas militants. But Israel's far right, as usual, wants so much more. The National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, denounced the deadly strikes as a measured response, sharply criticizing the Benjamin Netanyahu government for not returning to full-scale war. Such lenient action, he says, forfeits the government's right to exist. Chaos reigns in the interim as the genocide hovers in this strange gray in-between twilight state, declared over, yet still ongoing, both elusive and, well, quite tangible in its lethal implications. For Palestinians in Gaza, it has never ended. For the IDF, it only briefly pauses, and inside Israel, most are eager to revive it. Indeed, most Israelis enjoyed a full night's sleep on Tuesday, but not the family of the IDF reservist Yonah Ephraim Feldbaum, who was killed in Rafah earlier that day, but many Israelis who aren't interested in Gazan lives. Well, his death is the only reminder that the genocide is not yet over. The genocide was conspired to conveniently erupt after 10 months of an intense diplomatic, well, I'd say not so much diplomatic in the forerunning, but in the aftermath. It began as an intense, shall we say, 10 months of domestic political and social crises in Israel itself, due to legislation promoted by the Benjamin Netanyahu government aimed at dramatically weakening Israel's judiciary and the Prime Minister's corruption trial, meaning Benjamin Netanyahu's own corruption trial, amid an escalation of violence between West Bank Palestinians and Israeli settlers, the latter empowered by Israel's most right-wing government ever. And their Zoga, their Zionist occupation government of America, is also at war. President Trump's undeclared war on Latin America's drug smugglers escalated dramatically yesterday when American imperial aerostrikes destroyed 4 more boats allegedly carrying narcotics, this time in the eastern Pacific Ocean, 400 miles south of the Mexicano coastal city of Acapulco. At least 14 crew members died in these attacks, and 1 was rescued alive by the Mexicano Navy, bringing the total number killed by the American imperial campaign in the last 12 months to 57. Mexico's U.S. Presidentress, Claudia Sheinbaum, has condemned the attacks as a violation of international law and said Mexico's ambassador in Washington would lodge a protest and demand an explanation from United States officials. The latest strikes were personally authorized by Trump and announced by War Secretary Pete Hegseth. Now, I'm saying that not to honor his request that he be called such. Yeah, I'm just saying that because obviously at this point, he's no longer defending anybody. He's rather warring on innocent people. As a matter of fact, we should have him renamed the Secretary of Genocide. Such having been clarified, videos were released showing the boats hit and bursting into flames. One of them appeared to be laden with large parcels, which Hegseth claimed were drugs bound for America's cities. Although the nationality of the vessels was never disclosed, the location of the strikes in the Pacific suggests that they were Colombian. The left-wing Colombian Presidente, Gustavo Petro, has been engaged in a war of words with the Trump misadministration, who accuse him of ties to the narco cartels. During a recent visit to the United Nations in New York, Petro called the strikes a war crime, and Washington responded by sanctioning himself and his family members. The previous American imperial aerostrikes hit Venezuelan vessels in the Caribbean and were aimed at another leftist regime, Venezuela's authoritarian Presidente Nicolás Maduro. 8 Venezuelan vessels have been sunk by these strikes since August, and dozens of their crew members obliterated. Maduro responded to the attacks by accusing Trump of planning to overthrow his regime and mobilized his defense militia to resist. Trump has made little secret of his desire to be rid of the socialist presidente, whose rule has plunged the oil-rich nation into economic chaos and has led to 1 in 3 Venezuelans fleeing their country, with many heading towards North America. Trump has openly ordered the CIA to carry out covert operations inside Venezuela aimed at deposing Maduro, whose re-election last year is widely known to have been rigged. The Trump misadministration is shaking a very big stick against its Latin American neighbors, or rather waving a very big dick. The Gerald Ford Carrier Group, whose eponymous flagship is the world's largest warship, is currently sailing from the Mediterranean to join the naval task force already patrolling the Venezuelan coast. Although the aggressive American imperial air war against drug smugglers has been denounced by several Latin American states, Trump is gambling that it proves popular in these United States, where cities have been ravaged by drugs like cocaine and fentanyl that supposedly source their origin south of the Rio Grande. Los Estados Unidos Mexicanos, the United Mexican States, which has historically fought several shooting wars with America, is on the front line of this latest conflict. However, La Presidenta Sheinbaum is constrained in her protests because she is currently engaged in delicate trade talks with Trump to try and moderate the tariffs that he is imposing on her subject population, comprising as they do the most populous and powerful Latin American empire in the Western Hemisphere. North of the border, shutdowns began as a way to enforce federal law. Now, with his economy in free fall, Trump is abusing the government shutdown as an opportunity to seize ever more power as he keeps on talking about a third term. By the way, our John Y7W says, Godspeed, Douglas. Let me thank him and encourage him to bring others to listen in. Okay, and here we are. See if this works. Our John, there we go. And is that John Warrington? Yeah, let us know if you are. And okay, so such having been clarified, not at all, but we're welcome him aboard, whoever he is. Let's put it this way. The government shutdown, this government shutdown, already the second longest in history, with no end in sight, is quickly becoming a way for President Donald Trump to exercise new command over the government. It wasn't always this way. In fact, it all started with an attempt to tighten Washington's observance of federal law. The modern phenomenon of the United States government closing down services began in 1980 with a series of legal opinions from the Attorney General Benjamin Civiletti, who was serving under the Democratic President James Earl Carter. Civiletti reached into the Anti-Deficiency Act of 1870 to argue that the law was plain and unambiguous in restricting the government from spending money once authority from Congress expires. In this shutdown, however, the Republican president has abused the funding lapse to punish Democrats, tried to lay off thousands of federal workers, and seized on the vacuum left by Congress to reconfigure the federal budget for his own priorities. At outset of the shutdown, Trump posted on his social media platform, "I can't believe the radical left Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity." Democrats have since only dug into their positions. It's all making this fight that much harder to resolve and potentially redefining how Washington will approach funding lapses altogether. So why does the United States government even have fucking shutdowns? In the post-Watergate years, Judge Civiletti's tenure at the Department of Justice was defined by an effort to restore public trust in Washington, sometimes with strict interpretations of federal law. When a conflict between Congress and the Federal Trade Commission led to a delay in funding legislation for the agency, Civiletti issued his opinion, later following it up with another opinion that allowed the government to perform essential services. He did not know that it would set the groundwork for some of the most defining political battles to come. 6 years ago, Civiletti, who died in 2022, told the Washington Post, "I couldn't have ever imagined these shutdowns would last this long of a time and would be used as a political gambit." In other words, a bargaining chip. Or rather, the people impacted by the federal shutdown are the bargaining chip. As to how these shutdowns evolved, for the next 15 years, there were no lengthy government shutdowns. In 1994, Republicans retook Congress under the House Speaker Newt Gingrich of Georgia and pledged to overhaul Washington. Their most dramatic standoffs with the Democratic President William Jefferson Clinton were over government shutdowns. Historians mostly agree the shutdowns did not work, and Clinton was able to win his re-election in part by showing that he stood up to Gingrich. To quote Mike Davis, adjunct professor of history at Lee's McRae College, the Republicans in the Gingrich era, they do get some kind of limited policy victories, but for them overall, it's really kind of a failure. There was one more significant shutdown in 2013 when Tea Party Republicans sparred with Democratic President Barack Obama. But it was not until Trump's first midterm that Democrats adopted the tactic of extended government shutdowns. So how is this shutdown different? During previous funding lapses, presidential administrations applied the rules governing shutdowns equally to affected agencies, emphasizing that in this shutdown, the Trump misadministration has abused a kind of freewheeling presidential appropriation power which is contrary to the whole system, the original Constitution, and the Anti-Deficiency Act. Charles Tiefer, a former acting general counsel for the House and a professor emeritus at the University of Baltimore School of Law, has concluded that a shutdown was supposed to close the same things under Reagan as under Clinton. The Trump misadministration has introduced a distinctly political edge to the funding fight, with agencies updating their websites to include statements blaming Democrats for the shutdown. The DoD, the Department of Defense, which is not any Department of War, I assure you, has tapped RAND, the Research and Development Funds, to pay active duty service members. Trump has tried to initiate layoffs for more than 4,000 federal employees who are mostly working in areas perceived to be Democratic priorities. During a luncheon at the White House with Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent senators this week, Trump introduced his budget director, Russ Vought, as Darth Vader and bragged how he is cutting Democrat priorities and they're never going to get them back. Democrats have only been emboldened by the strategy, voting repeatedly against a Republican-backed bill to reopen the government. They argue that voters will ultimately hold Republicans accountable for the pain of the shutdown because the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party holds power in Washington. Democrats are confident they have chosen a winning policy demand on health care plans offered under Affordable Care Act marketplaces, but there is an undercurrent that they are also fighting to halt Trump's expansion of presidential power. Senator Tim Kaine, Democrat of Virginia, acknowledged that his state has more to lose than perhaps any other due to the large number of federal employees and activity based there. But he argued that his constituents are fed up with a nonstop punishment parade from Trump that has included layoffs, cancellation of money for economic development projects, pressure campaigns against universities, and the dismissal of the United States Attorney for Virginia, with Kaine concluding that, in his own words, it kind of stiffens folks' spines. Such democratic resolve will be tested in the coming week. Federal employees, including lawmakers' own staff, have now gone almost an entire month without full paychecks. Air travel delays threaten to only grow worse amid air traffic controller shortages through the holidays, no less. The SNAP, or Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which helps about 1 in 8 Americans buy groceries, faces the proverbial funding cliff on November 1st. If SNAP payments don't arrive on Saturday, roughly 42 million Americans will need to figure out another way to pay for their meals. The Senator Angus King, an independent from Maine, one of the few members of the Democratic caucus to vote for ending the shutdown, has said that he hopes his colleagues start negotiating quickly to end the impasse because, in his words, it empowers the president beyond what he would be able to do otherwise, and it damages the country. Irregardless, the United States says no federal food aid will go out in November. The United States Department of Agriculture has posted a notice on its website saying federal food aid will not go out November 1st, raising the stakes for families nationwide as the government shutdown drags on. To reiterate, no federal food aid will go out on November 1st as the United States shutdown drags on. Point. The USDA notice, comest after the Trump misadministration, said it would not tap roughly $6 billion United States dollars in contingency funds to keep benefits through the SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, flowing into November. That program helps about 1 in 8 Americans buy groceries. Ergo, the benefits, which are set to expire on November 1st due to the government shutdown, will lead to millions of people struggling to secure access to food. Sourced notice reads, bottom line, the well has run dry. Same USDA website blames SNAP benefits expiring on trans people and immigrants. On Monday morning, the work week opened with breaking news that the Trump misadministration will not use emergency funds to pay out SNAP benefits to the millions of Americans who rely on them starting November 1st. The benefits are set to expire as the government shutdown drags on, with Democrats and Republicans at an impasse over a series of funding bills for the fiscal year of 2026, loaded with paleo-reactionary policy riders. The main sticking point centering on whether to extend Obamacare subsidies, without which millions will see their health insurance costs skyrocket. In an official notice posted to the USDA website, the misadministration blamed Democrats for the lapse, accusing them of holding out for, quote, health care for illegal aliens and gender mutilation procedures, unquote. a message that scapegoats marginalized groups and, as experts concur, violates federal law. As of Monday morning, the memo posted on top of the USDA website at this link, which I shall provide you in both the live stream and in our text box, easily accessible, thanks to, of course, all of the Blood Boys doing research for me that I would not be able to do on my own. This is something that all of you need to check out, and we can read it along together. Follow the bouncing ball. Here I quote us therefrom. Senate Democrats have now voted 12 times to not fund the food stamp program, also known as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP in parentheses. Bottom line, the well has run dry. At this time, there will be no benefits issued November 01. We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. They can continue to hold out for health care for illegal aliens and gender mutilation procedures, or reopen the government so mothers, babies, and the most vulnerable among us can receive critical nutrition assistance. The message accuses Democrats of shutting down the government to protect transgender people and undocumented immigrants. The shutdown followed the Senate's failure to pass compromise legislation on a series of funding packages for the fiscal year of 2026. When those measures collapsed, focus shifted to a continuing resolution that would have temporarily kept the government open without the controversial policy writers buying time for further negotiation. But that too fell apart when Democrats insisted on preserving Obamacare subsidies to prevent millions of families from facing soaring insurance premiums. With neither a full-year funding bill nor a stopgap resolution in place, the government shut down, leaving federal agencies unfunded and millions at risk. Trump turning his focus on transgender people raises the temperature that when an eventual deal is brokered, Americans could see the inclusion of some of these anti-trans riders as a major policy priority of the president for compromise legislation. Among the policies that have been suggested, the House appropriation bills for labor, health, and human services, and education includes a sweeping ban on any federal funds supporting gender-affirming care and a tax on health insurance coverage for transgender people. Interpreted broadly, that language could dismantle programs at hospitals nationwide for all transgender people and block Medicare and Medicaid from covering transgender health care altogether. The Commerce, Justice, and Science Bill, the Financial Services and General Government Bill, and even the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, on the House side carry provisions ranging from pride flag bans to bathroom bans on military bases to rules forcing transgender people into prisons aligned with their sex assigned at birth. Taken together, these bills amount to a wholesale rewrite of federal policy on 2S LGBTQ+ rights, one that would instantly transform the legal and medical landscape for transgender people, as well as, let's just put it this way. It's a time machine that takes us all back to the pre-civil rights era. As a anti-culture, we'd all be going back to 1967, the year preceding 1968 and the advent of civil rights. The USDA Post is part of a broader pattern, a wave of overtly partisan messages that the Trump misadministration has published across federal websites in recent weeks. Legal experts warn that such posts may violate multiple federal laws prohibiting the use of taxpayer funds for political purposes, including the Anti-Lobbying Act and the Hatch Act. Politico magazine reports that several Hatch Act complaints have already been filed against the misadministration. Yet few expect meaningful consequences. Trump's team has repeatedly brushed off legal constraints, asserting near limitless executive authority to abuse the machinery of government for partisan ends. This message that I've shared comes as experts warn that more than 42 million Americans will lose access to food assistance, with SNAP benefits set to expire as the shutdown drags into November. For many families, opening the USDA website to check on SNAP status now means being met with a partisan message blaming Democrats, immigrants, and transgender people for their hunger. It's a cynical weaponization of federal platforms, turning what should be a lifeline into propaganda aimed at stoking resentment against marginalized groups. Whether that tactic holds political power remains to be seen. It's one thing to scapegoat transgender people while out of power. It's another to keep doing so when your party controls every branch of government, and voters are watching their groceries and their patience run out. This is a lesson some Republicans are already learning in Virginia, where Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent candidate Winsome Earl Sears of the Sears Roebuck dynasty fortune has poured millions into anti-transgender ads, attacking her opponent Abigail Spanberger. But this time, the old playbook isn't landing. Polling shows that the number of voters who list transgender issues as a top concern in their lives has actually fallen since the ad blitz began, and Spanberger continues to hold a double-digit lead. The attacks seem increasingly out of touch in a political moment when transgender people, far from being the source of our nation's problems, have been systematically stripped of power and protections under the Trump misadministration. Blaming this marginalized group for America's ills may once have been a reliable wedge, but voters appear to be moving on. Regardless of where voters stand, many Republicans in power continue to lean hard into anti-transgender politics, and the ongoing negotiations to reopen the federal government will almost certainly make trans people a bargaining chip again. When Congress debates the full fiscal year 2026 funding bills, dozens of anti-trans provisions are expected to resurface. Democrats, for their part, have shown flashes of resistance, but all too many moments of retreat, most notably when they voted for a Senate version of the National Defense Authorization Act that included anti-trans measures. For allies and advocates, the message is clear. Don't wait for politicians to do the right thing. Call your elected officials and let them know your stance on federal budget negotiations and transgender rights. You can find your elected officials here at Common Cause, which I'll now put into the live stream and also into text on our Microsoft Teams. And let them know that killing trans people and immigrants isn't going to fill your belly with any food unless you're fucking eating them, which I guess is going to be their next solution that they offer is, cook the immigrants and trans people for food. Point. Some states have pledged to keep SNAP benefits flowing even if the federal program halts payments, but there are questions about whether the United States government directives will even allow that to happen. The USDA said states would not be reimbursed for temporarily picking up the cost. Point. The shutdown, which began October 1st, is now the second longest on record. The misadministration blames Democrats, will not agree to reopen the government until Republicans negotiate with them on extending expiring subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. In a word, here's why the federal government remains shut down after nearly a month. Obamacare. More than 15 years after it became the law, fighting over the Affordable Care Act continues to define our politics.
The shutdown is only the latest example. Since Obamacare passed, it has survived Republican repeal efforts, challenges at the Supreme Court, and criticisms that it didn't do enough to lower healthcare costs. The last issue is behind the shutdown, which began after Senate Democrats demanded that Congress extend subsidies that make health insurance purchased through Obamacare's marketplaces cheaper. And much of that drama is thanks to Massachusetts. So here's your unlikely origins that we learned from our mathematics teacher, Troy Bellamy. Obamacare is named for a Democratic president, but as our resident educator Troy Bellamy has taught us, it might not exist without a Republican. In 2006, then Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney signed a bill establishing a state health insurance marketplace that let uninsured residents buy coverage, so-called Romneycare, which President Obama saw as an effective way to expand coverage, became Obamacare's blueprint. But Romneycare's design also prefigured a criticism that still dogs its successor, that despite expanding coverage, Obamacare didn't change the fact that Americans pay more for healthcare than anyone else on earth. So under President Biden, Democrats passed subsidies that knocked an average of $705 off the annual cost of insurance purchased through Obamacare's marketplaces. But Democrats could only muster enough support to find the subsidies until the end of this year. That deadline helped set up the impasse that caused this month's shutdown. In exchange for funding the government, Democrats want a deal to extend the subsidies. Republicans, who have long opposed Obamacare, have so far refused. This brings up the case of a very sick senator in every sense of the word. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent opposition to Obamacare, which culminated in a failed effort to repeal it during President Trump's first midterm, may also trace to the Bay State. During the 2008 presidential election, Senator Ted Kennedy promised Obama his endorsement if Obama made healthcare reform, a dream of Kennedy's, his top priority. Obama agreed, and Kennedy and his aides later helped craft the bill. But Kennedy's health was failing. He spent much of 2009 away from the Senate getting treatment for brain cancer. Lawmakers of both parties later suggested that Obamacare might have won some Republican support had Kennedy, known for his bipartisan friendships, been well enough to lead the negotiations. Instead, the law passed the Senate without a single Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent vote. Now we've got the turnabout. Because, even if you don't buy that Republicans would have supported a Democratic president's top legislative priority, Massachusetts shaped the version of Obamacare we got in another way. Kennedy's death in August of 2009 triggered a special election, won by Scott Brown, a Republican who explicitly campaigned against Obamacare. That cost Democrats their filibuster-proof Senate majority, forcing the House to swallow the less progressive version that had already cleared the Senate. Jonathan Cohn, a journalist who wrote a book about Obamacare, has gone on record to state that losing Kennedy's seat forced Democrats to settle for a bill that had even more compromises than they had hoped. Those compromises helped contribute to progressive dissatisfaction with the law. A different New England senator, Joe Lieberman of Connecticut, also refused to back a so-called public option, a government-run insurance plan that could have become a forerunner to the Medicare for All system that many progressives favor. Brown's win also empowered legal challenges to Obamacare. The hastily written law lacks a clause that protects it from being overturned entirely if parts of it are ruled unconstitutional. That omission is one reason why repeated Supreme Court challenges have kept the partisan fight over this law alive. So what's next? Besides the subsidies, which will spike Obamacare's insurance premiums for 337,000 people in Massachusetts itself and millions of other Americans in the rest of the United States, or the others, all the 49 other states in union, if not extended, politics are also driving the ongoing shutdown. Despite its early struggles, the law has become popular, and Democrats see defending it as a winning issue. Meanwhile, Trump and many Republicans claim to have a plan to replace it with something better, despite having never produced one. So no matter how the shutdown resolves, there will be ever more fights over Obamacare. Thanks, Massachusetts. Asked on Sunday about said announcement 26 days into the shutdown at the time of broadcast, wherein the president had also continued pushing his sweeping tariffs, which the United States Senator Christopher Scott Murphy, a Democrat from Connecticut, who spraketh at the second No Kings protest in our nation's capital earlier this month, explained as a political weapon designed to collapse our democracy. Murphy was obligated to veer into the even more pressing starting point of soldiers of fortune, delineating that many military operations are shrouded in necessary secrecy, whereas the people paying for them should not be. The civil-military crisis is here, and the leaders of the United States military now face a terrible decision. To capture a democratic nation, authoritarians must control three sources of power: the intelligence agencies, the justice system, and the military. President Donald Trump and his circle of would-be autocrats have made rapid progress toward seizing these institutions and detaching them from the Constitution and the rule of law. The intelligence community has effectively been muzzled, and our nation's top cops and attorneys are being purged and replaced with loyalist hacks. So only the military remains outside Trump's grip. Despite the firing of several top officers and Trump's threat to fire many more, the United States Armed Forces are still led by generals and admirals whose oath is to the Constitution, not the commander-in-chief. But not for long. Trump and his valet at the Defense Department, Secretary of Physical Training, Pete Hegseth, are now making a dedicated run at turning the men and women of the armed forces into Trump's personal and partisan army. In his first midterm, Trump regularly violated the sacred American tradition of the military's political neutrality, but people around him, including retired and active duty generals such as James Mattis, John Kelly, and Mark Milley, restrained some of his worst impulses. Now no one is left to stop him. The president learned from his first midterm struggles, and this time has surrounded himself with a cabinet of sycophants and ideologues rather than advisors, especially those at the Pentagon. He has declared war on Chicago, called Portland, Oregon, a war zone, and referred to his political opponents as the enemy from within. Trump clearly wants to abuse military power to exert total control over the American people, and soon top United States military commanders may have to decide whether they will refuse such orders from their commander-in-chief. The greatest crisis of American civil-military relations in modern history is now underway. I voice these words with great trepidation. When I was a military librarian in the postal and hospital libraries on site the Presidio of San Francisco, I was the man who conducted the research for American military officers, lecturing on such subjects as the sturdiness of civil-military relations in these United States. Admittedly, a remarkable historical achievement that has allowed what has been promoted as the most powerful military in the world to serve democracy, sans being a threat thereunto. I so revered this system that I accepted a secret mission to Moscow just before the fall of the Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics. And while I was in the belly of the bear itself, I told a covert conclave of Soviet military officers that they should look to the American military as a model for how to disentangle themselves from the Communist Party and Kremlin politics. I regularly reminded both my military patrons and civilian consultants that they had good reason to have faith in American institutions and the constitutional loyalty of American civil and military leaders. This new and dangerous moment has arrived for many reasons, including Trump's antics in front of young soldiers and sailors, through which he has succeeded in pulling many of them into displays of partisan behavior that are both an insult to American civil military traditions and a violation of military regulations. The silence of Army and Navy secretaries, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and some top generals and admirals is appalling. Senior military leaders should have stepped in to prevent Trump from turning addresses at Fort Bragg and Naval Station Norfolk into political rallies. To their credit, those same officers listened impassively as Trump and Hegseth subjected them to political rants during the meeting at Quantico last month. On the morning of the last day of last month, the United States President Donald Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth behaved reprehensibly. Their speeches before several hundred assembled military commanders and their senior NCO or non-commissioned officers were tantamount to incitement, a genuinely dangerous effort to suborn the military's oath and condition them for abusing violence against their fellow Americans. Their words should leave no doubt in anyone's mind that the civilian leadership intends to abuse the threat and actuality of violence to infringe on Americans' constitutional rights. Hegseth called all the military's commanding officers to Quantico, Virginia, for a pep rally. The Secretary's office previewed it as him giving a speech on grooming standards and his warrior ethos vision. Trump said it would be a very nice meeting talking about how well we're doing militarily, talking about a lot of good, positive things. What transpired was the commander-in-chief darkly asserting that we're under invasion from within. Trump's speech to the generals was incitement to violence against Americans. But 'twas the Supreme Court what unleashed Trump's war on the states. The Trump misadministration's militarization of U.S. cities, obviously selected because of their partisan divergence from the White House, represents a failure of federalism. While Congress's abdication of its constitutional duties is well known, the Supreme Court has joined it in greenlighting executive overreach. Thus, Trump extolled his executive order to provide training for a quick reaction force that can help quell civil disturbances. This is going to be a big thing for the people in this room because it's the enemy from within, and we have to handle it before it gets out of control. He said he had instructed the Secretary of Defense to use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military. The president claiming Washington, the District of Columbia, is more violent than anything our military experienced in Afghanistan. Hegseth preceded the president, calling for a historic reassertion of our purpose, sounding like the infamous Sergeant Major from the HBO series Generation Kill. He emphasized the importance of grooming standards and physical fitness. He also asserted an end to stupid rules of engagement, saying that the military's job is to break things and kill people. While it's embarrassing for a professionally unsuccessful National Guard major to lecture officers and senior NCOs who have spent 30 to 40 years securing the American empire about the need for a warrior ethos, at least Haig's lines fit with the advertised pep rally. What did not was the civilian leader of the Department of Defense instructing that, if the words I'm speaking today are making your heart sink, then you should do the honorable thing and resign, especially when coupled with the president's calls for violence against fellow Americans. These are unprecedented and dangerous words from the civilian leadership of our military. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, introduced the Secretary as the Secretary of War. Distasteful, since only Congress has the authority to change the department's name, and it has never done so. But that was probably unavoidable in the circumstances, and was more than balanced out by the comportment of Kane and his colleagues. They exemplified the professional restraint of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at State of the Union addresses, present but not participating in the politics. Trump was clearly taken aback, encouraging them, if you want to applaud, applaud! They did not, just as the chiefs do not applaud at the political festival that is the State of the Union address. It is the appropriate professional response by the military when forced by their civilian leaders into being present at political events. Trumpish, was always sure to be disappointed, as he was disappointed at the niceness of soldiers during the Army parade over the summer. Before today's times, the Zeitgeist, before all of this was high watermarked on the last day of last month, the event in which the president threatened, and here I quote his T, I'm going to be meeting with generals and with admirals and with leaders, and if I don't like somebody, I'm going to fire them right on the spot. Well, nobody was fired on the spot that day, but the president and the secretary may retaliate for this disciplined response over time. Congress, the other constitutionally empowered source of civilian oversight of our military, ought to put its weight behind preventing any retribution. During the 1867 constitutional crises, Ulysses S. Grant, the commanding general of the United States Army, was pinioned between Congress impeaching President Andrew Johnson and that president threatening to disband Congress. Johnson fired Secretary of War, back when we had a Department of War, Edwin Stanton, appointing Grant the civilian war secretary concurrent with his military appointment. Congress threatened Grant with 5 years in prison and a $10,000 fine, which would be $10 million by today's standards, if he accepted that appointment. In what feels like an important decision for our time, Grant determined that in peacetime, the legislature has the superior claim to military subordination. Our current Congress might profit from that example and exercise its Article I authorities to establish military policies and shield our military from partisan onslaughts of the kind we saw on the last day of last month. There will be critics who want these military leaders to resign in protest, but this is a bad idea. It further encourages the public to consider the military in partisan terms, and it leads them to respect our military less. The best posture for the American military in febrile political times is inertness. They cannot save us from the leaders we elect, or the officials the Senate consents to confirm to high office, and we should neither want nor expect them to. That's on the rest of us. But young enlisted people and their immediate superiors take their cues from the top, and one day of decorum from the high command cannot reverse. It can't reverse Trump's odious influence on the rank and file. Trump's rhetoric in his speeches to the military has been awful. He has ridiculed former commanders-in-chief, castigated sitting elected officials, and told the members of America's armed forces that other Americans are their true enemies. But his actions, his misactions, his malactions, are even worse. In deploying troops to American cities, he has set up a confrontation in which military commanders will soon have to choose between obeying the president and obeying the law. By the way, we have some incoming criticism from our dear friend, Brendan Zogi, on the Infinite Call itself. Where is the Halloween Cryptid Special? Vampire filth! And then he's got the follow-up with Vampire Hunter D, also a character based on myself. Die, vampire scum! Dude, I can't think of anything scarier than what I'm talking about right now! Dude, do you want a sense of mood? Or do you want pure raw terror? This is what you're getting, is pure raw terror in the most immediate sense. You're not going to get food stamps. The military's out to kill you when you riot for food. When she blocked Trump's attempt to send troops to Portland last month, or the month before last by now, the judges Karine Immergut, herself a retro-conservative Trump appointee, wrote, "This is a nation of constitutional law, not martial law." The White House aide, Stephen Miller, likely foreshadowed Trump's next maneuvers, including possibly ignoring such rulings when he lashed out at Immergut's decision. Miller, a man who hates being called a McCarthyite, perorated the Putinist accusation that a large and growing movement of left-wing terrorism in this country is being shielded by far-left Democrat judges, prosecutors, and attorneys general. Trump's attempt to militarize America's cities is still being tested in court, but he has already issued other orders that are obviously illegal. The president has determined, on his own, that he can go to war against narco-terrorists, and he has furthermore decided that he can order the military to blow up these suspected drug runners at will. Several boats have been destroyed and many people have been killed, but neither American law nor international law, including agreements signed by these United States, allow the president to declare a fugazi drug war and then direct the summary execution, mass execution of people who are not in any actual hostilities with these United States and whom pose no imminent threat to American lives. The Pentagon keeps fulfilling these orders, but reports are already surfacing that some military commanders are trying to figure out if they face legal exposure for acting as Trump's personal hit squad. Their questions are likely more difficult to answer since Trump and Hegseth fired the top military judges, advocate general, who would have helped field such queries. Trump, of course, doesn't care all that much about Venezuelan speedboats or costume pranksters in Portland. He cares only about power, which is why he is determined to flex military muscle on the streets of American cities. As opposition grows and his popularity falls, Trump will feel cornered into issuing orders to the military that will be aimed at suppressing dissent, disrupting elections, and detaining political figures. Indeed, he has already floated the idea of invoking the Insurrection Act, which would enable all such actions, malactions. He will even become desperate enough to launch a foreign war, as he's manifestly trying to do right now with Venezuela. If more of these orders come, how should the leaders of America's armed forces respond? Back in 2017, the Air Force General John Hyten, then the head of the United States Strategic Command, which controls the American nuclear arsenal, was asked what he would do if a president gave him an illegal order. His answer now sounds quite quaint. He'll tell me what to do, and if it's illegal, guess what's going to happen? I'm going to say, Mr. President, that's illegal. And guess what he's going to do? He's going to say, what would be legal? And we'll come up with some options of a mix of capabilities to respond to whatever the situation is. And that's the way it works. It's not that complicated. Unfortunately, it is that complicated, especially now that the president has been blessed by the Supreme Court with monarchical immunity. In the very midst of every upper middle class Chicago neighborhood, among the hipsters, natural wine stores, and restaurants featured on FX's The Bear, a war is unfolding. And I mean that literally. In recent weeks, a couple with a 12-year-old child had to flee when ICE troopers threw a smoke grenade into a crowded street. Elsewhere, a Chicago alderperson was roughed up and handcuffed when she asked ICE troopers whether they had a warrant to make arrests at a community clinic. Now that a Customs and Border Protection agent has shot a woman in another part of that city, everyone holds their breath when black SUVs pass. It's a known fact that children are afraid to go out, even though they are not undocumented. Chicago is just the most recent Democratic-run city to experience this state-initiated violence. For all the mainstream mass media machine coverage of National Guard deployments, it is worth underscoring how much terror immigration agents alone can incite. Los Angeles, Washington, and Portland have had similar experiences. Other cities will soon join the list. The militarization of American cities, apparently selected because of their partisan divergence from the White House, represents a failure of federalism, the constitutional arrangement by which America's national and subnational governments are supposed to be distinct. The point of creating two constitutionally separate layers of government was to create a healthy diversity of political environments, which in turn helps foster democracy itself. Of course, there have long been tensions between the federal government and the states, most recently during the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s. But whereas federal deployments in that era were intended to safeguard rights, federal forces today are being unleashed to spread fear and inflict losses on citizens and non-citizens alike. Nor is this the only way that federal-state relations are eroding. In recent days, the Trump misadministration has withheld funds for transportation repairs in New York City and Chicago. While the government claims that such funds might be abused for DEI principles, building roads in majority black neighborhoods perhaps is now a sign of reverse discrimination against the white ability to contain the black population? The real motive is obvious: to turn every lever of federal power into an instrument of political repression against non-aligned states. This breakdown of American federalism should concern everyone. When a large and diverse country like these United States starts to experience geographic fissures, and when large slices of the public start to believe, perhaps reasonably, that their relationship with the center is all take and no give, a sense of fear and foreboding is justified. Americans are already more likely than not to believe that their national political system is irretrievably broken, and this misadministration's malactions are only deepening these sentiments. But the breakdown of American federalism flows from another structural failure of American constitutionalism: the effective collapse of the separation of powers. Partisan-aligned majorities in Congress and on the Supreme Court have increasingly abdicated their constitutional responsibilities. while the unwillingness of legislators, mostly Republican, to oppose the misadministration, even when it acts plainly unlawfully or in profoundly harmful ways, is a familiar issue. The Supreme Court's responsibility for the collapse of the separation of powers, and hence also federalism itself, is less well understood. Until recently, the court, led by Chief Justice John Roberts, was fully committed to protecting the states from federal overreach. That is why it invalidated the Affordable Care Act's mandatory expansion of Medicaid in 2012. By now, the court is largely ignoring federalism and making dramatic changes to the separation of powers. The result is a central government that looks very different from the Congress-centered model envisioned by America's founding fathers. The court's recent interventions have not only shielded the executive branch from the force of legal constraints that might act as a check on state violence, but also permitted its misuse of fiscal powers. The court's 2024 decision on presidential immunity, most notably, has dramatically limited the force of criminal prohibitions on presidential power. As I myself professionally explained to commissioned officers pursuing their academic studies back in the day, while the immunity decision formally applies only to the president, it functionally applies to many other executive branch officials. Exempli gratiae, it bars the use of evidence of presidential communications from any prosecution, and it eliminates subordinates' long-standing ability to object to orders that may violate a criminal statute. These risks are not hypothetical. The Trump misadministration has cited the court's immunity decision endlessly in briefs, touching on a wide variety of cases. In this Justice Department's hands, the ruling is not an articulation of constitutional doctrine, but a permission slip to do as we please. Secondly, over the last 9 months, in the gestation of that rough beast, its hour come round at last, and slouching towards Betlachna to be born, the court has issued those permission slips. It has granted some 21 of the 23 Trump misadministration requests for emergency relief, setting aside lower court orders in cases involving refusals to spend money, albeit in non-federalism domains, or to fire personnel, which involves not spending money. In doing so, the justices have granted the executive branch broad permission to wield fiscal resources as a club against political and ideological foes. These decisions have unraveled the separation of powers in vital areas, and now the court's licensing of untrammeled presidential power, regardless of law, is hitting the states hard. The executive is operating with no regard for Congress's decisions about what is criminal or about how much money should be spent. The states find themselves on the front lines because they are often staging grounds for Trump's political foes as well as essential partners in a host of health, education, security, and regulatory platforms. Perhaps Trump would have pursued these policies even without Supreme Court prompting, but I am skeptical. The court's general have at it approach is one of the big differences between Trump's first midterm and this one, and the effects of this breakdown will continue to trickle down in the form of smoke grenades, masked men in unmarked cars yanking people off the streets, and a miasma of fear and anger that is unlikely to dissipate anytime soon. For now, nothing will prevent Trump from saying, "Forget the fucking lawyers, do it, I'll cover your ass," After all, he's already said that to his faithful rally-goers, and he put that promise into action when he mass pardoned the January 6th insurrectionists. Even if one military officer declines an illegal order, Trump can just keep firing people until he gets another officer who is enough of a coward, an opportunist, or a true MAGA cultist to carry out the order. The officer who finally says yes after the others say no would bring shame and disgrace upon the United States Armed Forces, endanger United States citizens, and undermine the very Constitution they've sworn to serve and protect, but eventually Trump will find that person. This is why America's senior military officers, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, must approach Trump now and make clear to him that they will not obey illegal orders to act against American citizens or disrupt the American political process. They must not even bother talking to Hegseth, who has no real political agency and will mindlessly do whatever he is told to do by the White House. Congress, so far, has been useless in restraining Trump. The Democrats are too timid and the Republicans are too compromised. Only by standing together can the senior military officials warn Trump away from leading America into a full-blown civil-military confrontation. Military officers are human beings, not Vulcans, like myself, nor robots. Even the most virtuous young officer may tremble at the idea of refusing a direct order, especially one from the President of the United States. Others will enthusiastically abandon their oath, either by ideology or a misplaced sense of obedience, and they should recall Hyten's warning from 2017. If you execute an unlawful order, you will go to jail. You could go to jail for the rest of your life. Most American military personnel, however, need no reminder of their constitutional duty. But they do need some reassurance that they have support from their chain of command to resist illegal orders. And the rest of us, whether we're elected officials or ordinary citizens, must do everything we can to let our fellow Americans in uniform know that if they risk their careers, their freedom, or even their very lives to protect our Constitution, which is precisely what they signed up to do when they either enlisted or commissioned, we will stand with them. Of course, if a single goddamn one of them ever acted on their oath to protect our republic from all enemies, foreign and domestic, Trump would already be long dead by now, by their very hand. So they're all a crap sack of collaborators by constitutional definition. Now, I'm getting a lot of input from our man, Brendan Zogit, who has this to say: at least throw in some occult. This is so lame. Tell me about Shoggoth in relation to this topic. And what's up with the Necronomicon that everyone is talking about? By the way, this is all quite funny, really. It's almost like an in-joke. For those of you who don't remember back in the days of Revolution Radio, when I had what was called the Saturday Night Firing Lines, I was constantly approached by, the only calls I would get. You would think that all anyone in America fucking cared about was H.P. Lovecraft and the fucking Cthulhu mythos. It was ridiculous.
By the way, Douglas Marks says, I hope all is well with everyone on Team Dietrich. Let's say thank you, Douglas Marks. As for everyone being well, let's put this as my response to our man Brendan Zogi. Even though he says what he says in fun, this is my response to him. We could have gone the Halloween route in a fun sense and done cryptids and scary occult shit tonight, but you can blame George Knight for us not being able to do that. He backed me so fucking far up when he ambushed me that night, and I got cut off every episode after his ambush, that I've never been able to cover these topics in any depth because I'm cut off every episode. So we're going to just hit them hard as much as we can tonight. And this is their Halloween. It's the Halloween of the powers that be, because everything I'm exposing scares them to fucking death. Do you want to be scared, or do you want to scare them? Let's put it that way. Now, when asked about the railway robber baron Timothy Mellon's unconstitutional donation to pay the United States military's commissioned officer class, the aforecited Democratic Senator Chris Murphy called Trump out for wanting to behave like a king, pointing to Trump's $20 to $40 billion bailout for Argentina on CNN's State of the Union with his host Jake Tapper. I think it's just further confirmation that these tariffs have nothing to do with us. Prices are going up on everything in this country. Manufacturing jobs are leaving. These tariffs really are just a political tool that the president uses to help himself, sometimes to enrich himself, explaining at length that President Donald Trump, and here I quoted he, Chris Murphy, at length and verbatim. This is when we got cut off on our last episode. So we'll see how long we last while I'm quoting Chris. Chris Murphy, Democratic Senator, is refusing to negotiate because he likes the fact that the government is closed, because he thinks he can exercise king-like powers. He can open up the parts of the government that he wants. He can pay the employees who are loyal to him. Let's be clear. We're shut down right now because Republicans are refusing to even talk to Democrats about a bipartisan budget bill. Yes, we have priorities just like they do. One of our priorities is pretty simple, making sure that premiums don't go up by 75% on 22 million families this fall. Now, the reality is, if they sat down to try to negotiate, we could probably come up with something pretty quickly. That's enough money to relieve a lot of pressure of these premium increases. So we could get this deal done in a day if the president was in D.C. rather than being overseas. We could open the government on Tuesday or Wednesday, and there wouldn't be any crises in the food stamp program. I just don't want to live in a world in which Donald Trump and a handful of billionaires decide which part of government works and which don't. This is a leader who is trying to transition our government from a democracy to something much closer to a totalitarian state. This is where we got cut off on our last episode. So let me continue with the quote, which goes on for an equal space of text more. And so this is part of what happens in totalitarian states. The leader, the regime only, decides what things get funded and what don't, often in coordination with their oligarch friends. So I just don't want to live in a world in which Donald Trump and a handful of billionaires decide which part of government works and which don't, which is why I would rather have him at the negotiating table tomorrow, so that we can reopen the government and it can be a democratically elected Congress that decides what things get funded, not a handful of super rich dudes. Trump has used the shutdown to try to advance his purge of the federal workforce. He's also continued his escalating push for regime change in Venezuela, blowing up boats he claims are running drugs, and on Friday deploying an aircraft carrier, all without approval from Congress, which has the sole power to declare war according to the U.S. Constitution.
Murphy has previously condemned the boat bombings as another sign of Trump's growing lawlessness. Whether he likes it or not, even the government of Canada or the government of Ontario has the right to criticize him. But he's now going to use the tariffs to try to punish people overseas from speaking out against him, just like he's using the Department of Justice or the FCC to try to punish and control people who are speaking out against him here in America. So these tariffs aren't about rebuilding our economy. They aren't about helping regular consumers. They're just about giving Trump additional power to try to benefit himself politically and financially. End of quote. So, checking out on our man, here we are. Touche. Yeah, there we go. There we are. He gave a good rejoinder for what I had said earlier. Yeah. Okay, so such having been qualified. Now, the government shutdown will most certainly continue into next week as the Senate adjourned for the weekend without reaching their funding deal. For hundreds of thousands of federal workers still waiting on their paychecks, the delay is forcing many to make difficult choices about rent, groceries, and other essentials. In point of fact, this government shutdown has left millions of Americans hungry, with governors declaring an emergency over SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program changes, with Trump intentionally facilitating the rise of the Russo-radicalized right via his refusal to tap our National Contingency Fund. Many federal workers missed a paycheck due on Friday into this weekend, and November food benefits have consequently been delayed to millions of Americans throughout our empire, including our overseas island territories. Starting November 1st, the ongoing government shutdown will cause low-income citizens to lose SNAP benefits. Fjortnit, that's the old in English. A fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks ago. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, warned that the ongoing government shutdown was starting to cut into muscle. Now it appears to be nearing the bone. For the first time in its 61-year history, SNAP, the Federal Food Assistance Program for low and no-income people, is set to run out of money. If November's payments don't arrive, and they won't, in people's accounts on Saturday, roughly 42 million Americans will need to figure out another way to pay for their meals. On Friday, the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, which oversees SNAP, announced in a memo that it would not tap into the roughly $6 billion contingency funding set aside for the program. According to the memo, the reserve is not legally available to cover regular benefits, and the best way for SNAP to continue is for the shutdown to end. A coalition of 25 Democrat-led states and the District of Columbia is suing the Trump misadministration, alleging that not only is the misadministration able to use those funds, it must use them. When I myself emailed a USDA spokesperson for comment, I received an automated response saying they had been furloughed and could not respond. This disruption will be unprecedented. Not even the longest government shutdown in history during President Donald Trump's first midterm interfered with SNAP funding. The timing of the USDA's mandate is questionable. Congress set aside that $6 billion for SNAP over the past year and a half. And earlier this month, the agency had a 55-page memo on its website detailing how it might use the reserve for SNAP in the event that funding lapsed, per requirements set by the White House's Office of Management and Budget, the OMB. SNAP costs the government about $8 billion a month. The OMB is run by Russell Voigt, who has abused the shutdown to cut into government funding writ large. But the plan has now mysteriously disappeared from the USDA website. The agency's new memo from Friday contends that the contingency fund is a source of funds for contingencies, a category for which a government shutdown doesn't appear to qualify. Legal scholars and budget experts have largely disagreed with that misinterpretation. Bobby Kogan of the Center for American Progress has gone on record to confirm that the misadministration is employing the narrowest interpretation you could possibly have of the law to avoid paying for SNAP, in contrast with the broadest interpretation of the law now being abused to justify a private donor paying the military during the shutdown. As Dottie Rosenbaum of the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities explained to the Fourth Estate, the idea that SNAP's contingency funds could not be used for SNAP benefits stands in sharp contrast to what the face of the law itself says, as well as previous USDA guidance. Now, David Super, a professor of the constitutional law at Georgetown Law, put it simply on his blog. Terminating SNAP is a choice, and an overtly unlawful one at that. In other words, it's not that the misadministration can't pay up, it's that it has chosen not to. Although Republican lawmakers have acknowledged their constituents' reliance on SNAP, they are focused on taking swipes at the Democrats. In a statement, the OMB blamed the Democrats who chose to shut down the government knowing full well that SNAP would soon run out of funds. Yesterday, the House Speaker Mike Johnson told Republican representatives that the pain register is about to hit level 10 as the shutdown drags on and SNAP cuts go into effect, but urged the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party to stay the course regardless. Without any deal to end the shutdown, Congress is limited by its lack of funding, and the executive branch, which still has some latitude to act, has been incredibly selective about which services to fund and which not to. Trump has halted blue state projects that depend on federal dollars while emphasizing that we're not closing up Republican programs because we think they work. However, Trump hasn't been able to protect his supporters from the shutdown's impact entirely. Congressional paralysis has been compounding the hurt. The Republican Senator Josh Hawley recently introducing a bill to fund SNAP's November payments, but it likely won't be put to a vote before the Saturday deadline. The Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, who would make that call, has said there's not a high level of interest in doing carve-outs to fund specific government programs, and that Republicans will block a similar bill from Democrats. But food is not partisan. SNAP is one of our nation's largest social welfare programs, a reliable source of relief for 1 in 8 Americans. On average, the federal government pays each recipient $187 per month exclusively for food. Many SNAP participants, spread across both red and blue states, are seniors, people with disabilities, and families with young children. SNAP has survived for so long in part because of a long-standing bipartisan recognition of the program's importance, in spite of the equally long-standing Republican mission to pare back government funding for welfare programs. Ronald Reagan's administration made cuts to food assistance, as did Trump's. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act will slash $186 billion from all SNAP-related funding by 2034, but no politician wants to be blamed for halting SNAP altogether. Christopher Bozzo, a political science professor at Northeastern University and a historian of SNAP, has told the press that, in his own words, Americans don't like welfare, but they don't want to see fellow Americans go hungry. This summer, a poll found that 66% of Americans oppose cuts to food assistance. SNAP isn't a perfect program, but such a sudden disruption would have an immediate material impact. Food banks are already signaling that they might not be able to keep up with demand. Friday's USDA memo declared that states would not be reimbursed for covering SNAP benefits, and few have committed to doing so. The costs are just too high for some states to cover on their own, especially for those with higher percentages of SNAP recipients. Social welfare isn't exactly a priority for the Trump misadministration. The president's budget proposals have historically threatened to eviscerate food assistance, and the One Big Beautiful Bill Act's cuts to SNAP are the largest in United States history. For low-income Americans, SNAP can be a lifeline. For this White House, it's another political tool as, according to a new report, the United Nations has shared a warning that cuts to social protections for people living in poverty have created fertile ground for far-right movements globally, this being the very reason why Trump has opted not to tap the $6 billion contingency fund to keep food aid flowing. Also, to just such end, Donald Trump has urged Senate Republicans to stand firm and said he'll meet with Democratic leaders only after the impasse ends. In the meantime, farmers will get some help that had previously been halted. But the real talks have halted, Trump having terminated all trade negotiations with Canada while threatening the Dominion with a 10% extra import tax over an anti-tariffs TV ad, prompting Trump's crypto pardon gift to a crypto multi-billionaire. It's over. For now, anyway. President Donald Trump called an immediate halt to all trade talks with Canada, saying that he plans to hike tariffs on imports of Canadian goods by an extra 10%, citing a Canadian anti-tariff television advertisement aired by the province of Ontario against his signature tariffs plan. The ad features the voice of former President Ronald Reagan defending the principles of free trade and slamming tariffs in a 1987 speech, and ergo making an irrefutable case against the steep new tariffs Trump is imposing on a variety of countries. Trump is attacking this ad as, quote, how did he say it? Fraudulent, unquote. And Trump's allies are claiming that Reagan was a stronger supporter of tariffs. In contrapuntal, via his October 27th column posted on Substack, while noting that Reagan wasn't an absolutist where tariffs were concerned, albeit he obviously didn't favor the type of severe tariffs Trump is pushing, the liberal economist Paul Krugman, whom himself won the 2008 Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences, has proven that it is absurd to claim Reagan favored aggressive tariffs and any heavily protectionist trade policy. Although Krugman has plenty of criticisms of Reaganomics and is much more favorable to the economic policies of the Democratic presidents, Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Lyndon Baines Johnson, he emphasizes that Reagan saw the value of free trade, as the ad aired in Canada has so irrevocably demonstrated. To quote the Krugman, at length and verbatim, I thought I'd take a few minutes to weigh in on one piece of the absurdity. Donald Trump's hysterical reaction to an ad run by the Canadian province of Ontario that featured audio of Ronald Reagan denouncing tariffs and extolling free trade. I suspect that the ad especially enraged Trump because it featured Reagan, still the Republican lodestar, making a serious, reasoned case for why tariffs are generally bad for the country. In the ad, Reagan sounded presidential and trustworthy, a sure reminder of how far the Republican Party has sunk, while in the grip of a grandiose, snarling, whining toddler. It's straightforward to go through the historical record to discover Reagan's actual position on trade. As the Financial Times puts it, Reagan was a devout champion of open trade who used tariffs sparingly and reluctantly. I can also attest personally to the reality of Reagan's tariff policies because I served a year in the Reagan administration as a sub-political, technocratic staffer working on international policy at the Council of Economic Advisors. Reagan did, in fact, repeatedly emphasize the virtues of free trade. Like all modern presidents, he nonetheless imposed some tariffs for political reasons. But Reagan always stayed within the boundaries of the law, using his right to impose discretionary tariffs as pressure release valves rather than abusing his authority to make tariff policy an instrument of his personal whims. Now, Reagan did many things that, I believe, harmed America. Indeed, I would argue that his tax cuts, deregulation, and anti-union policies, as well as his exploitation of racial tensions, were critical in laying the foundation for the plutocracy that is now destroying our democracy. But one thing that was clear to me while working within the Reagan administration was that Reagan and his people, totally unlike Trump, took their promises to other countries seriously. If a proposed policy was in clear violation of our international agreements, it was simply out of bounds. This brings us to the trade war with Canada. To reiterate, on Thursday, President Donald Trump said that he was terminating trade talks with Canada, adding new tension to the frayed relationship between North American neighbors. President Trump canceled, quote, all trade negotiations, unquote, with Canada in response to a television ad campaign opposing American imperial tariffs sponsored and released last week by the Government of Canada's Ontario province, which used the words of former President Reagan to criticize United States tariff taxes on foreign goods. Trump called it egregious behavior aimed at influencing United States court decisions and defended his tariffs as critical to the American economy. For his part, Ontario Premier Doug Ford said he would pull the ad after the weekend, so it ran Friday night during the first game of the World Series and throughout the weekend. Now, this brings us to Trump tariffs, the Reagan ad, and the trade talk terminator. We'll call it that. The lesson of the Canada, or should I say, Canad-American trade talks is this: never get your hopes up. A week after bubbling anticipation that maybe there could be a deal soon, it all blew up in familiar late-night Truth Social fashion when the American imperial president, Donald Trump, declared the negotiations terminated, blustering that the tipping point was an anti-tariff ad taken out by Ontario Premier Doug Ford's government that feature the former United States President Ronald Reagan circa 1987. Trump calls the Reagan snippets fake, or rather, all uppercase, fake! You decide. In other words, I'll provide you with the ability to make that decision on your own by providing you the link thereunto. And with that, we'll put that into the text box here, as well into Infinite Call, where we can check what the latest thing sent to myself by our man is. Tesla's built-in chatbot tells 12-year-old boy to send nudes. Farah Nazir was driving 3 children home from school while they tried out the feature which allows you to speak to Elon Musk's Grok AI model hands-free. All right. Yeah, there we are. This one must mean Elon must have let Trump program it. Okay, well, all that being said, so let's take a look at our studio. Brendan says, "In the gray beginning of Earth." Let's see now. What happened here? Jesus Christ! Did I mess up somewhere? Are we offline? No, we're not offline. Well, let me see if I can get back on YouTube. He says, in the gray beginning of Earth, he says, let's check this out. Talent versus corporation. Okay, that's an interesting digital comic thing coming up on my YouTube. Let's see now. Go over here to live. All right, everybody's.
Douglas.
Yes, honey.
It's me.
Yeah.
Holly.
Yeah, welcome
You've
aboard.
been magnificent.
Thank you. Appreciate
My
that.
brains are boiling.
Oh, bless you, honey. So go on.
And so it's just a high and by, because I don't want to break your stride, but I just wanted to thank you very, very much.
Bless you.
And I did have one question.
Sure.
Early on when this shutdown began, I saw a couple headlines about a law Trump passed in his first term when the shenanigans was going so hard. And it concerned this 35-day rule. Like if there's no agreement, after 35 days, programs, my impression was, I don't know though, if programs kick on again until they do come to some agreement. Now, so I wanted to throw that in there and see, because that's disappeared from the news.
Okay.
And I did not drill down at it on the time. But I'll check it out later more about and see if I can get anything about this 35-day rule. But thank you so very much for your advocacy.
Thank you. Well, I mean, thank you for your
so
information
very
on.
much.
Yeah, you and I both know it sounds to me like the 35-day rule is something that if the government itself is not bringing this up, obviously.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, yeah, you'd think easily brushed aside when it comes, but we're not at the.
We're not at the what? The 35-day limit yet, you feel? Honey, did you disappear? Oh, shit. Okay, did we get cut off? Let's see what happened with the call. Oh, shit. Okay, let's...
Sorry, I'm back. But
What
what I'm saying is we're not at the 35-day yet.
Yeah, okay, well...
so keep it in mind,
I don't
if
foresee...
you will.
I don't foresee that as being applicable at all, honey. That's...
All right.
Yeah, but...
All right.
Yeah, by the way, I want
All
to
right.
thank Matthew Bush. Let's all thank Matthew Bush. Matthew Bush said happy birthday. He sent 50, half United States dollars. So thank you to Matthew Bush for his contribution. He says happy birthday.
Very
God
good.
bless you,
I'm going to
Matthew
go back
Bush.
to listening.
Okay, honey.
Love you,
Love
man. Okay, bye.
Yeah, love you, honey. Thank you so much for that. Okay, and thank you, Matthew Bush. And most blessed be. With that in mind, okay, now, hours before the presidential outburst, Ford, meaning Doug Ford of Ontario, Canada, and the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, stood shoulder to shoulder to declare that they are on the same page when it comes to dealing with the Trump misadministration. And while Ford is the one being blamed by the White House for the terminated talks, it's worth noting that Carney's government has decided to make 12 major automakers pay tariffs on some United States manufactured vehicles after they announced job cuts at Ontario plants. Thursday night, the post on Trump's social media site ratcheted up tensions with our American empire's northern neighbor after the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said he plans to double his country's exports to countries outside these United States because of the threat posed by Trump's tariffs. White House officials said Trump's reaction was a culmination of the misadministration's long pent-up frustration about Canada's strategy in trade talks, whatever that may mean. The post on Trump's social media site on Thursday night was just another emotional outburst. It's not explanatory. And later on Friday, the Ontario Premier, Doug Ford, whose province had sponsored the ad, said that after talking with Carney, he's decided to pause the advertising campaign effective Monday so that trade talks can resume. I really don't know if that happened because I've heard other news that states otherwise, or it's been reported otherwise that the ads have continued, which I would only hope is the case. Ford having said that regardless, they've achieved their goal, which is having reached United States audiences at the highest levels. To quote as Ford at length and verbatim, "Our intention was always to initiate a conversation about the kind of economy that Americans want to build and the impact of tariffs on workers and businesses. We've achieved our goal, having reached U.S. audiences at the highest levels. Our intention was always to initiate a conversation about the kind of economy that Americans want to build and the impact of tariffs on workers and businesses. We've achieved our goal, having reached U.S. audiences at the highest levels." Now, the United States president alleged the ad misrepresented the position of Reagan, a trois-term president who remains a beloved figure in the Republican Party and was aimed at influencing the United States Supreme Court ahead of a hearing scheduled for next month that could decide whether Trump has the power to impose his sweeping tariffs, a key part of his economic strategy. And for that, I'm going to place a link into both our chat and into the text box of our Microsoft Teams call so that people can access the information about that in greater detail. So let's see if I can dive into our infinite call chat. And there we go with that. And then I'll respond to the Cthulhu thing here. Here we go. Right, that should cover that. And with that, we want to dive even deeper. Okay, Trump is so invested in this case that he has said he's going to attend oral arguments. This is insane. And it is indicative of his insanity. In interim and in retaliation, Trump wielded his ever more sweeping executive powers this week to grant a full and unconditional pardon to one of the world's richest men, Canada's wealthiest criminal kingpin. The 47, depending on which side of the international dateline you're on, because in Asia you're considered a year old when you're out of the womb, the 47 to 48-year-old Chinese-born Canadian multi-billionaire crypto executive Xiao Changpeng, aliased by reversal of the surname before the first name before the surname in the United States or the Western world as Changpeng Zhao. He's of Emirati nationality. In other words, he's going to flee to Dubai if he's ever busted, which he was before he could flee. The co-founder of Binance, known by his criminal alias as CZ, whose net worth is estimated at 85.6 billion United States dollars. With the clemency of one of the world's most prosperous gold-collar criminals being an overture to an industry that has personally profited Donald Trump by the millions. Let that absorb in for a second while I dive into the really ugly aspects of this. This is where we're going to get really fucking ugly tonight. Xiao Changpeng, again known in the West by putting the first name before the last, wherein you get Changpeng Zhao, who has found an ally in President Donald Trump, pleaded guilty last year on charges related to money laundering in the cryptocurrency industry. Xiao Changpeng has personally thanked the president and has since vowed to help the United States become the capital of crypto. Trump pardoned Xiao Changpeng after he pled guilty to money laundering charges as part of a $4.3 billion settlement with the Justice Department, which also included him stepping down as head of the crypto exchange, the crypto exchange, Binance. He was later sentenced to 4 months in prison. Already an incredible injustice in terms of a miscarriage of justice, in the sense that this guy should have been sent to 40 fucking years in prison. Not a goddamn 4 months, which he couldn't even stand even that. So Trump got him out of 4 fucking months of petty prisonality, petty detention. Now, bear in mind, Xiao Changpeng pleaded guilty in 2023 for failing to maintain an effective anti-laundering monetary program. This might seem meaningless to you. You're going to ask, well, so what? What the fuck is that? That means his exchange facilitated transactions for communist Chinese hackers, North Korean money launderers, the mercenary wing of the Russian military, as ill as enabling his customers to trade with residents of Iran in contravention of American imperial sanctions. Between 2018 and 2022, Binance processed at least 1.1 million transactions that violated sanctions worth about $898 million. Compounding all the aforesaid felonies, the Binance co-founder Zhao Changpeng assisted Donald Trump's family with the launch of its stablecoin, yielding the Trump crime dynasty tens of millions of dollars annually. On Thursday, Zhao Changpeng received a pardon from the Republican president in reciprocation. In a statement, the White House press secretary Karoline Leavitt criticized the Biden maladministration and its war on cryptocurrency. Meanwhile, Binance has played an important role in the Trump family's crypto ventures, and the president, who has signaled support for the industry as a whole, or in toto, is one of America's biggest Bitcoin investors. Now we're going to analyze the price of mercy here, or let Dietrich do it for you. In the Federalist, number 74 of the Federalist Papers, Alexander Hamilton envisioned the presidential pardon as a benign prerogative, an act of mercy important enough to supersede all other laws. But clemency hasn't always been used that way. Sometimes presidents like to get something out of it too. Bill Clinton, for example, was widely criticized for pardoning a fugitive whose ex-wife had donated to the Clinton Presidential Center. And during both his midterms, President Donald Trump has marshaled that power for extreme ends, reserving pardons mostly for those in his political orbit and rewarding loyalty and personal remuneration on an unprecedented scale. And thanking our man Brendan Zoget for the wards that will hopefully keep us burning bandwidth. Now, this week's pardon of Zhao Changpeng, this last week's pardon, also known as Changpeng Zhao, perhaps the single wealthiest person in the cryptocurrency industry, marks a nuclear escalation of that strategy. To reiterate, in 2023, Zhao Changpeng pled guilty to violating anti-laundering monetary laws during his tenure as CEO of Binance, the largest crypto exchange in the world. In a settlement with the Treasury Department, Binance agreed to completely exit the United States market. The company was also slapped with a $4.3 billion penalty, and Zhao Changpeng himself was sentenced to 4 months in prison. The former Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, described Binance's oversights as willful failures that allowed transactions involving cyber criminals, human child sex traffickers, and child abusers of all types, and terrorist groups, among them Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State, on that platform. Although Zhao Changpeng has been out of prison for more than a year, he has been restricted from running the company. Zhao Changpeng's newfound freedom is obviously more than an unhappy coincidence. Binance helped to create the code behind the stablecoin issued by World Liberty Financial, the crypto startup that counts Trump's 3 sons as co-founders. And in May, an Emirati-backed firm invested $2 billion into Binance, abusing that stablecoin, a deal that exponentially increased the coin's value. Although the White House has described the transaction as totally unrelated to any government's business, the new relationship between Binance and World Liberty Financial now generates tens of millions of dollars a year for the Trump crime family and their partners in crime. Zhao Changpeng was not shy about his wish for clemency. This year, he embarked on a months-long effort to lobby the White House for a pardon, working hard to ingratiate himself with Trump's circle. In February, he hired Teresa Goody-Willian, a lawyeress at Baker Hostetler, who also represents World Liberty Financial and its CEO, Zach Witkoff. The New York Times reported that Baker Hostetler works with a firm owned by the lobbyist Chess McDowell, a hunting buddy of Donald Trump Jr.'s. McDowell also reportedly lobbied for Zhao Changpeng's pardon. Cultivating the right friends has obviously paid off, even if the president seemed unable to recall Zhao Changpeng's name in a press briefing on Friday into the weekend, Trump calling him the crypto person, while qualifying that he was recommended by a lot of people. But that's all in the past now. Pardoning Zhao Changpeng marks but the latest misact of clemency Trump has granted to a crypto entrepreneur, underscoring how he has positioned himself as a friend of the industry, and how Trump's crime family has enriched itself while doing so. Trump also pardoned the Silk Road founder, Ross Ulbricht, who was serving life in prison for allowing criminal activity to flourish on the dark web marketplace. Asked on Thursday to respond to accusations that the latest pardon amounted to a corrupt bargain, a White House spokesperson said the decision was thoroughly reviewed by Trump misadministration attorneys. Zhao Changpeng's path to clemency is yet another instance of Trump reshaping the function of the pardon. Lee Korvalski, a professor at the University of Texas School of Law, has gone on record to attest that Trump's recent pardons tend to fall into one of 12 buckets. The first one encompasses overtures to Trump-affiliated groups, including political factions or particular industries that the president wants to keep happy. Trump's pardon of Ross Ulbricht, who founded the Silk Road and was serving life in prison for overseeing a criminal enterprise, was the fulfillment of a promise he'd made to the crypto community before his second election. The second bucket, as Korvalski has explained, is based on venality, the willingness to pardon people that make large financial donations, either to him directly or to aligned entities. One obvious example is Paul Walchak, the convicted tax cheat who was pardoned in April 3 weeks after his mother attended a $1 million per head Trump fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago. Zhao Changpeng's pardon is by all evidence both a gesture toward a Trump-inclined industry and a response to the Trump substantial profit from the May deal. Although Zhao Changpeng's future involvement with Binance's business operations is at this point still unclear, he has promised to help make America the capital of crypto, a clear echo of Trump's own malevolent objective. And the president has little reason to slow Binance's growth through regulation. Already pundits are predicting that his misadministration will unwind the penalties on that company and clear the way for its re-entry into the United States market. To quote Korvosky, Trump wants everybody to see what the returns on loyalty are. This year, Trump has already granted clemency to former Representative George Santos, whose convictions include grand fraud and mass identity theft, and to the January 6th insurrectionists, all of whom ended up breaking the law again after their mass release. In April, the Atlantic magazine columnist David A. Graham noted, and here I read them from, "He is not the first president to issue clemency for personal reasons, but presidential administrations usually carefully administer commutations and pardons in part to avoid recidivism. The Trump White House, however, has shown little regard for the process. If history is any indication, Trump will keep abusing the presidential pardon to serve his own interests. By making clear that clemency has a price, he is charting a possible path to mercy for those who can afford it. Forget benign prerogatives. How about a check instead?" But this brings us to what is the ugliest part of tonight's transmission. You want Halloween scares? You're going to get them now. If nothing scares you about this, you better check your pulse. Consider the pardon to prison pipeline. Late in March, the alpha kike, Jonathan Braun, was arrested for shoving a 3-year-old, causing a red mark on his back and substantial pain in a violent attempt at sexual solicitation. This is only his latest brush with the law over the last 4 years. He was banned by federal and New York state judges from working in debt collection, fined $20 million, and proven guilty of beating his wife and father-in-law into comatic states, raping a nanny, and strangling a nurse to death into brain death with an IV bag holder. He also threatened a man at his synagogue who asked him to pipe down during services. This crime spree is stunning in and of itself, but what makes it national news is that it has all happened since 2021, when President Donald Trump commuted Braun's 10-year prison sentence for smuggling marijuana to Trump's 3 sons. Braun, granted clemency during the last hours of Trump's first midterm as president, is but one of innumerable recipients of a Trump pardon who has found himself back in trouble with the law. All of them are people convicted of serious offenses on January 6th of 2021 and then mass pardoned at the outset of Trump's second midterm in office. Despite Trump's volunteer propagandist Peter Moon's depiction on my own transmissions of these insurrectionists as peace-loving patriots, all of them have proven to be repeat offenders. Braun, who I am happy to report is now finally back in prison where he belongs, is not the only first midterm recipient of clemency to be rearrested. Another fucking kike named Eli Weinstein, a convicted Ponzi schemer who received a last-minute 2021 commutation, was convicted on March 31st in a $41 million fraud case that has sentenced, in effect, hundreds of old ladies who invested in his scam to death because their life savings are now his. Philip S. Formes, who's sentenced for his role in a $1.3 billion Medicare fraud, was Trump commuted in 2020. He was rearrested last year on domestic violence-related charges, but the state dropped them a month later at behest of Trump's personal presidential intervention. Just look up Philip S. Formes. I guess it's his skin color. He's the only man besides Donald Trump who's a dark blood orange as opposed to Trump's pale orange, so I guess Trump envies his melatonin. The rapper Kodak Black has also been repeatedly arrested since receiving a Trump commutation. And yes, he's black. But the group of people convicted in connection with January 6th has been guaranteed to have found more trouble. Former Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, who was sentenced to 22 years for seditious conspiracy and other crimes, was arrested for child sexual assault just a month after being mass pardoned. At the Capitol, no less, with D.C. prosecutors declining to pursue charges. Almost incidentally, he also abortively attempted to instigate conflict at a conference of Trump critics in February. Do you hear what I just said? Trump made certain that another pedo hit the streets. Personally. Matthew Huddle, an Indiana man who received a mass pardon for entering the Capitol on January 6th, was fatally shot by a deputy on January 27th after reaching for a stolen firearm. Emily Hernandez, a Missouri woman, was convicted for causing a fatal drunk driving crash in 2022. That sentencing coming within days after her mass pardon for January 6th offenses. The white trash piece of shit, the WTPOS, Andrew Take of Texas. Andrew Take of Texas was mass pardoned in January, then arrested in February for an outstanding charge for sending explicit messages to an undercover cop whom he believed was a 6-year-old girl. It's not just that all this mass clemency recipients have been proven guilty of crimes since their pardons. They've also all attempted to abuse the presidential pardons to get off for all other offenses. Edward Kelly argued that his personal pardon from President Trump for January 6th also covered his plot to kill the FBI agents who investigated him. But a judge disagreed. Daniel Ball said that charges of illegally possessing a gun should be thrown out because the weapon was discovered in a search related to now pardoned January 6th charges. And the acting U.S. attorney did agree. But Dan Wilson, a pardoned Capitol insurrectionist who made a similar argument, had less luck with a federal appeals court, other defendants having made similar claims with varying results. David Daniel, who was charged with producing and possessing child pornography in which children were tortured to death, and others in which children were forced to have sex with animals, also argued that a search that turned up said materials was invalid because of his January 6th pardon. But the United States attorney in that case disagreed until President Donald Trump personally intervened on his behalf to have him released back into the public and actively online. This is your fucking president, a man who likes to jack off over children being forced to fuck animals and tortured unto death. That's President Trump. Seeing that all of the people who personally received presidential pardons get back in trouble with the law should be deeply embarrassing for Trump. Though, to be fair, mass pardoning people for a violent assault on our national capital should have been embarrassing to him as well. He's not the first president to issue clemency for personal reasons, but presidential administrations usually carefully administer pardons and commutations, in part to avoid recidivism. The Trump White House, however, has shown no regard whatsoever for the process. In March, it fired the Justice Department pardon attorney Elizabeth Oyer after she opposed restoring gun rights for the maniacal actor Mel Gibson, then conspired to block her from testifying to Congress about Mel Gibson beating his children half to death with a gun butt. Trump, our first convicted felon to serve as president, has long claimed that he will restore law and order in America, but his definition thereof is highly selective. Some of the president's commutations and pardons are simply favors granted to people who are well connected, but in the case of the January 6th mass commutations, he was eager to reward loyalty and make a political point that he and they had both been subjects of what Peter Moon and his president both promulgated as political persecution. This creates a nauseating contrast with misstatements in April in which misadministration officials claimed that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a Maryland resident living under protected legal status who was deported to El Salvador, was a terrorist, despite total lack of evidence, and despite the fact that the government has previously acknowledged that his deportation was, quote, an administrative error, unquote. The search for some offense to pin on Abrego Garcia was also being perpetrated to make a political point. If Trump is eager to find dangerous criminals, he could do so more easily by looking at his ever-expanding pardon list. And there's another price for the rest of us. Since Trump mistook office, the centuries-long friendship between these United States and Canada has broken down amid bruised feelings over tariffs and Trump's threat to make Canada the 51st state in American Union. Many Canadians are boycotting American goods and refusing to travel to these United States. Thusly, has Donald Trump abruptly terminated trade talks with Canada, but all eyes are turning to his big meeting in Asia, because the communist Chinese empire is winning the trade war, and Southeast Asia is caught between the American and communist Chinese empires. And this is why I was knocked off bandwidth on my latest episode. I was going to speak about the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, in light of the fact that it was Taiwan Retrocession Day. Now all eyes are on Southeast Asia this weekend as world leaders from the American Imperial President Donald Trump to the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin descend on Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, for the ASEAN, ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations Summit. In Southeast Asia Brief, a weekly newsletter that Foreign Policy magazine launched last month, the Jakarta-based journalist Joseph Rackman wrote that, to read therefrom, unusually prominent lineup of expected guests reflects that leaders are keen to cultivate relationships, or friendships is the term he uses, in a region central to the global economy. Still, the most consequential meeting may not be between leaders, but rather a planned discussion between U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Chinese Vice Premier He Lifeng. 20 years ago, the Communist Chinese Empire learned the hard way that once supply chains reorganize, they never return to their previous form. By relying on tariffs and subsidies, the United States is now paying the price for underestimating how tightly its economy is bound to the rest of the world. As I have advised for the best part of 20 decades by now, in trade wars, both sides tend to get hurt. But if a fight is unavoidable, it makes sense to prepare. This is what Communist China on the Asian mainland has been doing since the first Trump misadministration. And that is one reason why the Communist Chinese Empire of the East is winning. You see, supply chain economics beats tariff politics. Here we are with Brendan Zoga. It's like, did you catch up yet? No, it's going to take episodes before I catch up, Brendan. Yeah, between him and his co-conspirators cutting me off every episode that he's not talking on. Yeah, that's he's rubbed me out. So we got to work hard to try and catch up tonight till my voice burns out. Now, when a photographer recently captured United States Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent reading a text message at the United Nations General Assembly, the image inadvertently revealed the scale of America's deepening agricultural crisis. Apparently from Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, the message read, "We bailed out Argentina yesterday. In return, the Argentines are removing their export tariffs on grains, reducing their price, and sold a bunch of soybeans to China at a time when we would normally be selling to China ourselves." Within 48 hours of Argentina's decision to eliminate export taxes on grain products, Chicom buyers had purchased roughly 1.3 million tons of Argentine soybeans, just as American farmers began their harvest season with zero Commu-Chinese orders. The surge in Argentine exports drove soybean prices lower, giving the Communist Chinese Empire of the East even greater leverage over these United States. This isn't merely a story about trade disputes or commodity flows. It's a case study in how the American Imperial President Donald Trump's tariff-first policies are fundamentally misunderstood. Well, they all fundamentally misunderstood 21st century supply chain economics, and how temporary shocks can trigger permanent structural shifts. While the conventional narrative casts soybeans as a bargaining chip between the American and Communist Chinese empires, they are not a final consumer good. Soybeans are an intermediate input within a tightly integrated agricultural industrial supply chain. Crushing facilities process soybeans into animal feed and oil, which in turn sustain livestock production and food security. Disrupt one node and the entire system reorganizes and never returns to its previous form. Just like George Knight's hijacking of my show And thereafter, the consequent cutting me off on every episode resulted in the backup we have today, where I'm forced to talk politics instead of cryptids on Halloween. It's remedial, and you lose your fun time hearing about, occult stories, but such is the nature of the beast. And it may never return to its previous form. The Communist Chinese Empire learned this lesson the hard way in 2004, when global traders manipulated soybean prices, driving them from $540 to $750 per ton, then announcing bumper harvests that sent prices crashing to $5,000 and trapping Chi-Com processors in high-priced contracts. Academic studies estimate that roughly 3,000 soybean processors went bankrupt, while foreign traders gained control of 70% to 85% of the monolithic communist Chinese superstate's crushing capacity. Now, 中国人民共和国, the People's Republic of China, didn't just lose money, it lost control over a critical link in its food security supply chain. In response, it built vast strategic reserves through its state grain corporation, Sinograin, protected its remaining state-owned crushers, and began investing heavily in South American agricultural infrastructure. Trump's 2018 tariffs accelerated these diversification efforts. Communist Chinese investment had already financed the ports, railways, and logistics networks that now move South American soybeans efficiently to Asian markets, ensuring that by the time those tariffs disrupted Sino-American trade, the necessary infrastructure was already in place. As a result, what might once have taken 12 decades to unwind unraveled in just 7 years. Between 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's death, my mother's, and 2018, roughly 60% of all American imperial soybean exports had gone to communist China on the Asian mainland. But by 2024, Brazil's share of Commu-Chinese soybean imports had risen to 71%, from just 2% in the 1990s. Today's trade war, which completed the reorganization that began in 2018, reflects the inherent hysteresis of global supply chains. And, of course, that would take a chalkboard to define. I'm going to give you the definition right here in the chat room. So familiarize yourself with hysteresis. It's a, mechanical, chemical, material science engineering term that's applicable to the dynamics of economics as well. And our dear friend Aristides knows all about it in detail and would understand in a more conceptual sense what it does to the economy, the phenomenon of hysteresis. Now, when Brazilian and Argentine farmers expanded production, that capacity didn't disappear once tariffs were lifted. Chi-Com crushers forged enduring relationships with South American suppliers, while ports and logistics networks were optimized for Brazil-China routes. Global soybean prices, once centered on North American harvests, now follow South America's agricultural calendar. How's that for a bitch? And there we go, the monster mash. That's because... our man Brendan Zoget is working in a school environment. Yes, he's got plenty of the Halloween spirit there. Now, the economic logic behind this shift, a seismic shift, is straightforward. concentrated buyers like Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, can diversify their supply sources far more easily than dispersed sellers like American farmers can find equivalent markets. Zhonghua Danu, mainland China, imports 100 to 105 million tons of soybeans annually, dwarfing all other importers. Because it accounts for 60% of the global soybean trade, American farmers cannot possibly replicate that demand elsewhere. Whereas Communist China on the Asian mainland once faced overdependence on one supplier, American farmers are now paying the price of relying on a single buyer. No combination of smaller markets can compensate for the loss of their largest customer, which has invested in viable alternatives. All of this underscores the incoherence of the American empire's current trade posture. Trump's kakisto kleptocracy. A kakistocracy is government by the worst. Kleptocracy is government by thieves. Trump's kakisto kleptocracy provided Argentina with roughly $20 billion in financial aid to keep it from drifting further into market Leninist China's orbit. Argentina responded by scrapping export taxes, instantly making its soybeans more competitive before selling them to the communist Chinese empire. Meanwhile, American farmers, who received about $28 billion in subsidies between 2018 and 2019, have watched their market share evaporate and are now bracing for another bailout. As a spokesperson for the Illinois Soybean Association recently stated, what we really want is good relations with our trading partners. We want markets. We don't want bailouts. Yet the Trump dynasty continues to subsidize our farmers while bankrolling America's enemies. These dynamics expose a deeper flaw in how the Trump kakisto kleptocracy approaches globally interconnected markets. Tariffs may protect final goods industries with high switching costs, but they are disastrous for intermediate goods in flexible supply chains where buyers can easily substitute links. Self-evidently, Trump's kakisto kleptocratic trade policy does not recognize this essential distinction. The parallels with the United Kingdom's post-Brexit trade policy are striking. Both kakisto kleptocratic empires' strategies reflect grand rhetoric about sovereignty and leverage while ignoring how complex supply chains adapt to disruption. By treating trade as a bilateral when it is inherently multilateral, they overestimate their indispensability and underestimate adjustment costs. My own research on post-Brexit trade reveals that disruptions intensify rather than ease over time. 2023 showed more pronounced trade declines than previous years, indicating deeper structural changes, not temporary adjustment. The Brexiteer United Kingdom has been disentangled from European Union value chains for consumer goods while remaining dependent on the European Union for intermediate and capital goods. Like American farmers losing Zhonghua Da Lu Ren, or mainland Chinese market access, the party initiating the disruption faces asymmetric vulnerability. It's far easier for buyers with options, mainland China and the European Union, to reorganize their supply sources than for sellers, the Brexiteer United Kingdom and the Trump-Putinist United States, to find equivalent alternative markets. The soybean saga offers a broader lesson. In modern trade, control over supply chain nodes matters more than control over raw materials. Zhongguo Renmin Gongheiguo, the People's Republic of China, lost control of its crushing capacity in 2004 and spent 2 decades ensuring it would never be that vulnerable again. The American empire is now losing access to its largest export market because the Trump crime dynasty failed to grasp that once supply chains reorganize, they don't revert simply because tariffs change. By the time Bissett read that text message, the outcome was already clear. He was, in effect, reading the obituary of a trade relationship that years of misguided policy had systematically dismantled. The question now isn't whether it can ever be rebuilt, but whether American imperial policymakers understand why it cannot. Okay, so we've got a lot of incoming from our man Brendan, who points out, hey, I haven't been this insulted since the day I died. Yes, Ghost of Q disappointed in your lack of monster stories. Oh shit, that's cool. Yes, $40 billion to Argentina. Yes, $40 billion to Argentina. Yes, I know. Then he says, boo. Who's the guy in the boo suit? Yeah, and I guess that's one of the Argentine players or the like. Yeah, I mean, poor Brendan. He wants the supernatural. He can bring it to us when he shows up. Let's put it that way. He can bring it with him when he shows up. Though I feel it's important to stick with, the topics that are really with us tonight. We're like trying to tackle the shit that's really killing us, the really scary shit. Now, when it comes to all of this stuff going on with China, by my analysis, this story began 7 years ago, when Red China's rulers took stock of President Donald Trump, realized that a serious trade war was inevitable, and set about identifying and fixing their empire's vulnerabilities. They also studied America's weak points, in case they ever needed to exploit them. This foresight is paying off. Fast forward to today, and America is reeling at the realization that the Communist Chinese Empire of the East could seriously hurt it by weaponizing its dominance of rare earths, crucial ingredients in everything from cars to fighter jets. Its new rules not only restrict the export of rare earths, but also require foreign firms to seek a license to export rare earths obtained using Chi-Com equipment or magnets containing more than a trace of Zhonghua Daluren, or mainland Chinese, rare earths. As I myself have always exposited, Xi Jinping is trying to develop and enforce a new set of global trading norms on the ruins of the old liberal order. Roughly speaking, cross Hongzhonghua, or Red China, and it can paralyze your high-tech factories. So let's talk about the fight over rare earths. Point: rather than representing any strategic miscalculation, Red China's export restrictions on rare earths function as data gathering tools, mapping global demand and downstream dependencies. Point: despite American imperial tariffs and stockpiling efforts, Communist China on the Asian mainland maintains 90% control of magnet alloy production, while Gray Channel exports through Vietnam and Myanmar sustain trade flows. Point: Western allies remain unlikely to join anti-China coalitions due to their dependence on Chi-Com critical mineral intermediates for EVs, or electric vehicles, turbines, and robotics manufacturing. Now, a year ago, Scott Bessent was trashing the type of federal interventions he is now charged with helping to carry out. In a little noticed speech at the retro-conservative-leaning Manhattan Institute last year, Bessent lambasted the Biden misadministration's policies as inefficient central planning that drove up prices through the political economy, or the politicized economy of economic politics. He swung at federal subsidies for electric vehicles and argued that they distorted markets. Bessent labeled it as Bidenismo, a not-so-subtle comparison to the late Venezuelan dictator Hugo Chávez's socialist policies branded as Chavismo. Today, Bessent is joining other Trump misadministration officials in dictating that the United States government will now exercise more authority over the economy as President Donald Trump's trade war against the monolithic communist Chinese superstate re-enters a volatile phase. Beijing recently announced a rare earth mineral export ban that's more drastic than its initial version from the spring, with the latest restrictions affecting products containing even a trace amount of Zhonghua Daluren, or mainland Chinese material. They're supposed to take effect in December. Since Hongzhonghua, or Red China, enjoys a virtual monopoly in the refining of rare earths, the American empire cannot easily secure another foreign supplier. In response, the Trump misadministration is planning more government stakes in strategic industries. Stacked on top of existing equity shares, it holds them in 4 privately held companies like the United States chip maker Intel and MP Materials, a rare earth mining company. Price floors are also in play to ensure a predictable revenue flow for resources susceptible to global price swings. Thusly, Trump World is borrowing a page from Beijing's command and control economy, in which the state has a stronger hand with direct shares in firms and influence in their business decisions. Stan Veiger, as I was corrected, a senior fellow at the right-leaning American Enterprise Institute, observed, and here I quotest Stan Veiger, it definitely mimics that in its a much more interventionist approach than what we're used to here, with more state ownership of enterprises and setting price floors. I find it difficult to imagine this would stop with a very narrow set of industries. In other words, we're becoming Sovietized. We're Putinized. Bessent having said that Beijing will neither command nor control these United States. That function will be left to others like him, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and of course, the wannabe King Trump himself. The horizon for government intervention has kept expanding. Lutnick has suggested that the Trump misadministration should take a 50% cut of the revenue generated by university patents. He was the chief architect of the deal in which the federal government took a 15% share in Intel, rendering it a national champion of the United States chip industry. Yet more federal activity to spur more private sector investment in rare earths may be needed to diminish Red China's enormous sway in rare earth mining. Rare earths form through volcanic activity or other natural processes in Earth's crusts. They are often found in deposits mixed with other elements. So mining and refining them into separate elements that power everything from an iPhone to the cutting-edge F-35 fighter jet is time-consuming and expensive. Exemplare gratiae, the 2010 Zhonghua Daluren, or mainland Chinese rare earth embargo on the Empire of Japan, is a cautionary case study. The 7-week ban provoked panic in the Japanese industry, particularly for automakers who relied on Zhonghua Dalu, or mainland China materials, to assemble their auto magnets. Once the ban was lifted, a major Tokyo-based firm struck a deal with an Australian mining company to loosen Beijing's grip on the rare earth sector. The Trump misadministration is looking to Australia as well. It announced a new pact with the Australian government on Monday to kickstart rare earth mining ventures between companies in both countries. It's unclear how quickly the agreement will pave the way for the flow of rare earth minerals to these United States. In these United States, a similar reckoning among policymakers and the private sector hasn't happened until now. Emphasizing that the federal government can operate with a longer-term horizon for returns on its investment, giving it the ability to stomach price swings in a way that a private investor might not, Kanika Singh, the directress of innovative finance at the Milken Institute, has gone on record to observe, and here I quote as she, "The private sector has a very hard time financing innovations in the mining space because it takes a very long time to prove, and secondly, because of the commodity price volatility. For the time being, Beijing and Washington will point their economic cannons and threaten to fire. Each wants to remind the other of the damaging trade weapons at their disposal without provoking a more devastating trade war. For Trump, it's tariffs. For the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, it's a critical minerals embargo." Tim Keeler, a former official at the Office of the Trade Representative, who's now a partner at the law firm Mayer Brown, has concluded, and here I quote as T, "Each side sort of has an economic WMD, or a weapon of mass destruction. But each side's tools are so powerful, it's like MAD, or mutually assured destruction." Much could still go wrong for Hongzhonghua, or Red China, unless used with care. Its new tools of economic coercion could alienate its trading partners and send them rushing to find new ways to reduce their dependence on Chi-Com goods. But when foreign policy meets rare earth reality, Xi Jinping may appear to have miscalculated on rare earths, what with Red China's complex new rules taking on the entire world at once, and giving Trump an opportunity thereby, but to the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, its rare earth export controls aren't any miscalculation, they're industrial surveillance. The current trade confrontation between the American and communist Chinese empires may look like a repeat of the episode from earlier this year. Washington has rolled out sky-high tariffs, while the monolithic communist Chinese superstate has clamped down on the supply of rare earths. Many observers, reportedly including the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, expect the outcome will be the same as well. Markets slide, American manufacturers warn of shuttered factories, and the American imperial president Donald Trump backs down. Yet if Trump plays his cards right, Xi Jinping may find he has miscalculated. Several big factors that hurt the United States in the spring are now playing in our favor. For starters, the single-party state capitalist China's complex new rules will be far harder to enforce than its earlier restrictions. The global scope of those rules also means that this time it is Beijing, not Washington, that has escalated first, and done so by taking on the entire world at once. That gives the Trump misadministration a chance to build an international coalition rather than facing one itself. Meanwhile, one of the main drivers of Trump's earlier walkback, the United States bond market, is far more quiescent than it was in April. Alongside those advantages, the Trump misadministration and American imperial allies have far more effective responses than Trump's proposed tariffs, which will hurt the American imperial economy as much as Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China's. Plausible options include curbing market linen East China's techno sector, imitating or limiting actually low-value Chi-Com imports, and going after companies buying Russian oil. The real question is whether this misadministration will use those options out at all, or even come to think of them. Red China's new restrictions on rare earth sales come with a twist. Instead of simply controlling the export of rare earths from Zhongguo or mainland China, the move it made in April, Beijing announced that it will require a license for any cross-border sale worldwide. That means a distributor in France that resells mainland Chinese origin rare earth magnets to a United German auto manufacturer will need a license from the Chinese MOFCOM, MOFCOMM, or the Ministry of Commerce. Red China's new rules also specify that buyers tied to foreign militaries will have their applications denied, and companies producing advanced semiconductors will get extra scrutiny. Thanks to Chi-Com dominance in rare earth processing, China controlling about 90% of the market for turning rare earths into utilizable metals, its rules will affect a wide range of industries and consumer products. Rare earths are present in numerous defense systems, including fighter jets, warships, missiles, and drones. Permanent magnets are used to make all kinds of electronics, from everyday devices like air conditioners to more specialized equipment like industrial robots. Makers of weapon systems, electric vehicles, batteries, and telecommunications equipment are at particular risk. Why did Communist China announce these controls now? Commentators have offered two primary explanations. The first is that Beijing is aiming to gain leverage in the midst of trade negotiations. The second is that it was merely responding to recent actions by the Trump misadministration, including a change to the treatment of subsidiary companies on the United States export control list that it saw as a violation of the trade truce agreed to earlier this year. American imperial actions may have driven the specific timing of Red China's rules, but the scale of the response suggests a calculated escalation driven by a perception of weakness on the American imperial side. After seeing Trump rapidly abandon his global tariffs in April, Xi Jinping likely believes the United States cannot endure a prolonged confrontation. So Chi-Com negotiators have reportedly become frustrated that the American imperial side has so far refused to remove all tariffs and technology export controls. They may believe that by threatening supplies of critical materials, critical minerals, once again, they will bring the Trump misadministration around. Convenient as it may be for Beijing to argue that the United States broke the ceasefire, China's escalation was probably driven just as much by a desire to gain greater leverage over what it likely sees as a chaotic and reactive American imperial misadministration. As dramatic as the American imperial reaction to the new rules has been, the rules' bark may be worse than their bite. Beijing has a habit of announcing export control actions only to largely let goods flow anyway. In 2022, the Chi-Com government published a list of technologies it was considering controlling, including LiDAR, or light detection and ranging sensors used in self-driving cars, CRISPR, the clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats tools for gene editing, and equipment used to make solar panels. 3 years later, little on that list has actually been controlled. In 2023, Zhongguo the People's Republic of China, started requiring licenses to export gallium and germanium. And in 2024, it added antimony to the list. Yet exports of all three have continued. Some importers have periodically struggled to get licenses, but Beijing has seemingly used the requirement more to gather data than to block sales. Chi-Com policymakers have already begun to signal that they will be similarly flexible this time around. On October 11th, a spokesperson noted that the controls are not export bans and emphasized that licenses will be granted, although Western defense companies are likely to be shut off. For other buyers, the effect is likely to be more muted. On October 16th, a Chi-Commerce Ministry spokesperson said, provided the export license applications are compliant and intended for civilian use, they will be approved. Although the rules call out for chip producers, some chip companies have built stockpiles to cushion against shutoffs, and the elements controlled by the rules are less central to chip making than to other industries. The monolithic communist Chinese superstate will also find enforcing its new rules a tricky business. Earlier this year, its approach involved requiring a license for all exports of specific minerals, not trying to single out individual industries or track sales abroad. Resuming that approach, this time with truly global rules or regulations, will cause short-term chaos, but will also help unite the world against market Leninist China's tactics. A more targeted approach, on the other hand, risks being ineffective. Re-examine the American imperial experience with export controls. Although Washington has managed to keep specific advanced semiconductor manufacturing equipment out of Zhongguo or mainland China, it has struggled to fully enforce its restrictions on AI chips, which are far easier to hide than huge chip-making machines. Smugglers have funneled tens of thousands of chips into the country since Washington imposed controls in 2022. And Huawei has employed cutouts to order millions of chips from TSMC, Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company. Tracking and enforcing controls on rare earths and minerals in every country in the world will be a far greater challenge than monitoring sales of bulky AI servers in a single country. Now, Zhongguo Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, also lacks the global financial reach of American imperial regulators, making it harder to punish violators. In response to Hong Zhonghua, or Red China's threats, Trump seems to be rerunning his existing playbook. Jack up tariffs to unsustainable rates and hope that stress on the monolithic communist Chinese superstatic economy will push Xi Jinping to agree to a deal. That strategy was hardly a success last time, with Trump launching an unsustainable trade war on almost every country in the world, then rapidly backing down after stocks crashed and the bond market shuddered. With the short-term financial panic over, the Trump administration repeatedly signaled desperation to restart the flow of rare earths. Once the two sides reached a trade truce, American imperial policymakers then reportedly limited new actions on People's China for fear of triggering a renewed confrontation, one that then arrived anyway. Repeating that strategy is recipe for another failure. Beyond somewhat higher tariffs, the United States gained no fresh ground in that truce. Market Leninist China merely agreed to remove its new controls. At the same time, the American imperial side apparently limited its ability to control routine national security actions, from export controls to investment restrictions that the Biden and Trump misadministrations had both previously pursued without prompting dramatic escalation from Beijing. Unilateral tariffs are not likely to move Beijing anymore this time around, as they do just as much harm to the American imperial economy, and People's China has plenty of other escort markets. Luckily, Trump has a chance to take a smarter approach on the second go-round. At the strategic level, he has 12 things going for him that he didn't in the spring. First, the Communist Chinese Empire of the East, not these United States, made the big escalatory maneuver this time. And Beijing has repeated Trump's mistakes by going after the entire world at once. That should make it easier for the United States to build a global response with the G7, Europe, and other major partners such as India. The misadministration will have to shelve. The Trump misadministration will have to shelve its antagonism toward allies. But if it can get out of its own way, a coalition is there for the making. At the same time, the American imperial financial situation is healthier than it was in the spring. Beijing reportedly believing that Trump will fold if America's imperial ally market slide. But in April, it was the bond market, not stocks, that pushed Trump off his global regime. After Treasury prices fell sharply, the reverse of the normal pattern during periods of economic uncertainty, Trump backed down. After announcing the pause, he said, "The bond market is very tricky. People were getting a little queasy." Now, this time, while stocks slid on the news of a renewed trade war, yields on 12-year treasuries are at 3-year lows, and liquidity is high. If the bond market remains calm, Trump will have more room to maneuver. To use it wisely, he needs to demonstrate to Beijing that the United States and our allies can impose more short-term pain on the monolithic communist Chinese superstate's economy than the other way around. If market Leninist China is intent on deploying its rare earths weapon, Trump's best-known bet is to coordinate the American imperial response with the G7 and the European Union, while communicating what lies further up the escalation ladder if Beijing doesn't back down. Potential responses include restricting sales to major Chi-Com techno companies, which remain reliant on foreign suppliers, limiting imports of low-value Chinese or commu-Chinese goods, to threaten the export-dependent, Zhonghua Daluren mainland Chinese regional economies, going after Chi-Com firms that buy Russian oil, and threatening limits on the sale of advanced chips used in consumer devices, which Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, has but limited capacity to produce domestically. If Xi Jinping is betting that Trump will not be able to launch a stock market decline, These United States and our allies should demonstrate that the pain on the Chi-Com side will be just as bad. Shuttered factories, empty shelves, snapped supply chains, laid off workers. The trick will be to pick headline policies that can be traded away to reach a deal, while demonstrating to Beijing that future dramatic escalation by either side would be a mistake. If the misadministration could ever actually do that, the American and Communist Chinese empires may be able to return to a more stable phase of competition in which Washington can resume national security measures that were paused by the trade talks this summer without provoking an outsized reaction. People's China, for its part, will likely continue to explore new ways to pressure these United States while avoiding uncontrolled escalation spirals. In Finitione, Beijing's decision to prompt a global showdown, has handed Trump a chance to fix his broken China strategy. Now he has to take it. The communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping may have miscalculated by tightening export rules on rare earths, inadvertently handing the American imperial president Donald Trump a strategic opening. The narrative is tidy, almost cinematic. Beijing overreaches, Washington rallies allies, and global markets reward American resilience. But the reality, when viewed through the hard geometry of the critical mineral supply chain, is far less linear and far more inconvenient for Western assumptions. This is what brings us to the stagecraft of strategy. It isn't wrong to know that Red China's new export regulations, as codified through Red China's MOFCOM, MOFCOM, the Ministry of Commerce, measures on rare earth management, are sweeping and opaque. They do indeed make reinforcement complex and invite international scrutiny. But we miss the deeper logic of Beijing's calculus. These aren't mere restrictions. They're data gathering devices. Each export license application yields more critical intelligence on global demand, processing capacity, and downstream dependency. That's not a miscalculation. It's a mapping exercise. While Washington frames this as a trade commission, Beijing frames it as industrial surveillance. Control of flows isn't just about scarcity. It's about visibility. And visibility in 2025's critical minerals market is powerful. Now, going on to further examine, analyze, I would say, meanwhile, we cannot ignore the tariffs, the theater, the shadow market, the coalition illusion. How would I frame it? I'd say when it comes to the technology and technique of metal casting, that would be what I need to analyze next. Let me see if I can express that the way I do before the lads.
Trump's new 100% tariffs and proposed software export curbs have been positioned as evidence of American imperial leverage. Yet rare earths are not semiconductors. Stockpiles and substitution patterns blunt short-term pain. Even if the Pentagon rushes to build magnet stockpiles or fund domestic processors like MP materials and energy fuels, Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China's dominance ensures, it endures downstream. Beijing still commands over 90% of magnet alloy production and an even larger share of metal-making technique in disambiguation from technology. Meanwhile, we cannot afford to ignore what's happening quietly. A rise in gray channel exports through intermediaries in Vietnam, Laos, and Myanmar. Red China's restrictions are often less of a blockade and more of a pressure valve. These routes sustain trade flows while giving Beijing plausible deniability and leverage over pricing. So, this brings us to the coalition illusion. Xi Jinping's broad rules could unite the world behind Trump. But Berlin, Tokyo, and Seoul are unlikely to join a Washington-led embargo when their own EV, turbine, and robotic sectors rely on Chi-Com oxides. Instead of an anti-China coalition, we're seeing an alignment of silence. A pragmatic hedging that keeps Washington firms talking decoupling while quietly buying Chinese intermediaries. What's actually at stake? Well, this is less about a miscalculation and more about a long game. Zhonghua Renmin Gonghe Guo, the People's Republic of China, is weaponizing bureaucracy, not bombs. How do I explain that? By making every critical mineral shipment a matter of state permission, it institutionalizes dominance. Western policymakers mistake complexity for weakness. In truth, the monolithic communist Chinese superstate is turning paperwork into power projection. The real question isn't whether Xi Jinping overplayed his hand. It's whether the West will mistake policy theater for industrial strategy once again. For now, Communist China on the Asian mainland is showing that it cannot be pushed around, and that the people in the White House who dismiss its economy are weak and have grievously underestimated it. Via my own 59th to 60th birthday, Eve Day transmission, published 1.5 weeks ago, Red China's rivalry with America was one of several topics I exposed via the universally pervasive anti-intellectual ideology of Steve Bannon, one of the architects of the postmodern Judeo-Christian fallacy founded MAGA movement. In other words, why worry about this son of a bitch? All he does is lie. The problem is, Americans have minds that are so open that their brains fall out. And they've all taken to reading his shit like it was the word of fucking God. And what does he say? Well, basically, he says it's time to stop laughing that the Trump cultist Kevin Bannon
has been revealed for Trump's 2028 third term. A plot, an open conspiracy, where Trump serves for effectively, well, till the day he dies. I mean, did you expect Donald Trump to seek to get a third fucking term? One man certainly does. Stephen Bannon, the closest advisor to Donald Trump over the years, who bluntly brags that he is sure to be returned to occupy the White House again in 2028. Steve Bannon sets out in a remarkable video interview with The Economist magazine that the Constitution's prohibition on third terms would have to make way for the wishes of Mr. Trump. Supposedly, a plan has already been dreamt up to make that possible. The rationalization? Mr. Bannon claims that ordinary Americans are growing so angry with the state of the world that there is a strong risk of violent political upheaval. He speaks frequently of war. Only Mr. Trump, anointed by God in the bananical, well, the banatinical mass mind of 40% of the American electorate, it's preached by the bananitical mindset, 41% of the American electorate, that only Trump, as anointed by God, can deliver what the ordinary American needs. That's the best way to frame that. Now, the views of the maniacal Bannon are disturbing and undemocratic, but he evidently conveys what everyone Bannonized into the MAGA movement believes. The Bannon man is both farcical and extreme. At one point in his latest interview, he likens himself to Robespierre. Robespierre being one of the more mass murderous figures during the French Revolution. Which just goes to show you how bad things are. If some idiot thinks that that's something to emulate, you might as well be emulating Charles Manson. But such having been qualified, what Steve Bannon fails to admit is that Americans at large are deeply unhappy with their current president. Donald Trump loves to smash things up, whether the East Wing of the White House or institutions, and demonstrably doesn't care about the long closure of the federal government. Meanwhile, I myself finding it most alarming that a private donor will now pay the salaries of the American military officer class, ergo rendering them mercenary lords in allegiance unto Timothy Mellon. And here I provide you the New York Times story about the man who's paying your soldiers right now. Now, a donor-funded army isn't just illegal, it's patently dangerous. Okay, here we are into the chat room. I'll put that into the text box as well. There we go. And with that, as my late and sainted sire would say, we move on into the night. Now, President Donald Trump dropped the news casually at the very end of a White House roundtable this past Thursday, qualifying that the man preferred not to use his name. A friend of mine, he called us the other day and he said, "I'd like to contribute any shortfall you have because of the Democrat shutdown." Today, he sent us a check for $130 million. The money will go to the Armed Forces Commissioned Officer class while the government is closed. I myself am running out of synonyms for astonishing, but I hope that my fellow Americans are not running out of astonishment. This announcement is troubling in many ways, including the idea of a private individual funding our United States military, much less doing so anonymously. As allowed to stand, it will be the latest step on the road toward Congress's irrelevance and the elevation of a now monarchical presidency whose holder can be swayed by influence and bribery, but can never be meaningfully checked by public oversight. It's a maniacal proposition, but it can't meaningfully be checked by public oversight. Now, by the weekend, the New York Times had reported on the donor's identity. Timothy Mellon, a reclusive heir to an astronomical fortune. He's given millions to support Trump's campaigns, as well as to Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his children's health defense. Mellon's cousin, Richard Mellon Scaife, poured literal millions into seeking dirt on President William Jefferson Clinton in the 1990s. Timothy's grandfather, Andrew W. Mellon, was a businessman who became Treasury Secretary during the administrations of Presidents Warren Harding, Calvin Coolidge, and Herbert Hoover, accruing such power that a joke went that 3 presidents served under himself. He was the Henry Kissinger of his day. Even without knowing that context, you don't need a political science degree to understand why having wealthy individuals cutting secret checks to the president to pay the military is a bad idea. First, it makes the administration dependent on a wealthy person to function, which hands that person influence over the president. Second, despite the fact that Trump acts as though and seems to believe that the armed forces, along with the White House and the rest of the federal government, belong to and answer to himself personally, they do not. Funding the military via a private donor, not accountable to Congress, voters, or anyone, especially if they are unnamed, raises the specter that the military might really become beholden to the president. As a matter of fact, when you take a look at the way that it's set up, if Americans aren't paying the armed forces, then why should the armed forces answer to protect Americans? As a body politic, as a tax-paying electorate. And then what's to stop them from, what's to stop their might from being trained on the American people? Because after all, we're no longer their employees. Now, in this particular specific case, the donation won't really fund much, with CNN noting that $130 million is unlikely to make any meaningful impact toward covering salaries of the roughly 1.3 million active duty military troops, netting out to about $100 per service member. But the price tag could be enough to influence Donald Trump, who has openly solicited and received sums of money that look like a great deal of bribes. And that's one reason a law exists preventing this kind of thing. The Anti-Deficiency Act, a long-standing statute that prohibits federal agencies from obligating or expending federal funds in advance or in excess of an appropriation and from accepting voluntary services. I am not a barrister by profession, but that seems to pretty clearly describe the gift that Trump announced. The Pentagon confirmed this donation, saying it was permissible under the department's General Gift Acceptance Authority, and the White House has not provided further details ever since. Assessing how much that matters is difficult when the purportedly textualist Supreme Court majority has been so willing to discard both plain meaning and reams of precedent. The Anti-Deficiency Act isn't just designed to prevent corruption, it's designed to avoid giving excessive power to the executive branch. The act was created to prevent the president from grabbing the constitutional spending power from Congress, for example, by overspending through coercive deficiency, intentionally running out the budget at some agencies. Shutdowns have become more common in recent years, but they have also become somewhat fake. Most shutdowns are only partial. So-called essential workers, a subjective determination, if ever there was one, are required to keep working on the promise of back pay later, but administrations of both parties have also become adept at juggling money around to keep certain popular services going. That's why Republicans had the appetite to force a record-length shutdown in 2018 through 2019, and why Democrats were willing to start this one, which might break that record. When the executive branch can start messing around with the money in the way Trump is, it has started to control the purse. The results are bound to be aimed at punishing political opponents and rewarding allies, and the people with the least political influence are the ones most likely to get shafted up the ass. In this case, Trump is looking for ways to keep the military funded via public donations, but the misadministration is also conspicuously announcing that it won't use emergency funds to pay for food stamps starting on November 1st, as it had previously planned to do. That's a way to try to force the Democrats into compromise, but it comes on the backs of the poor. Beyond which, by denying the poor the ability to eat, as you remember my teaching Holly Kiefer about this in one episode, which we spoke about mass famine, as I saw personally in the Horn of Africa, starving people don't conduct desperation assaults, mass suicide banzai charges, but hungry people do. People are going to be hungry before they're starving. And while they're hungry, they're going to charge. Trump's strategy is to starve them out, and while they're charging, you kill them using the people that you still pay, the United States military. This is the terrible civil-military confrontation that I've been talking about. The food riots, the Hunger Games, which are to come, supermassive food riots in all the cities, is why Trump is militarizing deployment to the cities where the military, well, their orders will be to kill the hungry people. The starving people will later on provide no resistance. The starving survivors will provide no resistance. They'll just lie there and die. But in the meantime, the hungry people who are charging, pillaging, looting, the military will be sent in to kill them because Trump would say they're anarchists now. They're the harbingers of chaos. They're the enemy. From inside, the invasion from within. Ignoring the Anti-Deficiency Act is of a piece with the Trump misadministration's systematic effort, led by Russ Vought, the head of the Office of Management and Budget, the OMB, and the architect of Project 2025, to take all power away from Congress. Vought has endorsed impoundment, in which the White House simply refuses to spend money that legislators have appropriated. This is flatly illegal under a 1974 law, as even Vought himself acknowledges, but he believes that the law is unconstitutional and hopes to get the Supreme Court to overturn it. Trump also avoided notifying the public or seeking funding from Congress before raising the White House's East Wing last week, and he has collected corporate funds for the enormous ballroom he wants to build on that site. The misadministration is also trying to overturn a 90-year-old Supreme Court precedent that insulates many regulatory agencies from presidential interference. The best way to restrain the president, not just this one, but any future president of any party, from unchecked power is for Congress to actually assert the powers that it has. Republicans show no interest in corralling Trump. As he well knows, according to the New York Times, he has recently joked, "I'm the Speaker and the President." Democrats have little control in Congress, but they hoped a shutdown would place attention on Trump's power grabs and perhaps lead to limits upon them. As coverage of the Melonite military letter of marque and outrage over the East Wing demolition show, Trump's malactions are getting attention, but at the moment, he seems only encouraged to go ever further. After all, what won't Congress let Trump get away with? Now, before I answer that question, let's get over to our dear friend Brendan Zogit, who's sending in a number of text messages. And let's see here. Okay. Oh, wow. I need to download these. Delightful. Okay, here we are. All right. Nothing but hearts for all of these. Cool. And download at least 2 of them. Cool. How's this download? How about this? This download. Well, at any rate, at least they're on display. Thank you. They're wards to help keep us burning on bandwidth. Okay, now. See if I can go for another hour. Now, last month, on President Donald Trump's express orders, the United States military began carrying out a series of strikes in the Caribbean, blowing up boats suspected of moving drugs and killing a total of at least 27 people so far. Well, at the time that it was ongoing last month, it was 27 people in a single strike. It's half 100 by now. Beyond that, most certainly. Multiple news outlets reported that a strike on Wednesday of the week before last was believed to be the first one to even leave survivors. Although Trump has called the dead narco-terrorists, his misadministration has not provided any evidence to support that mischaracterization. Even pundits who defended extrajudicial killings during the War on Terror years, including Lawfare's Ben Wittes, National Review's Andy McCarthy, and John Yoo, the author of the so-called torture memos, have deemed these strikes illegal or legally suspect. Yet the American people don't seem particularly concerned. A recent Harris survey found that 71% of registered voters support destroying boats bringing drugs into the United States. And the strikes have prompted little public outcry. Perhaps this shouldn't be surprising. Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama meted out death without due process, even outside the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, inuring Americans to the malpractice. The Bureau of Investigative Journalism estimates that the Obama administration carried out 563 strikes in Pakistan, killing 384 to 807 civilians in Yemen and Somalia, respectively, in addition to any militants, of which there be scant evidence. So if, as Trump repeatedly asserts, narco-terrorists from the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua pose a threat to national security, simply killing them without due process might seem to many casual observers like continuity. This is what the United States did to men like Ayman Mohammed Rabai al-Zawahiri, so why not do it to men like Pablo Escobar? That presumption is dangerous. To kill needlessly when you could easily detain and prosecute is morally wrong. Ongoing lethal strikes will inflict carnage on innocents. Well, not just innocents as in innocent people, but on the innocence of us all. It will also sow hatred of the United States in our hemisphere as surely as the War on Terror drone strikes did in Pakistan, Yemen, and Somalia. And if Americans become desensitized to these killings as a routine tactic in the war on drugs, the threat to civil liberties at home and abroad is profound. Drug trafficking is endemic and will always be endemic in free societies. Every plane in the sky, every boat in the ocean, and every truck on the highway could plausibly be smuggling drugs on behalf of a dangerous cartel. If the president is permitted to blow up modes of transport on his suspicion of drug running alone, and without having to provide proof even after the fact about the identity of the people he has killed, the war on drugs will have rendered the Bill of Rights null and void. No one will be safe from a president's dictatorial power to kill anyone, sans evidence, arrest, or trial. You've just given Trump a 007 license to fucking kill us all. Any one of us, at any time. Trump is all too obviously misleading the public about whom he is killing. There has been no definitive accounting of the identity or even the nationality of the people who have been struck. Last week, the Colombian Presidente Gustavo Petro posted on social media that, to quote his T, evidence suggests that the last boat bombed was Colombian with Colombian citizens. But in a May of 2025 analysis of federal punishments handed out to the hundreds of people arrested each year for transporting drugs by boat, 3 Ohio State University professors proved that drug boats are most often driven by impoverished fishermen, not dangerous narco-terroristic kingpins, not by drug cartel dynastics. A typical crew would include a fisherman recruited for knowledge of the ocean, a mechanic, and an unskilled laborer to pack the bags, and only rarely are they even armed, with the professors having found that many are motivated by economic desperation or describe being forced to join smuggling crews under threat of death. Trump wants the public to believe that his lethal new precision strike tactics are surgically eliminating dangerous knights in a geopolitical chess game against drug cartels with his military-grade scalpels, when in reality his jackhammer tactics are guaranteed to kill only hapless pawns. Secretary of State Marco Rubio argues that the president has a right to eliminate immediate threats to the United States, but these targeted boats were all in international waters, many miles from America's coast. They posed no threat at all, in that the Coast Guard could easily have done an interdiction, and certainly no immediate threat. Some of the boats didn't even have enough fuel to reach the United States mainland, as reported on the scenes by the United States Navy itself. At times, Trump defends the strikes by arguing that the ends justify the means. In a speech earlier this month, he said, "You know, it's a pretty tough thing that we've been doing, but you have to think of it this way. Every one of those boats is responsible for the death of 25,000 American people and the destruction of families. So when you think of it that way, what we're doing is actually an act of kindness. We're so good at it that there are no boats. In fact, even fishing boats. No one wants to go into the water anymore." How is that a good thing? People are afraid to fish for their livelihood or to feed their families is somehow a triumph? Is this the end point, the objective of his war? A form of Stalinist mass starvation? In this telling, killing drug runners is such a good deterrent that no one wants to move drugs by boat in the Caribbean anymore, or even do their daily fishing. And the deaths, as well as the unintended consequence of fishing villages being afraid to seek food, are worth it to stop drug fatalities in these United States. I'd land my coin on the side of the Latin Americans than all the white trash taking these drugs. But the idea that these strikes will even save tens of thousands of American lives is beyond dubious. Fentanyl isn't even reaching America via drug boats in the Caribbean, which mostly traffic in cocaine and marijuana. And even most cocaine reaches America by land via organizations based in Colombia and Mexico, rather than the hapless Venezuelans the United States is now mass targeting and massacring. If Trump is trying to stop the flow of drugs, blowing up rather than interdicting boats might also be counterproductive. Typically, United States Coast Guard patrol planes, cutters, and helicopters identify and intercept vessels suspected of carrying drugs, most commonly small, open fishing boats with outboard motors. When drugs are found, they are seized, and those on board are arrested. A 2025 Department of Homeland Security Inspector General report noted that intelligence collected during such interdictions offers insights into transnational criminal organizations. Officers search cellular phones, radios, thumb drives, computers, global positioning systems, electronic navigation systems, and encryption devices, accumulating intelligence and clues such as drop-off locations, call records, or phone numbers to further the investigation. Detainees not only share valuable details about the organizations that hired them, but also establish links to higher-level narco-traffickers that enable future extraditions. Information the state finds so valuable that prosecutors frequently give lighter sentences in return for cooperation. Even to a ruthless utilitarian, killing rather than capturing alleged drug traffickers has big downsides. If the official reasons offered for these strikes don't check out, is there a different agenda at work? The New York Times and the Miami Herald have suggested that Trump's policy is really about undermining the regime of the Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro, who already has a $50 million United States State Department bounty on his head, with the Herald writing that the objective is cutting off the drug revenue that sustains loyalty among Venezuela's senior military and police commanders. Based on 4 sources, NBC News reported on September 26th that U.S. military officials are drawing up options to target drug traffickers inside Venezuela, and strikes within that country's borders could potentially begin in a matter of weeks. Trump recently acknowledged that his misadministration had authorized the CIA to carry out covert actions in Venezuela, and said, "We are certainly looking at land now." The Spanish newspaper El País reporting that Venezuela is training its civilian population in case the United States attacks. Now let's take a look at the latest incoming message from our dear man, Brendan Zoget. Evil Waymo strikes again. Kit Kat mascot killed by Waymo. Kit Kat, 9 years old, was found dying in the street on Monday night or early Tuesday morning. Numerous friends and neighbors said the cat was hit and killed by a Waymo autonomous vehicle. Neighbors up and down 16th Street are mourning the loss of Bodega Kitty, the Bodega Kitty that was known across the Mission District. Kit Kat was a staple of Rhonda's Market, go-to for many starting or ending their nights at the bars near 16th and Valencia Streets. On Tuesday evening, some 15 people gathered round an altar outside Rhonda's at 3131 16th Street near Valencia Street. Passers-by paused as they walked by to pay respects. Some embraced Kit Kat's owner, Mike Ziden, in a hug. Ziden, for his part, said it was still too soon and too painful to talk about the accident. That's no accident. Your cat was killed by a Terminator. I'm sorry, this is hideously funny, but it'll be a child soon enough. Then will people finally pay attention? Well, yeah, actually, they get more attention by killing an animal than they do a child in America. Such is the perversity of American nature. I can't even call it human nature per se. Such having been qualified. All right. Regardless of what is motivating Trump, these mass killings are a civil liberties nightmare. If he is fighting the drug war, he is doing so in the manner of a Latin American strongman, not a president. When prosecuted under the laws that Congress has established and sentenced by judges and juries, no individual, let alone a low-level mariner or mechanic, has received the death penalty for mere drug smuggling without any related homicide. American courts regularly distinguish between leaders on drug runs and mere crew members with little knowledge of or even involvement in what's on board. giving longer sentences to higher-level traffickers and repeat offenders, differentiating a poor fisherman whose wife is being held hostage by a cartel from a narco-terrorist who chose a life of violent crime would seem to be morally obligatory when deciding what punishment to give in any system of justice. But it is impossible if you blow them all up as a matter of course, subverting the role of the judiciary in crime and punishment. And Trump is, in fact, pursuing regime change in Venezuela. He is doing it in a way that subverts our Constitution, which vests our Congress with the power to declare war, even when a foreign regime is as appalling and abusive as the one that holds power in Venezuela. The precedent that Trump is setting threatens the rule of law and everyone's rights everywhere. And while the average American must never be forgiven for becoming inured to extrajudicial killings and for not knowing who actually pilots drug boats in the Caribbean, our criminally complicit Congress is truly responsible for stopping the president from violating the laws that it passes, transgressing against the Constitution, and wantonly massacring civilians in a precedent towards totalitarianism, which would probably suit most of these ignorant Americans just fine. Whether Trump himself could shoot a man on Fifth Avenue without losing any voters, as he himself has always boasted since 2016, remains an unsettled question. But so far, he has vaporized more than 20 times as many innocent civilians, half 100 times by now on the high seas. What will Congress let him get away with? Because the boat strikes are just the beginning. What the Trump misadministration is portraying as a narco mission is about a whole lot more. The United States is preparing for war in Venezuela, with more American imperial military firepower heading into the Caribbean as Trump escalates his anti-Maduro rhetoric. The videos of carnage on the open seas have by now become almost routine. A small, fast-moving boat skips along the waves. Seconds later, it erupts into a ball of flame after munitions flying too quickly to be seen on camera strike their target. By the end of the short clip, enormous clouds of smoke fill the screen. After one such airstrike last week, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth described the 4 people on board, who were alleged drug runners, the way the United States once depicted Al-Qaeda operatives. They are, in Hegseth's telling, combatants, foot soldiers in a foreign terrorist organization that is seeking to poison our people, and who therefore must be eliminated by any means. Hegseth so writing, "These strikes will continue until the attacks on the American people are over." I mean, really? Really? Heather Holman says, "Hi, Douglas, you're doing great." There we are. So let me give kisses to our lovely Heather. And I have to find the kiss first so I can give it to her. There I was. Okay, here we are. Kisses. Love you, Heather. There we are. Oh, at Heather. There we go. At Heather. There we go. Love you at Heather Holman. Then go back up there and give her an adoring heart. Okay, and 3 exclamation marks. And away we go. All right, then. So, with all of that being qualified, as a naval aviator, Alvin Halsey trained to conduct missions that required precise targeting. For years, his job was to fly helicopters over potential targets and, using radar, radio detection and ranging, and other detectors, assess whether they posed a threat to these United States. If so, he had to determine whether to launch an attack. On September 2nd, Halsey, now an admiral leading the United States military's Southern Command, was put in charge of a mission unlike any that has ever come before. The United States was, without any warning or any attempt at interdiction, striking suspected drug boats in the Caribbean Sea. As confirmed by defense officials, early into the mission, he privately raised concerns to Pentagon leadership about the operations, which have now struck at least 10 suspected drug trafficking vessels that the United States redefined as terrorist, killing half 100 people. Halsey's complaints led to a tense meeting with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, after which the 37-year Navy veteran announced that he planned to leave his post this month, less than a year into what was supposed to be a 3-year tenure. The Pentagon has not responded to my requests for comment on Halsey's departure. Since then, the strikes have only escalated, even as the legal questions around them have yet to be answered. According to Hegseth himself, there was another strike into the weekend, this one killing 6. And during the weekend itself, the Pentagon announced that the USS Gerald R. Ford Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, a multi-ship force staffed by as many as 5,000 service personnel, would travel from the Mediterranean to the Caribbean, the Pentagon saying that the intent is to bolster U.S. capacity to detect, monitor, and disrupt illicit actors. The ships, which were currently on a port visit in Croatia, are taking just over a week to sail onto range, their movement being the latest indication that what began as a campaign to pick off alleged drug runners as they ply the seas in small fishing vessels is evolving into something far larger. The American empire hasn't sent this many ships to the Caribbean since the Cuban Missile Crisis. There are already roughly 6,500 sailors and Marines in region, operating from 8 Navy vessels, as well as 3,500 troops nearby. Once the Ford arrives, the United States will have roughly as many ships in the Caribbean as it used to defend Israel from Iranian missile strikes this summer. The Carrier Strike Group also provides far more firepower than is necessary for the occasional attack on narco-trafficking targets. But the ships could be ideal for launching a steady stream of aerostrikes inside Venezuela itself. Brian Clark, a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute and retired Navy officer, has gone on record to say, and here I quote his T, "The only thing you could use the carrier for is attacking targets ashore, because they are not going to be as effective at targeting small boats at sea. If you are striking inside Venezuela, the carrier is an efficient way to do it due to the lack of basing in the region." As United States military assets in the region have accumulated, the misadministration's language about deposing the Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro has grown more threatening. A person close to the White House told Semaphore Outlet this week that the misadministration would cooperate with Congress on its plans for military action only when Maduro's corpse is in U.S. custody. For about 12 months, the flotilla of American warships in the Caribbean has kept Venezuelans in suspense. The White House calls it a counter-narcotic mission, but Latin American analysts see it as a regime change operation. Some Trump misadministration officials hope that the threat of attacks on Venezuelan soil, coupled with the drumbeat of strikes at sea, will be sufficient to force Maduro to flee, making a direct campaign to remove him unnecessary. Among the aims of the strikes is to prompt military defections within the regime. Defections which could, in turn, lead to its demise. During other Venezuelan political crises, including 2014 and 2019, there have been prominent defections. But this time, the regime has held together, so far at least. Elliot Abrams, who served as special representative for Venezuela during the first Trump misadministration, has openly observed that the anti-drug mission has been a pressure campaign to see if the regime will crack. The idea is that officials will say to themselves, Maduro will fall, but I don't have to fall with him. Under condition of anonymity, another senior misadministration official has attested that sending a message may be enough. The pressure that is going to be applied will be immense. None of the strikes has landed in Venezuelan territory, either at sea or on land. All have been in international waters. Maduro, an autocrat who stole last year's election, has written letters to His Excellency Trump pleading for de-escalation on the grounds that they are birds of a feather, both a couple of dictators who stole their elections with the help of Vladimir Putin. His having laid peace offerings in the form of oil and riches at the White House's doorstep having no effect on Donald Trump, who's a man who has everything. But the one thing Maduro seems unwilling to do is relinquish power, because he's of a like with Donald Trump. And it doesn't look like anyone in his government will make him do so any more than anyone's making Trump do so on our side of the water. And so earlier this month, the Trump misadministration told its last diplomat in Venezuela to pack his bags. Maduro is not the only target of Trump's ire in region. The Presidente of Colombia, Gustavo Petro, started complaining this month about the Caribbean strikes, claiming that they had taken the life of an innocent fisherman. On Sunday, Trump accused Petro of being a drug leader, the same accusation he's made against Maduro. On Tuesday, the American military struck a boat close to Colombia's Pacific coast. Petro, far from seeking a de-escalation, went on Univision to invoke Freud and ruminate about genitalia and machismo. At the end of the interview, he called for Trump to be ousted. Whatever he opts to do, Trump isn't planning to consult Congress before acting. On Saturday, after 2 American bombers flew near Venezuela's coast but stayed over international waters, Trump seemed particularly resolved, declaring, in his own words, "There will be land action in Venezuela soon. I'm not going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country, okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead." I can't believe this son of a bitch. Even reading his quotes, it's like, God damn. How can people allow him to talk like this? Now, although the American empire has designated those who have been killed in its airstrikes to be combatants, the misadministration has not provided any evidence whatsoever to either Congress or the public of the threat they posed to these United States. When Twa people survived a strike last week, the United States chose not to hold them. which would have led to a court hearing at which a judge would have ordered the misadministration to provide legal justification for the strikes. Instead, the United States released them to their home country. Hegseth called the decision standard practice in warfare. Warfare! In other words, we are at war. The unending... Let's see what Brendan has to say here first. Brendan points out centrists and far right level in the Dutch elections. The centrist party, D66. Like Doug, 1966. I was born in 1966. So D66 is Dietrich 1966. It's even like Vampire Hunter D. They're even like using my name and birth number. And Far Right Freedom Party, PVV, are neck and neck with 90% of votes counted. A projection showed the vote would signal a weakening of the PVV, which had come in first. And anyhow, everyone is a centrist now because you're plagiarized. Why do you even bother to put that in quotes? There's no quotation marks needed. I'm plagiarized outright. I'm like, yeah, this is outrageous. And yeah, everyone's using my terminology now. I am, oh man, this is like this. Well, I guess I've just got the best ideas. Yeah, nobody else can come up with my shit. Now, let me see if I can come up with enough energy to finish my expositions. Taking a look at live stream and yeah, Brendan said that they'll claim I'm the plagiarist. Yeah, that's about the size of it. Yes, I mean seriously, this you can't win. All right. So, in this unending news cycles since the 2016 presidential campaign have obscured many of its particulars, but actual issues were debated in that race. Trump's pledge to end American imperial involvement in foreign conflicts set him apart, not just from Democrats, but also from other Republican contenders. Night after night, his rallies, Trump thundered against American involvement in the forever wars of Iraq and Afghanistan, and pledged that, if he were elected, he would not put United States troops in harm's way. The escalation of pressure on Venezuela coincides with the ascension of Marco Rubio within the Trump misadministration. Early on, isolationists such as Vice President J.D. Vance held more sway with the president, but the Secretary of State has kept accumulating jobs and power within Trump's orbit. Rubio has long loathed the Venezuelan regime, and while still in the Senate, he began quietly undercutting American economic ties to that nation and the misadministration's own diplomatic efforts. But he did not make the case to Trump with arguments about democracy or human rights, causes that the president has never embraced. Instead, he made it about drugs. That pitch dovetailed with the hawkish immigration plans being embraced by the powerful White House aide Stephen Miller. Rubio's approach worked. The misadministration has cited vague Article 2 powers as legal rationalization for their strikes, their lethality strikes, as Hegseth would call them. And Rubio has made the case that the attacks were legal because Maduro was no longer considered a head of state, but rather the head of a drug-running terror operation. In other words, like they claimed with the Nazis, they are not recognized. They are a rogue state, a criminal state. not recognized by a new United Nations. And so on social media, Hegseth wrote, "These cartels are the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere, using violence, murder, and terrorism to impose their will, threaten our national security, and poison our people. The United States military will treat these organizations like the terrorists they are. They will be hunted and killed, just like Al-Qaeda." When consulted by the mainstream mass media machine, all of the military experts familiar with the misadministration's malpractice agree that the United States doesn't appear to be preparing for boots-on-the-ground invasion like the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, concurring that it's more likely the misadministration is gearing up for a push-the-button, watch-things-explode operation, like the strikes against nuclear facilities in Iran in June. Among the potential targets being considered is infrastructure used by suspected narcotics traffickers. But such a campaign would not be without peril for the troops carrying it out. Since the strikes began, Venezuela has already flown F-16s over American destroyers operating in the region. During any attack in Venezuelan aerospace, United States pilots would likely come up against Maduro's aero defenses. Analysts differ over how much of Venezuela's aero defense is fully functional and maintained, or I should say fully maintained and functional, but they are in consensus that its military has a network of anti-aircraft batteries, multiple aero defense units armed with cannons, and numerous portable aero defense systems. The military also has a sophisticated long-range missile system capable of shooting down aerocraft and ballistic missiles, warning that even if the strikes lead to defections and eventually the fall of the regime, multiple pro-government armed groups in the country could challenge a new government and contribute to a bloody outcome that would look something like Libya after the 2011 fall of Muammar al-Gaddafi. Geoff Ramsey, the Venezuela expert at the Atlantic Council, a Washington-based think tank, has gone on record to say, and here I quote his T, "I think, ultimately, what you need is a way to channel the enormous pressure that Maduro is under towards a peaceful, democratic outcome. And I think you can get there without firing Tomahawk missiles into the country." Now, during the Arab Spring, Trump had initially said that he supported NATO and American imperial intervention in Libya. But as instability followed, he shifted his position. During the 2016 presidential campaign, Trump said that Libya would have been better off if Gaddafi had stayed in power. That year concluding, in his own words, "I was never for strong intervention. It's a total mess." Now, in light of ordinary Americans reckoning that Trump's handling of the economy is going badly, he seems to have rediscovered his interventionism. It's speaking volumes that he is ultra-sensitive at being reminded of Ronald Reagan's dismissal of the use of tariffs as a mistaken, short-sighted policy, with that reminder coming in the form of an advertisement aired in America and sponsored by the Canadian province of Ontario, quoting Reagan's own analysis. In retaliation, Trump is raising tariffs on Canada by 10% amidst the fear of depression. He's polling steadily worse as his presidency digresses. His net approval at minus 17 points is the lowest of his presidency. U.S. consumer confidence fell in October for a third straight month on darkening views about the future, given the 1-2 punch of a slowing economy and weakening labor market. Data out Tuesday proved the Conference Board's gauge fell to its lowest point since April. A measure of expectations for the next 6 months fell in October to 71.5, the lowest level since June, while a metric of present conditions only increased. Confidence remains stuck below levels seen last year as Americans worry about their jobs and making enough money just to get by. Job growth has significantly slowed, and inflation has now risen to 3%. Meanwhile, uncertainty is rampant due to President Donald Trump's trade war, his chaotic tariff threats, and the fact that most of them are patently illegal. As for the horizon, expectations for employment have also softened. A greater share of consumers expect fewer available jobs in the next 6 months, and their outlook on income prospects are less positive. Many, it turns out, know a recession has already arrived. Per Stefani Wicherd, a senior economist at the Conference Board, consumers' write-in responses were led by references to prices and inflation, which continued to be the main topic. References to U.S. politics were up notably, with the ongoing government shutdown mentioned multiple times as a key concern. And yet the aforecited Stephen K. Bannon insists, like all the authoritarians I've ever spraketh about or reported on in Asia and Africa, that the public is clamoring for the leader to be handed yet ever more power. Last week, Steve Bannon predicted, for the record, that Donald John Trump will serve an unconstitutional third term. On Monday, Trump opened the work week saying, "I would love to do it. I have the best numbers ever." I have an update on those numbers, Donnie. They're not the best ever. Far therefrom. Still, I have lost count of how many times someone, myself included, has doubted President Donald Trump. But while he may love to troll and exaggerate, I no longer doubt his ability to follow through. For months, he has been saying that he will be able to run again in 2028, and this time Americans must assume he is seriously looking into how to do so. Trump hasn't always sounded so open to another term. During a May 4th, 2025 interview on NBC's Meet the Press, he told his hostess, Kristen Welker, that while many people had been asking him to run, in his own words, "It's something that, to the best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to do. There are many people selling the 2028 hat, but this is not something I'm looking to do." Fast forward to October, and thinking seems to have shifted. Aboard Air Force One, he told reporters, "I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever." Pressed with a follow-up question, he continued, "Am I not ruling it out? I mean, you'll have to tell me." And just like that, historians and constitutional law professors started spiraling. This is where political pundits and commentators jump in and say that Trump is just trying to distract us. The biggest story of the week is, and should be, the ongoing government shutdown, which threatens pay for millions of federal workers and SNAP benefits for tens of millions more Americans. And it's true that the 22nd Amendment clearly prohibits a president from being elected more than twice. But then I listened to Trump's and Steve Bannon's open conspiracy, and a chill went down my spine. The 22nd Amendment does not ban Trump from running for office. It just prevents him from being elected and holding office. Does this sound crazy? Absolutely. But does it sound like something Trump will do? Also, most certainly. Trump has been blowing through constitutional norms ever since he took office in January. He signed an executive order seeking to end birthright citizenship, a right guaranteed under the 14th Amendment. His misadministration has framed tariffs as one of its signature policy achievements, yet the Constitution explicitly gives Congress the power to impose tariffs under Article 1, Section 8. And then there is Trump's decision to deploy the National Guard against United States citizens, a move that multiple courts have found violates the Posse Comitatus Act. All of these cases are now on their way to be heard by the Supreme Court, but it has become clear that the courts can barely keep up with Trump's orders. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court's paleo-reactionary majority has already given the president several wins, and by all evidence is completely in favor of expanding the authority of the office of the president infinitely. And our man Brendan says they are all Masonic underlings, including Drumpf. Indeed. He says they can command populations as they wish. And yes, unfortunately, yeah, he says paper be damned. Yes, quite so, unfortunately. The president, meanwhile, has surrounded himself with sycophants, minions, and cronies, so creating chaos and disruption in our electoral process doesn't feel like it would be tremendously difficult. Now imagine Trump running, becoming the Republican nominee, and declaring martial law for days, months, and eventually years. I'm not just asserting it will happen. I'm confirming that it's been rendered inevitable. You don't move into the White House, knock down an entire wing, and build a 90,000 square foot ballroom for the next guy. Yet here is a slightly more hopeful observation. It may be that one factor that lies behind the rise of populists in recent years is beginning to wane. My exposition thereof, via mine own 59th through 60th Birthday Eve Day transmission published 1.5 weeks ago, also touched on whether America is at risk of civil war and the possibility of Donald Trump serving an unconstitutional third term. It all makest for alarming, confounding, and compelling reviewing, so makest certain to do so, and upvote it while you're at it, because the killing of Kirk has nudged America closer to another civil war. Now look at our man Brendan here. Dad, Brendan, you come on at 11, we'll go there. Right now, Brendan says, anyways, tell me about werewolves, witches, fae, all these little emoji, mermaids with a roll of the eyes. He's got the angry kitty face, Darth Grumpy Cat. I mean, look, that's adorable, but oh my God, come on now. We're stuck in we're headed towards a potential fucking civil war, for Christ's sakes. It's like, it's not even potential. It's inevitable. Because many experts concur that the United States is closer today to civil war than at any time since its first American Civil War for rights in the 1860s. What could be scarier than that? That conflict between the federal northern states and the Confederate South over the issue of slavery killed more Americans than all our foreign wars put together, including the 12 World Wars, the Korean War, and Vietnam. Today, our nation is as deeply divided as it was then, with the Russian-fronted MAGA-surgency that twice propelled Donald Trump to the White House by mass accusing the woke Antifa left of being Nazis, thereby turning university campuses into scenes of conflict rather than seats of learning. The surgical excision of the paleo-reactionary provocateur and internet mass influencer Charlie Kirk while he agitated at a university in Utah last month has sent tidal waves of rage across our nation and brought the United States face to face with the reality that a society armed to the teeth with lethal weapons is on the brink of an internal war between fellow Americans. Donald Trump's former White House chief strategist, the ultra-Zio right-wing ideologue Steve Bannon, who heads an activist outfit frankly named the War Room, declared unambiguously in the wake of Kirk's murder, "We are at war," while Trump himself ever again denounced the terrorism of what he calls radical left-wing lunatics and vowed to crush it all. The president presumes to take the killing of Kirk very deeply to heart, not only because the victim was a personal friend whose turning point campaigns among the young helped him win the presidency, but also because he poses himself as the man who so nearly became the 5th U.S. president to die by an assassin's bullet when, in a practice pantomime for the Kirk termination itself, from back when a lone sniper firing from a rooftop in Butler, Pennsylvania in the summer of 2024 impossibly pinpointed the president's ear while being promulgated as having killed a member of his audience. Trump's farcical "fight, fight, fight" rally cry, but seconds after that misshooting, and the image of his face streaming with strawberry syrup, encapsulated his determination to wage war on faux left violence, and was a major factor in his second victory in the presidential race last year. So has there ever been a case when a single XPD, or expedient demise, like Kirk's killing sparked a real civil war? By prescient coincidence, next year sees the 80th anniversary of just such a murder, which was the spark that set España, or Spain, on the Iberian Peninsula of Europe ablaze, and triggered a full-scale civil war there costing 500,000 lives. The country was deeply split between extremes of left and right, as we are today, who were at that time and in that place, like the well-armed American extremists, all too prone to settle their political differences with guns. Tit-for-tat assassinations between fascist and socialist gunmen were a daily occurrence, and a hard-fought election had recently narrowly put a left-wing Popular Front government in power in Madrid, the capital of España. One such political murder of a member of the left-wing police force called the Asalto Guards by right-wing gunmen provoked the victim's comrades into seeking bloody revenge. They decided to overreach and kill the leader of the conservative monarchist opposition in the Spanish parliament, the Cortes. In British terms, this would be like members of the Met's firearms unit taking it upon themselves to kill the leader of the Tory party. On the 13th of July in 1936, a van load of asaltos set off through the streets of the Spanish capital, bent on kidnapping and killing Jose Calvo Sotelo, a former finance minister who in his most recent parliamentary speech had proudly proclaimed himself a fascist who would save España from an orgy of violent anarchy and restore order and tradition. The armed assalto squad abducted Sotelo from his apartment and drove him away. Seconds later, the policeman sitting behind the politician fired a bullet into his head, killing him instantly. The police killers then dumped his body at a local cemetery. Calvo Sotelo's murder shocked the Spanish right into action. The country's leading generals, who up to then had confined their anger at the Popular Front to professional tolerance, activated a full-scale conspiracy to raise the army in revolt, take over the country by force, and shoot anyone who opposed them. Days later, on the 18th of July, the coup d'etat, the stroke of state, was put into effect, and all over España, army garrisons rose in rebellion against a government that they knew was leading the country to its doom. The coup d'etat was successful in many towns such as Seville, Granada, Pamplona, and Cadiz, but in España's two major cities, Madrid and Barcelona, the militias and trade unions of the communists, socialists, and anarchists fought back, armed themselves, and massacred the rebels without mercy. España was thus split in twain, geographically as well as politically, and the next 3 years saw a fearful bloodletting that drew in the outside world to take part in the slaughter. Hitler's Germany and Mussolini's Italia sent men and planes to help General Franco's nationalist rebels, while Stalin's Russia and communist volunteers organized the International Brigades, weighed in on the Republican government side, along with Franklin Roosevelt's so-called Lincoln Brigades of communist Americans. Many of the 500,000 dead were civilians murdered behind the lines on both sides, rather than soldiers killed on the battlefields. Merely to have voted the wrong way in the last election would cost victims their very lives. Bishops, priests, and nuns were killed by the Reds, while workers and peasants suffered the same fate in nationalist zones of control. On the Red left, the Republic was further fractured by a civil war within the civil war between Trotskyites and anarchists on one side versus Stalinist state communists on the other. As the communists, aided by Stalin's secret police, gained control of the shrinking Republic, Franco's firepower, helped by his Nazi and fascist friends, finally gave the nationalists the upper hand. In the spring of 1939, Madrid and Barcelona fell, and the war ended. Franco's dictatorship ruled España for the next 35 years until the dictator's death. When civil war does come to the United States of America, it is unlikely to resemble the Spanish catastrophe, with conventional pitched battles between professional armies and cities bombed to rubble in aero raids. Much more likely is the scenario pictured in Alex Garland's miniseries Civil War, as streamed yesteryear, in which roving bands of armed vigilantes and criminal gangs battled each other and casually killed anyone who got in their way. America, after all, was built on and lives by gun law and random violence, and looks all too likely to die by it as well. Okay, I took us to 11. If Brendan comes on, we'll have a little bit more. All right, Pixie Princess Star Fox has joined us. Oh, love you, Pixie Princess. And, let me put that in all caps. Honestly, I took us this far, and now we've got great numbers for a Wednesday night. I really want to stay on and provide a service to the public, but can't do it without fiscal assistance. So I need your help. Everybody, by all means, provide what help you can. And that means financial aid. So by all means, everybody out there, your contributions are required. And with that, unless Brendan comes on in the next few minutes, then he put on the Halloween special. Yes. Well, put that into the chat box. I'll put it into the chat box. There we go. He says, I've heard this one too many times. Yes, that's cute. Yes, it's everybody upvote that. Let's give people the link. Here we are. And I'm pretty much burnt. Unless you're coming on, Brendan, I don't think I'll be able to talk too much longer. All right, let's get this link into the live stream. Then we're all just waiting on Bren. Okay, there we are. And that should also work in the text box. Well, he put it in the text box. What am I saying? At this point, I'll take Slenderman. I've spoken of that too. Dude, I was one of the experts. You remember that? And so, okay. Well, so, if Brendan comes on, we'll chat a bit more. She says, Daddy, if you want. She says, yes. Thank you, Pixie. Okay. Now, almost as an incidental aside, Putin has finally pushed Trump too far and will potentially pay a price. But far more importantly, Volodymyr Zelensky was hosted by His Majesty King Charles at Windsor Castle. Now, a work week span of time ago, Volodymyr Zelensky said that Ukraine wanted the United States to stay involved in efforts to end the war. So let's provide everybody a link about that into our chat room and into, of course, our text here where our call is being held. And there we go with that. And this is where Trump has pivoted yet again, like the piece of shit that he is. Now, this, as I said, about a work week span of time ago, Volodymyr Zelensky said that Ukraine wanted the United States to stay involved in efforts to end the war after a meeting of Western allies in London that took place without Donald Trump, sans his presence. As for himself, Donald Trump finally responded to Vladimir Putin's refusal to compromise in his attacks on Ukraine and imposed sanctions on 12 Russian petrogiants, or two big Russian giant oil companies. Putin has enjoyed toying with Trump, most recently over the idea of a second face-to-face meeting between the pair, but Trump has finally lost patience. The maneuver could prove highly significant, but this will need to be followed with further action to change the course of the war. While the West has been generous in supporting Ukraine since Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, their financial assistance can be used only for non-military purposes. Instead of deploying aid this way, foreign donors must directly fund defense spending, because Russia's aerospace violations prove Putin is at war with Europe. Putin seeing Ukraine as part of a larger struggle with Europe. Putin is embarking on a hybrid Fourth World War, and all of Europe is his focus. Europeans must, in reciprocity, declare that Europe is at war. The Russo-Ukrainian war is expected to continue for at least 18 more months and expand across the continent. The great Putin-Trump mid-August circus in Anchorage, Alaska, was never to have a reprise in Budapest this week after all. The plan fell apart even before the festivities began, and it has fallen apart for the same reason that the Alaska summit turned out to be a dud for Donald Trump. Russia is not giving up on its maximalist demands for a peace deal on Ukraine. Surrender by Ukraine, demilitarization plus denazification, whatever that fucking means, and a pro-Russian puppet running Kiev, the capital thereof. After a very positive 12-hour phone call with Putin last week, Trump sent Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, to arrange with his opposite number, Sergei Lavrov, to meet in Budapest yesterday, as dated October 28th. Trump and Rubio proposed a ceasefire on the present battle lines in Ukraine with some swap of territory, and this could lead into long-term peace talks. Lavrov said there could be no ceasefire before a full peace agreement, and this must address the root causes of the conflict, meaning Ukraine must surrender and give up the dream of joining Europe through European Union and NATO membership. Russia's intensifying incursions into European airspace are often described as acts of hybrid war. The implication is that while conventional war rages in the Ukraine, with the Russian military directly targeting Ukrainian civilians in acts of mass murder, Russia's war in Europe remains in the gray zone. It is psychological shadow boxing intended to degrade Europe's resolve and motivation. But this distinction is misleading. It is better to think of the war in Ukraine as a single war, with different levels of prosecution. If nothing else, Russia's aerospace violations prove that Moscow makes no sharp distinction between Europe and Ukraine. Analysts must abandon this distinction if they hope to understand Russia's thinking, and European states must abandon this distinction if they hope to gain lasting advantage in a war wherein the battle for Ukraine and the hybrid campaign of disruptions across Europe are but two aspects of Russian strategy in the waging of a singular conflict. Because the war in Ukraine goeth on, and now it will expand to a wider hybrid conflict across Europe, with probes by drones and fighter aircraft across NATO allies' aerospace, a continuous cyber onslaught. The more deniable, the better, probing and disrupting vital energy and communications infrastructure. Vladimir Putin got what he wanted from the phone call with Trump the week before last, just as he got what he wanted from the truncated summit in Alaska. Putin persuaded him to abandon any thought of supplying Kiev with medium-range Tomahawk missiles, which was Zelensky's main request when he visited the White House on the Saturday before last. In Alaska, Putin achieved world recognition. He was out of isolation, but didn't get sanctions lifted, and there has been no enforcement of the new ones from the United States ever since. It's a crude stalemate on the battlefront at present. Pokrovsk, as of the time of my hosting transmission, is not in Russian hands, though this has been claimed for nearly 18 months now. Ukrainian cities, homes, and energy facilities are being blasted almost nightly, and more air defense missiles and artillery are urgently needed. Weather has played a tricky role and at times has proven decisive. Armored vehicles cannot cope with heavy mud churned up by autumn rains. The rains have also brought heavy cloud cover, hampering deployment of tactical drones for both sides. Both the Russian and Ukrainian forces are bleeding heavily, with Russia at times losing 1,000 soldiers a day. The total of killed, maimed, and missing for Russia since February of 2022 now appears to be in excess of 1,100,000. Ukraine is finding it hard to raise recruits, provide adequate reserves, and allow battle-weary troops time for recuperation. The Ukrainian front line is reported to be porous in places. Ukraine, however, is winning a physical and psychological advantage by its continuous strikes against Russian water and energy supplies. Putin feared America sending Tomahawks because of their range, accuracy, and payload. This could cripple the main gas and oil supply system 1,500 miles into the Russian Empire. Long-range drones and missiles are reported to have hit nearly 40% of refining capacity for domestic gasoline and some diesel supplies, albeit the military is believed to have large reserve facilities. Petrol rationing is widespread. Exports of gas and oil have been cut to thirsty markets like Pakistan. Deep winter threatens oil freezing and then bursting pipelines, since it cannot be kept moving because pumps have been blown up. Tomahawks, almost a figment of propaganda imagination, they may not be decisive after all. Ukraine is building its missile industry, among them the long-range Flamingo ground attack missile. Denmark, the Netherlands, and Wdy102925, the new United Germany, are developing drones for Ukraine and for themselves, with Bloomberg analysts concurring that the Ukraine is becoming the world's drone Silicon Valley. The United Kingdom is co-producing drones through its Octopus program. Last week, sans any hyperbole, the Defense Secretary John Healey alarmed Putin ranks Britain as his number one enemy. To the all too many in the cabinet office who wouldn't agree and instead choose to believe that both the Russian threat and the importance of Ukraine are overblown. Last week, a panel of Ukrainian experts meeting at King's College London warned about what they see as a common misconception throughout the United Kingdom about Russia and the Ukraine. Led by Yulia Ozhmolovska of the GLOBSEC, or Global Security Foundation, they reported that their research proves most Ukrainian experts believe the war will continue for at least another 18 months, with the ambassador Yuri Ladny, who has served several Ukraine presidents, explaining, and here I quote his T, "But you have to understand that Russia sees this as being about Russia, and not just pieces of territory. It's about the idea of Russia, and that it should be central and dominant in Europe." Duly noting that the Ukraine is part of Putin's forever war, when the analyst Michael Kimmage of the Kennan Institute in America observed that Russia's airspace violations show that Moscow makes no sharp distinction between Europe and the Ukraine, the veteran Ukrainian diplomat Yuri Ladny explained, "Russia is embarking on a hybrid campaign of global proportions, a hybrid World War III, you might say. Trump thought he could talk to Putin about money and real estate and repeat his Gaza story on his path to the Nobel Peace Prize. But for Putin, it's about the Russian Empire itself and his own personal destiny, with the doctors Domitila Sagramosa, who leads on Russia and the Ukraine in King's War Studies Department, concluding, you also have to realize in negotiating with Russia, for Russia, what is ours, and what is yours is always negotiable. Ergo, Ukraine needs a victory-first aid strategy. Since the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire's full-scale invasion in February of 2022, the Ukraine has received $145 billion in international financial assistance. While this support, generously provided by partner countries and other donors, has been immensely valuable, it has come with strings attached. The most significant restriction is that these funds can be used only for non-military purposes, such as healthcare, education, and public servants' salaries. Consider the World Bank-managed PEACE, PEACE, the Public Expenditures for Administrative Capacity Endurance Fund, which provides financing for government salaries, including ministry staff, teachers, first responders, and healthcare workers, as well as pensions and other social services through the state budget. With this civilian-focused approach, the Ukraine's Western allies have sought to avoid the Kremlin's ire, because they're all afraid of Russia's nukes, which are all a fantasy anyway. But deploying aid this way only encourages Russia, while also creating distortions that undermine the Ukraine's war effort and generate needless waste. Exempli gratiae. In September of 2024, the Ukrainian parliament was forced to increase the state budget by around 12%, or 495 billion hryvnia, that's about 12 billion United States dollars, to cover military expenditures. In July, the Ukrainian government further raised defense spending by around 400 billion hryvnia, and October 21st, it allocated more than 300 billion hryvnia in additional financing for the defense ministry. At the same time, the Ukrainian government recently allocated more money to school meals and other social programs. And since October of 2024, it has spent 4 billion hryvnia on a rebate program for domestic products, a project with an unclear economic impact. While this money constitutes a small portion of overall expenses, it could finance around 276,000 basic FPV drones. These drones being a weapon which now accounts for 80% of Russian losses. Various reports prove that Ukraine uses only 1/3 of its drone production capacity, owing to limited funding. With direct financial support from foreign donors, Ukraine could quickly increase its drone output, thereby blunting Russia's assaults. It would also send the signal that Ukraine's will to fight is backed by a robust financial lifeline from the West. These measures would make the war more costly for the Kremlin and may even motivate Russia to engage in genuine peace talks. Instead, these budgetary developments illustrate how the constraints of the current foreign aid structure create perverse incentives. To make international assistance for the Ukraine more efficient, we must recognize trois facts. First, defense is the most important spending item because all other considerations, from social programs to reconstruction, depend on the continued existence of the Ukrainian state itself. Second, the war-ravaged Ukrainian economy can never keep pace with Russian military expenditures, which totaled $149 billion in 2024, compared to Ukraine's significantly smaller $65 billion. Given this, the Ukraine's partners must support military spending rather than social programs. After all, bolstering Ukrainian defenses protects Europe's security, and the Ukrainian army imposes the most forceful sanctions on Russia that put Trump's petro gesture to shame. Ensuring
So are they going to get technologically enhanced vampire soldiers or what? Because this is lame.
Dude!
Like, we need freak chips. We need to design freak chips and shit for the Ukrainians then if it's getting out of hand like this.
Yeah, well, describe to people what freak chips are from the Helsing franchise.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they're the Millennium Organization's, technology to make vampire soldiers out of people.
Yes.
Zombies. Yeah,
Cool.
But, if all the Nazis are in Ukraine, why aren't they making freak chips? I mean, this is boring.
Let me give my adoration.
Instead, we're in this like dystopian shit where they just blow up the nuclear fucking reactor. It's like just pointless.
Oh God, yes. No, it's awful. It's awful. I mean, Putin's captured a nuclear reactor at Zaporizhzhia and threatens to put it into meltdown. He's holding all of Europe hostage with that because all the wind would blow the rads over to Europe. Are you safely back in the warehouse?
Fuck no. We're getting worked to death. Don't you hear the chains of the devil and shit over
there? Oh my God, you poor kid. Well, I mean,
But I think I'm officially quitting because you didn't do the special. So you lost another, lost another one.
Man, blame George Knight. Like I said, he had me so backed up. I've got to tackle this stuff now while it's still hot. Dude, it's like, and they finally didn't knock me out tonight, so I've got to take advantage of what I can.
Oh my God. Well,
you understand?
I'll talk choices. We all make choices in life.
Well, we'll get back to it Sunday. How's that? Sunday, I'll talk about that shit.
Sunday, that's a whole nother month. What are you talking about?
It'll still be Samhain, the Celtic New Year. It'll still be the Celtic New Year, right?
Yeah, but still. Anyways, we'll talk about it later. I think you've done enough damage.
Before you go, let me get this response from you. Give me a second while I acknowledge these two lovely ladies here. Heather Holman and Pixie Princess in order of their appearance. And let me give them the little hard eyes cat head and okay. So let's show you this because this is fucking funny as hell. Let me see if I can get this up here. Let's go with where is it? See if we can find it. Waymo. Here we are. Definitely wanted your response on this.
You see that dirty Terminator clanker fucking kill the cat? What a piece of shit.
Yeah. Yes. Here. But look at this. Okay, let's do a screen share here for you. And are you on the call? You're on the call. So let's do this. So screen share. Can you see the cursor moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Look at this one. Futurism. Are you prepared to die in a Waymo?
Holy fucking shit. They sent that directly to you as a taunt.
Yeah, they sent that to me as a taunt.
Shit.
Why did it disappear? It just disappeared. Where did it?
I saw it at any rate.
Yeah, but here we are. Let's open it. Here we are. Are you prepared to die in a Waymo? And look at this. The future is a Waymo casualty. Anyhow, so Waymo CEO says society is ready for one of its cars to kill someone. With a small Waymo CEO.
It already has.
Yeah. She says, we don't say whether, we say when. Well, she's smiling. Believe that shit?
Oh, yeah, look, she's happy. She loves when the plebes are getting taken out by the robots and shit. Yeah.
And she's a black woman. She's a black woman, for Christ's sake.
Ain't black. She's white as a ghost.
Yeah, on the inside, maybe. Yeah, but dig this shit. Yeah, it's like Waymo robo-taxis are...
She's literally in black and white, like a ghost. She's not even...
Yeah, good point. Yeah, it's like... but
half these people are like AI generated at this point. Everything going forward is going to be all fake and shit.
That might be true. She maybe not even exist. They just said, "Oh, let's make this black bitch."
Right.
What's his name? Michael Aquino used to call an NBA a nigger bitch avatar just to make it look like they're DEI and shit.
And it's like, you could tell they're like practically AI characters when they're like so mixed that they're like ambiguous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. They're
it's
coffee.
Like,
they're coffee.
She could be anything. She could be from Fiji, Madagascar, fucking Black Africa.
Yeah.
She could even be like Southern Chinese. Who the fuck knows?
Yes. It's absolutely bizarre. Yes. Or of course, what is that? Dravidian. Also potentially Dravidian even. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
Scott.
What's that?
You just got like...
Yeah, it glitched. They glitched us.
Yeah, I'm getting glitched, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you just have 1950s glasses where everyone that looks slightly ethnic is like dark as fuck. Like they have like a little bit of tan, and you're like, oh, they're ethnic and shit.
Oh, that's funny. Oh my God. So
yeah, it's everyone's a centrist now after you said it.
It's like
It's like you're like a fucking, like a Mobius strip or a Klein bottle.
yeah.
It's like because you plagiarize something, it's you plagiarize yourself from the past into the future and shit. You're like a Klein bottle.
Yeah.
Ideas.
Yeah. Thank you.
Like the second you say it, then somehow you plagiarized it according to RKC, but then at the same time you're the first one to say it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a paradox. You're like a fucking paradox of shit.
No wonder the Evanescer was interested in me. Dr. David Lewis Anderson wanted to know my secret.
You wipe his time cone. You're like, but it's just, how is it that you say something and then everyone's a centrist now? It's like it's almost laugh worthy.
Oh, it's awful. It's so frustrating.
All these countries, centrist government. It's like that wasn't even a thing like a couple days ago.
Thank you.
How do they have time to organize a whole government?
It's the memo went out. It's the memo went out. It's all thanks to the fucking Grokkopedia now and shit. They all looked it up.
Crazy. So yeah, there you go.
Oh, well, thank you for that update. And glad I was able to show you what they say about the Waymo killing and shit.
Yeah, are you ready to die by the AI bots and shit? It's like, what? Why even try to sensitize people to that? It's like so people don't come after them and shit later.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
Just progress. It's progress. It's like, no, they're supposed to make it safer, not kill you by accident.
You would think that would be the idea. You would think, but not with these clowns.
And then it killed like the neighborhood's like mascot cat. I mean, isn't that sick?
Yeah,
it's almost deliberate.
Oh,
it's almost satanic.
Oh yeah, of course. By the way, we want to thank Stephen Myers, who sent 60 United States dollars. We love you, Stephen. So Stephen Myers sent 60 US dollars, and we wish you the best and hope your mother's still alive, dear Stephen. So he's out there in New York.
Boycott Doug until he talks about cryptids.
Oh God, don't give people any ideas. And great, Trump's ordered the Pentagon to restart nuclear testing. Like how does that help anybody? What is? Oh God, they're going to create more mutants.
What about the steampunk? Did you tell people about the steampunk?
No, tell them about that. Trump.
Yeah, who was it? Was it him or Hegseth? What? Basically, they authorized the Navy to use steam power. It's like, really?
Yeah, that's him. It was Trump himself said that. Yeah,
like steam power. Come on, like what is this? Like steampunk? They're really gonna pull steampunk out of that's the future.
It's because you know why he saw the fucking AI of steampunk and he thought that was much more impressive than any of the shit we got now. He says, "Damn, that shit looks impressive." Yeah, yeah.
And on a side note, isn't the nuclear already steam powered? It's like it's just a different. What is this point? What do you mean steam powered? The nuclear reactors. Isn't that already what it does?
Yes.
It like heats up water and shit. Then what the fuck? What is he talking about? Putting coal in submarines? I mean, that's just a bomb. He's just making a bomb.
Yeah. Well, he's
none of it makes sense.
He's out of his fucking mind. He's out of his fucking mind. It's
gonna be like Jules Verne and shit. We're gonna get like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
He probably thinks that would be an advancement, but then again, we've had it on this very show where George Knight came on and said, "My PayPal's broken," on record on this show, and it's like, okay, yeah, how what does that mean? Is it like a Maytag washing machine where you have
mine is too. That's why I never give Doug money.
Yeah.
I can't cash in all this gold to give you, Doug. It's just sitting on it, It's just,
but I guess, yeah, but I mean, to say that to people, look, I live in the 20th century. I'm a creature of the 20th century. I was born in the 20th century, but my sensibilities are actually more like the 19th. I'd be far more at home with a carriage and horses than I would with an automobile. But even I understand that PayPal is digital, that it can't be broken. In the sense that I guess he thinks it's like an ATM machine, like it's part of his computer. Oh, the PayPal part of my computer is broken, Doug. Yeah, that killed me.
Yeah, I thought I told you about that. That's why I can't help you anymore.
Yeah.
But it's broken.
Well, come on. There must be something you can say safely in your work environment. You can go off on something. Come on. There's like...
Oh no, it's situation critical. This is we're not going to talk about work for months or even years until all the lawsuits clear. Let's just leave it at that. Yeah, so I can't be caught saying anything from this point forward. It's great. I had a great time. I did all my work. I polished the floor. Everything's great. I love it.
Yeah, don't forget to say that about Trump too. I love my president. He's the best president.
Yeah, I do. What do you I love the way the Japanese prime minister treated him. I mean, he was he made us look great. I mean, he's shining. He's just glowing. He's glowing over there. And the South Koreans gave him a crown. I mean, he's just...
Did they really?
Gotta love him.
Did they?
Yeah, they gave him a replica of a historical Korean kingdom crown.
Jesus Christ. Man,
in gold. It was pure gold.
Man, everybody's sucking his ass. It's like...
oh, they know how to play him like a fiddle.
Yes.
They played a fiddle.
Yes.
And then it's like the same bullshit they used with when the Japanese surrendered. He said, "I'm forcing the Koreans to trade with us for $400 billion." That's how well my trade policy is working. So it's the same shit they did to the Japanese with the so-called peace treaty.
Yeah.
They said, "We're forcing you to trade with the West."
Yeah.
Sell your goods to us at a profit, you evil Japs. Yeah. That's literally what that thing says. Like it's some kind of punishment.
Oh my fucking God, that's funny. So this way he could, claim he won something. It's like, no, it's...
Yeah, but the Koreans, like their whole economy's pegged on us, so
of course
it's just gonna help them.
Yeah, of course.
How do you think they can afford a gold crown to give this idiot?
Yeah, no
I mean, my beloved president.
Oh, all right. No, that's incredible.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about it. I'm just gonna join the Secret Service, or the domestic service. We'll see what happens.
But by the way, for those of you who didn't catch it, it was I thought it was on a different episode, but Brendan is probably correct. I'm certain Brendan is correct. It was at the very beginning of that episode where George Knight came on and spent 7 hours and killed my ability to cover anything topical right after Charlie Kirk and Irina Zarutska were killed and the Israelis had bombed Qatar, a neutral nation. When he came on, he pretty much opened the show by saying, they're hiring now. I'm considering working for MI5 or MI6. And it was just such an odd way to start that program, but he said it on record, and it was just really strange. And then everything kind of went downhill from there, where I'm on 10 minutes, just here 10 minutes, and then he dragged it on through 10 hours, and so that's the joke that our man Brendan is playing on. But by all means,
no, I love my president enough to join. It has nothing to do with the $50,000 bonus.
Hey, how about this one? You like this? Yeah, the Japanese women are doing so well, they don't need no foreign men. So Gaijin Pop Blog says, this week, dating tips for foreign women in Japan. I think they're trying to tell white guys how to date foreign women in Japan, because no white guy in Japan will be able to date a Japanese woman because she doesn't need any.
No. It's the other way around.
Oh, getting foreign woman to...
if you're a chick, if you're a chick from another country,
how to hook up with a Japanese guy. Got it.
The Japanese guys won't touch you. They won't even look at you.
Interesting.
And then if they do date them, I watched like a few shows on this on NHK. Yeah. Even if they do date them, they're like, they're expecting like, a Japanese level of wife, and then these people are all degenerates and shit. So.
So there we go.
Yeah. See what he says?
Yeah.
See what he says.
Wondering how to meet men in Japan? From apps and meetups to avoiding the wrong guys.
What they mean by that is just a traditional dude that wants you to cook for him.
Okay, I got it. Here's how foreign women find dating opportunities. Oh my God, that's adorable. That's cute. He looks pretty pissed off. I don't know, why does he look so angry?
That's what they mean. That's what they mean. Yeah, there you go.
Oh my God. So we go
Yeah.
over to the Gaijin pop blog. That's it's like trying to figure out how to meet men in
What is
Japan.
he saying here?
He says trying to figure out how to meet men in Japan can feel like a minefield. And even if you meet guys you can communicate with, you want to be sure they aren't just chasing foreign women or seeing you as casual arm candy rather than relationship material. It's like, man, if you think they're bad over there. Yeah.
Who wrote this?
Well, let me see. Who wrote this? Somebody named Rachel Crane. We can check her.
Oh, it's a chick. Okay, I was gonna say it's her. There
Yeah,
she is.
yeah, that's her. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's salty because Japanese guys wouldn't touch her with a tempo.
She's British. Yeah.
Yeah, but she's got a Japanese fetish. Look at her credentials.
Yes.
She's a Brit with a master's degree in Japanese studies. I mean, like, really.
Yes, there we are. Yes.
And then she goes over there, and none of them will talk to her. So she's writing these articles. Why won't they love me and shit? Yeah.
Oh,
At least I can go over there and just not be in that delusion.
Yes. And she insists. She says, "Yes, I also got non-pod," meaning asked out in the street a few times too. There you go. So.
Yeah, but non-pod. Those are like fucking gangster kids. Those aren't like people with jobs. She doesn't put the caveat in there. Those are like street thugs that come up to foreign chicks and are like, "You want to fuck? You want to fuck?" That's all they say. That's what So look it up. You'll see if you go to like Roppongi or something. There's like a bunch of Japanese like thugs or whatever you want to call them, like color gang kids trying to hit on foreign chicks.
Oh my God, that's funny.
And they just basically, I mean, it's like a type of rape. They just like come up to you and don't leave you alone until you fuck them. Basically, that's what they think is gonna happen.
What they hope. Yes, that's there we go.
So she's trying to say like it's a flex. It's not a flex.
Well, got nothing against her, but all I can say is it's cute. It's cute. What she wrote is cute. And so aside from that, you sound like you're holding up pretty well. Tell people how you were up for all day. You went without sleep for a full day, at least 24 hours, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm working like 7-8 days a week, as the Beatles song goes. Like, it's fucked up. So here it is. So nanpa is a Japanese term for flirting, where strangers come up to you in a public place, most commonly men approaching women, in a form of street level flirting that is considered sleazy. Yeah.
Well, doing that is considered sleazy anywhere, I would think.
It says young men in their late to mid-teens to mid-20s engage in nampa in high-traffic areas, subway stations, Shibuya, especially known for this, and it's a numbers game. So these are like Andrew Tate clones, just fucking asking people. Yeah. So there you go.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, well, thank you for checking in with us. And anything else that you think we should be paying attention to on the domestic and foreign scene? At all?
I mean, yeah, of course, there always is, but I'm burnt, and it sounds like you're burnt.
Yeah, I'll just finish up with Ukraine and end the stream. I'm gonna finish up with Ukraine.
Oh God.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's necessary. It's necessary, and that way we. Yeah.
Well, here's something right up your alley.
Sure.
Since you're like basically Quagmire come to life, France redefines rape in a new sexual consent law.
Oh, how so? How so?
Yeah.
How so? Come
on. Let's see. It says freely given in form specific, prior, and revocable. Silence or lack of reaction cannot be inferred. So there you go.
It sounds pretty.
You can't agree to it and then get drugged like this lady. The lady they named the law after, her husband drugged her and then sold her off to some dudes.
Yes.
For like, yeah. So, which is obviously not good.
Pellico.
But
Pellico law. The Pellico law.
yeah, the Pellico. Yeah, Pellico.
Go on.
Is that right? Damn, you studied this shit, like, just in case you're ever caught. Huh? Yeah, let me see. Is that really? Yeah, Pellico.
Yeah. I look. I spoke of it in my last episode, my latest episode before tonight. I talked about that in some depth.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't listening, so yeah. There you go. But okay, so you already know about this. So they officially redefined the law, which kind of is alarming. Like, French law was that loose about rape. I mean,
yes. It's
They also don't allow paternity tests even to this day, because they're all like fucking incest and shit in the countryside.
Yes.
All in the city.
And so Pixie Princess Starfax says, liked you till now. She's giving us the puke emoji. She's giving us the puke emoji.
Oh,
liked you till now.
Liked me or liked you? Because yeah, I mean, we always made the Quagmire joke for years.
Yeah.
It's basically based off of you. I watched some Seth MacFarlane thing where he said he based it off of 1950s radio announcers. That was the Quagmire voice. That's where he got it from.
Yeah, and so there we go with that. Also, we've got a message in the
same shit you grew up on, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. Oh, anyhow, we've got a message in the Infinite Call, so it's that's I'm not going to read that out loud. Anyhow, Heather Holman says, thank you, Stephen, for your donation. So I hope you hear that, Stephen. There we go. And but basically for the
oh my god, when it's letter sized, we know it's bad news.
They always write letters. They write essays.
When it's a tome,
they write essays.
Yeah, many blessings. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's but that's what Holly Kiefer was saying. She said they're all right till they're not all right, and then they make that hard right turn. She calls it. They turn on a dime, and then you get the essays. Then the essays start. Yeah.
I mean, it's become a formula at this point, but
yeah.
I'm writing my essay. Just wait. Bitch. I'm gonna bitch you out for like 3 days. Vampire scum fucking got me poisoned and then cursed and shit. Yeah, it's coming. You'll get a long one. Like, it'll show up in book form. Yeah.
Oh, at any rate, so the well, I won't let myself be distracted by that because that's the intent. And
well, I have to go into a shop before they close,
okay.
And so I'm gonna have to go. But
do me a favor, just check in with me. I should be finished up with Ukraine in basically a few minutes, and then when you get back to the warehouse, see if I'm still on.
Well, I'll try to check in because it looks like there's a lot of people like scouting out the parking lot for people with groceries because shit's about to get cut off.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Like, it's gonna get to the point where I'm gonna get mugged just buying a pizza and shit.
Yeah, no, seriously.
So I gotta be cautious.
Just be really careful loading your groceries, people. So yeah.
Well, it's gonna apparently after the 1st, it's just gonna be a free for all. All those people. And the funny part where they were saying, did you see that thing I sent you earlier? Where it was like, this is the map of Californians that are, 5 million Californians that are losing their SNAP benefits, and it was all the red counties.
Oh yeah, I didn't get to look at that. All
the red counties had 21+%.
Oh, of course.
SNAP benefit, like people in the population receiving SNAP, and people in the comments were saying, those were all the libs that moved out here during COVID.
Oh,
it's like, no, it's not, dude. I know. I've been out in those counties. Yeah. They're all people on welfare.
No, all the people.
White people.
Yeah,
White people.
Yeah, all the people who voted for Trump are welfare whites. They're all welfare whites, and so it makes perfect sense. I mean, now that you describe it,
I sent you multiple of those. Remember those people on those financial podcasts?
Mm-hmm.
And I've sent you like 2 or 3 different people where the guy's like, how do you make money? He says, I get $4,000 from disability. From what? From the VA.
Of course.
Like what?
Oh,
And he
it's
still can't
outrageous.
manage his money.
Of course.
Like,
It's outrageous.
holy shit.
Outrageous.
If I was on 4,000 a month for free, I would manage it just fine.
No, you and I, we'd be in fucking pig heaven. We wouldn't just manage, we would be like, we'd probably kill ourselves with various forms of indulgence. I mean, it's not even that you would blow it on drugs. It would simply, we would oversupplement ourselves. We'd probably go too far in the opposite direction with pursuit of healthy trends or something.
Well, I mean, we won't turn into Liver King or something, but
no. But you know what I mean. It's just
yeah.
But
shit, it's like it's such a pipe dream. I can't even imagine.
Yes, seriously.
Sitting on my ass, turning into Daryl James. I have 4 houses.
Oh yeah, that son of a bitch. Yeah.
It's like, why don't you rent out a room? Oh no, I'm gonna buy another house. Rent this one.
Yeah. No, it was, he didn't want to rent any of them. He had a house with multiple bedrooms, something close to the 5-bedroom estate of Peter Moon. He had like 3 or 4 extra rooms, and I said, why don't you rent some of them? And no, I wouldn't do that. I just want the house for myself, and I want to buy 2 or 3 more. Which I said, to rent? No, to live in. Just, move, like, so he could just spread out more, I guess, in each one through dimensional portals or something. As he got increasingly overweight, he'd actually bleed off into different dimensions, so that he'd require several houses to store the fat. So there you go.
That's just shocking. How is that even possible? I mean,
just the way these people operate.
It must be the 190 IQ. Sorry, we can't discount the poor guy.
Yeah, that son of a bitch. Yeah, that the IQ claim was out of this world. So at any rate.
Yeah, Doug. Maybe if you had 190 IQ, you'd be getting it on the moon with all those Vril maidens and shit.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, if only I had, paid more attention to math like my mother wanted me to. She did love math. She loved math, and
so
I should have listened to
you.
her.
Fucked that up too. That's why she was so pissed.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I came by, she was like, "He's a failure."
Yes. Oh, yeah. Well, I alluded to that, but I didn't go deeply into it in the last episode. So we can go into that and do another one if you remind me, maybe Sunday or some other time.
They're already putting up memes. Grokopedia is a dark reflection of Wikipedia. As if Wikipedia is like this bastion, like, bro, it's not Encyclopedia Britannica. I mean, they're trying to say it's some kind of cultural bastion. It never was.
No, of course not. It's a bathroom wall. Yeah, go on.
Sacramento Police. They're pushing these ads on me now. Sacramento Police Department, 140,000 a year.
Go for it.
Plus 26%.
Go for it.
Jesus Christ. To do what?
Just go for it. Who cares?
To beat up people in the streets? I mean,
they're going to need it at this point. Yeah, you know why Sacramento's hiring? Because the food riots are coming. Just like I said, Trump's, getting everybody prepared for the food riots and shit.
Yeah. I mean, but realistically, it's only 40 million people, and there's more guns than that.
Yeah, well, of course. But still, it's like... just go for it anyway. Fuck, with what you're getting paid, it's worth the risk. You get paid, profit is directly proportionate to risk. You're just a prison guard, except in a different kind of prison. By the way, I guess that essay was written. I guess George Knight's finally writing his book.
Oh, he got more words in for that than the book, probably. But I mean, in my caveat, I didn't read the thing, so yeah. So
no, I can't understand. Why do they expect us to read that? Why do they send these essays? It's like, do they expect us to sit?
It was impressive seeing Daniel Arola, the brain damage guy, write. Like, he was writing books.
Yeah.
He said, Doug at T-1 hour said this, and Doug at T-2 hours said this, and it was like. It was huge. It was like a tome. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, for him, yes. It's like, but what? Why? And that was the big thing with Lena Shea when she went through this. She sends the essay, these letters, and it's like,
She was sending emails. She sent multiple emails, like disproving you. And
yeah. But when she was saying them to me, she was saying, "Did you read it?" Because she had this like 1 reason, 2 reason, and she had it like Daniel Rolla. They start numbering, they start doing all that. They start numbering, and it's like, so do they go to like a special place where they're programmed for that? Because they have never written like that in their entire life. They've never.
And this was before AI. AI.
Yeah. It was pre-AI. They've never written like that in their entire life. But then they suddenly start, doing the subtext where like they're trained to write an essay where you suddenly write the point 1, point 2, point 3. Like they went to a journalism school all of a sudden. And even though they suck at it, they're following a format that you realize they've just learned. So it's like, where do they go for that training? It's like, it's got to be like they're taken to a rendezvous site or something. Maybe where Daryl, what was that guy's name again? Daryl James? It was Daryl James. Yeah, they go to the moon or something, or to that. Oh, that spot in England, like you said, where Daryl James said the massive hidden base.
There was a hidden base. There's not shit there.
Of course not. But it's like
it's all picturesque and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, they wouldn't waste their time digging the fucking sea cove out.
Yeah,
for Kino's secret base. Yes. It's like it was like fucking like he was in Hydra and shit. He had a secret base,
Yeah,
in the most inconvenient spot on Earth for a secret base.
Yes, that's right.
With grocery store doors that fucking
Yes.
you like walk through it.
Yes.
Yeah, and also, what if he could write this whole thing? Why didn't he just say it? I mean,
he's
kick him off the call or something.
Well, he's obviously still on the call. He renders himself inaccessible, on Microsoft Teams because he never looks at what I send anyway. He doesn't look at what I send.
Like I said, I'm not judging because I haven't read it, I probably won't read it. But
I mean, honest to God, I'm not into that level of self-abuse. It's like, for one thing, it's like, I've already explained my side of the story, and I think I'm backed up by everything I say by what's on record, by what was said on record, which is like a highly altered state is what most people concluded when they reviewed that episode. Most people agreed that, he seemed to be in a highly altered state. And the fact that he wouldn't tell me ahead of time.
Who, you or him?
I wish I'd been. I wish I'd been. But he was disingenuous throughout the episode by saying, "Oh, I'm only going to be here 10 minutes." Okay, that speaks volumes. And then just kept extending it. And there's no way for me to politely, basically segue him off the stage so that I can go back to what was the topical event at that time. And but that having been said, everybody knows my angle on this.
Here's another ad. Become a correctional officer. Apply from your phone. Like, they're desperate.
They are.
No experience needed.
Well, you know why? A lot of people are going to have to be detained once the food riots start. People are,
of course.
Yeah, they're expecting people to riot for food, and hey, well, you remember?
Why don't they just get? I know this sounds communistic, but why don't they just round them up and make them grow food? Wouldn't that just make more sense? But no, they don't want solutions. They want chaos.
It's quite true. You've got it down. Yeah. By the way, I can't resist this. As we're talking about food. You remember George Knight went into the store and he saw all those green bananas and that like broke him.
Yeah, England's a shithole, Doug. Believe
it. Yeah, the green bananas.
Yeah, I went there and they had wilted cilantro. Yeah. I was like shocked. I was like, this is some kind of, what kind of country? Third world ass country, Couldn't believe it. I couldn't fucking believe it.
Anyhow, well, it was good while it lasted, and all I can say is, all he had to do was help to deal with the problems we're dealing with. We're dealing with challenges. We're being knocked off of air constantly, and off bandwidth constantly through DDoS, through directed denial service attacks. But then again, it's interesting. It didn't happen tonight, and it didn't happen tonight. You know why? Because they had to wait for George to wake up, write that essay, and then hope that I would read it aloud on air. That's why we weren't knocked off tonight with a DDoS. Does that make sense?
Compelling. Yeah, it's compelling. It's compelling.
Yeah, but isn't that odd? That tonight we're not knocked off.
Of course not.
Yeah, thank you. It's that's.
Also, you were talking about some boring shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of doing a cryptid episode. But,
Oh, I think it's a lot more scary, but yeah, well, there you go with that. At any rate,
but that's the point. That's the point. I need fantasy. I don't need reality. Reality's crazy.
Yeah, well, in all fairness, cryptids are not fantasy. They can certainly be fantasized about, but no, most of these cryptids are quite real.
You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You need a little bit of, It's not that it's not reality. It's that I'm not seeing a cryptid every time I walk outside. Well, I guess these are weirdos. I see around me,
yeah, not only that, well, you do see fae and you do see certain elements of nature. I mean, when I went to my favorite Chinese restaurant just on Tuesday, when I had my chiropractic appointment, afterwards I went into my favorite Chinese restaurant, which of course was infamous for the rats that I talked about, that I used to see just, hop right over the window. They'd be right in the window, had two panes, so they'd be right between the two panes of glass. But this time, I swear to God, I saw something more than once that was twice, might have been a hopping rat, might have been something else that was going back and forth between the two restrooms. That it was different. I feel it was different animals that might have been the same species, probably the same species, but I thought they were rats, but then the more I thought about it, they might not have been rats, because honestly, I didn't really see them. It was almost like moving shadows. It was almost like what I saw in my basement. So I was thinking maybe what I saw in my basement, those weird, like, slinky type spidery things, might be what I was seeing there. But you never know. At any rate. So yeah, cryptids, they're everywhere, So here we are. What's this? Dragonborn. That's cute. Okay, let's see.
Just a sea otter, but yeah.
Yes, there we go.
With a video game reference, but yeah, there you go.
Okay, there we go. Watermelon.
Yeah, he's eating a watermelon. Isn't that sweet?
Yes. Okay. And of course,
it's fucked up. It's like he wanted like a dead fish, and they fed him a watermelon. Look at his face.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
Yeah.
He's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. But yes, all I can say is that all these years, he didn't even, George Knight never even bothered to ask me. He thought when I requested money, it was for rent. It's not even for rent. It's for something far more dire. But he never even pursued it. It's just, I don't have it. And to say what he said publicly, it's my PayPal is broken. I mean, really, as if it were a mechanical ATM that would require a kind of Maytag repairman to come in and fix it. Like there's a mechanical part of our computer for that or something. It's just bizarre. And it's just not. I'm sorry. It's he says he's willing to sacrifice his life for his ideals, and it's like, how about just help me out, since I'm the source of those ideals? No, not that. Whatever, I can't do that. Not a farthing. No alms, no farthing. It's just, I'm sorry. So there you go. And then he'll try to make me look like the villain. He'll make me look like the villain. And it's like when I wrote these long essays.
You are the villain.
Yeah, it's true enough. But when I wrote the long essay for him, that whole thing on Theia, the planet within our planet, and it's just not even a response. It's just like, like it was nothing. Like I just shit that stuff out without it taking any time or something. The hours of work that go into that, the spare time that I spend putting into something like that. Not even a thank you. Like, oh yeah, that was great, Doug. Yeah, it's just like not even an analysis.
Yeah. Now you know how I feel about the cryptid episode special that I was promised.
We'll make up for it. It's like I said, the world's an even scarier place right now than cryptids could ever make it.
What's next? A ghoul president?
You might as well be. I mean, we could call Trump that.
Like they're gonna res him when he dies. They're gonna resurrect him.
Yeah. They'll try.
Necro Trump 2029.
They'll certainly try. Okay. So in terms of should I go back to the Ukraine subject?
Well,
I'm
leaving.
Okay.
You can deal with
I'll wind up the live stream then. Okay. So love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And
I'm gonna start writing my essay now. Denounce. I denounce Dietrich. And his name is not his name, but it's also his name when you do FOIA somehow. He's lying about stuff, but somehow we also still use the original name.
Oh my God.
Anyways.
Yes. Okay.
Blessings.
Blessed be. Okay.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
He also lied about making dolls. He actually didn't make the dolls. See, I got a lot to write about.
Well, do tell people in all fairness that when Nemo says, "Look, dolls, like what Doug's talking about, he didn't make them." And it's like when did I ever say he made them?
Okay. I was like, yeah, Doug was pretty clear about where he got those from.
Yes, yeah, and that they were for sale. Did I not always say they were for sale? Yes.
Yeah, you named the company for years, not to mention the reasoning behind why they're dressed like that and all that shit. But for some reason, people thought you were making them somehow.
Yeah, some shit like that. Just they're out of their fucking minds. They don't hear what I say.
Doug said he made the dolls, but it's actually this company from Taiwan. It's like, yeah, no shit. If you actually listened to what he said.
There
you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, what is it called? What is it called when you get caught on? When they red-handed, they were trying to like find the red herring and shit. And
they always do that. Some kind of smoking gun. Some kind of smoking gun, or it's like, oh, this is it. Yeah. See.
Yeah, like the Lena Shea thing.
Yeah.
I found this Malaysian forum, and I'm like, no, that's Thai. And she's like, yeah, but this is the guy Doug's stealing his cosplay from, and I'm like, oh my God. Like, first of all, they're Malaysian. Second of all, it was a Thai page with a Malaysian, bot account attached to it, so it was obviously just a troll. Someone just trying to get money, like a money farm.
Yes. Yeah. It's so there we have that. Okay, just make certain you get home alive. Okay, if you stop in at that place, just make certain that be very careful loading your car. Anybody who's loading their car with groceries, you've got that trunk open. Believe me, those groceries could wind up in someone else's hand while you wind up in the trunk. Just in this day and age. Yeah. Well,
we'll give it a month.
Yeah. Yeah,
right
without
now,
food,
everyone still thinks it's gonna open up again or something.
Yeah, without food stamps, a month without food stamps. What'd you say might open up again or something? What'd you say?
They're thinking it's like last minute. They're gonna say, "Oh, everything's fine," but that's not what's gonna happen.
No, not this time. Not this time.
No,
it's like, okay. Just make certain you get home alive and let me know that you made it home alive. All right. Okay, that's important.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I shall try.
Thank you. So, blessed be everybody maintain Brendan in thought and prayer, just as well as Pixie, Princess Starfox, and Heather Hallman. And of course, everyone else who's with Team Dietrich, Holly, Kiefer, Aristides, and the other individual. All right, so
at this point, just taking a look at the time we have remaining, the numbers we have remaining, talking about Ukraine again, ensuring the effectiveness of foreign aid is particularly important right now, as European leaders discuss using frozen Russian assets to provide a reparations loan to Ukraine. While these funds could help sustain the Ukraine's people and economy, it is far more important to fund their defense. As der Deutschen Kanzler, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, has proposed, in other words, to tackle the existential challenge posed by Russia's invasion to us all. Ukraine's allies should be laser focused on winning the war, which is the sole precondition for peace. Ukraine's reconstruction and European Union integration, that is what comes after. It would be the victory conditions for winning the war. And this implies placing ever more emphasis, or more emphasis than ever, on helping the Ukraine repel Russian aggression than on designing security guarantees for when the war stops, or preparing a European defense plan to be ready by 2030. This victory first mindset should also guide the conditionality that Ukraine's partners attach to their financial assistance. At this point, any reforms should support the Ukraine's current, not future, defense capacity. Exempli gratiae, reforms of tax administration can create fiscal space and should be welcomed, whereas stronger environmental regulations that impose additional costs on businesses must be deferred, especially because immediate Russian aggression is significantly more harmful to the environment than Ukrainian industry ever could or will be. But climate policies that build resilience, such as constructing decentralized green power plants, should be implemented immediately. International donors should also fund defense because it will focus the Ukrainian government to finance social programs with tax revenues. This will incentivize the Ukrainian authorities to improve the effectiveness of tax collection and address other long-standing issues related to tax administration and customs enforcement. Foreign aid to Ukraine must reflect the reality on the ground. Above all, the country must protect its territorial sovereignty and integrity. Efforts to close funding gaps in areas other than defense, no matter how worthy, distract attention from this primary objective and only generate needless waste. Even with international support, the Ukraine has far fewer resources than the Russian Empire. The efficiency of every penny must be maximized. And with that, we conclude tonight's live stream. And by all means, my love unto all who support us, and kisses to the ladies, hugs to the men, all of those who put in your support. And with that, we're going to be back on Sunday. Same time, same place. And by all means, you'd better be here. Okay, we're ending stream. Oh, thank God, our dear Vril. We have to wait a few seconds now because our dear Aristides has put in a few links. So, dear Aristides, are you in the mood to say good morning to everyone? Feel free, by all means. And let's see if he responds. He may not be in the mood to come off mute. But I gotta wait a few seconds because once somebody enters something at the very end of a live stream, if I don't give it a few seconds, it doesn't upload. It doesn't publish with the live stream. So I gotta, now that he's made the entries, I've got to wait a few minutes because otherwise they won't upload. So we love you dearly, Aristides. Thank you so much for that service. Okay. And
do I have time to publicly denounce you? What?
I think Aristides was trying to talk. Did he?
Sorry.
No, I don't. Maybe he didn't. He didn't come off mute, but I thought somebody said something. I guess it was you. So, you did. Oh, he did.
Good morning and good night.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly, Aristides. I'll try and give you a call sometime tomorrow. Okay.
All right.
All right. Bless you. All right then. So go ahead and denounce me, Brendan.
Yeah, I needed the cryptid episode. I haven't heard a good cryptid tale in like years. Like what the fuck? No vampires, nothing. You're some Helsing, some fucking Alucard. You know.
Oh,
I can go off more, but
did you hear me talk about the Lou Guru with Sammy Romero? It was fairly recently.
yeah, but it's still a little time. It wasn't close enough for me.
Okay.
Like now I have to go home and find some like monster movie or something. It's just
Yeah, well, you'll find it. You'll find it. Just be glad you made it home alive. Jesus Christ.
Well, I couldn't even go into the store. There was like too many people lurking. I just left. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's
Like
become...
I swear there was like more people in the parking lot than there was in the fucking store.
Dude,
But I didn't even buy anything big. I just bought one thing and left.
I believe you. I believe you. Look at where we're heading. I mean, all these people know, hey, that deposit's not coming tomorrow. And
Pretty much.
yeah, so they're by the end of
People are spending. Are we still on?
yeah, we're still on. We're still on.
I think people are spending because they like no one's confirmed if the whatever's on the cards, like whatever's left over, will even work after the first.
Yeah. Oh, that's a
And
thought.
And they
It
haven't
should.
told anyone if it has.
Well,
It should, but you never know with these fuckers.
yeah, well, I'll take the risk or the gamble. I want to have a choice. I'm not going to be able to, go out and try and spend it before the 31st. So I'll take a gamble on that, but what's left on my card. But what I can say is that theoretically, how long does it take? A person can last a lot longer without food than they can last without water. Water is not yet a problem, so people will last a little.
But in the West, people can't stay without like 12 hours of food, let alone days.
Yeah, that's my point I was going to make. Yeah, I mean, people will find this hard to believe, but by the end of the month, theoretically, if a person is unable to get food, by the end of the month, you're going to witness cannibalism. That's like, it's just given. Which I always warned about. Did I not always warn about this? When you heard me on Revolution Radio?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, 10, 12 years ago, what I said was, every day you look out that window and you don't see mass rapine and cannibalism is a good fucking day. I always said that. I used to say it a lot more than I do. Yeah. And you're already seeing these people lurking in the parking lot. Like you said, there were more of them in the lot waiting for, for the person to turn away after putting their groceries in the trunk and then going back to their shopping cart or pushing the shopping cart back to the parking space, so to speak. That's when they nab it. You got the shopping cart, you bring to the car, you put the groceries in the trunk, and then when you go over to, then they'll nab it. And this is where we're heading. That's what Trump wants, and all his Republicans. They're the chaos party.
Well, I mean, most of the ones getting cut off are all from the red counties, at least here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's the beauty of it. That's the horrible poetry of it. These are like people who made a bargain with a demon, and then the pay up time comes. It's like, they thought they were going to get eternal youth and beauty. He was going to bring them a world that was all white and without immigrants. And it's like, how can this magic...
But he's Jesus' president.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like they said, they think he's anointed by God in their eyes. Anyhow, so there you go with that. And all I can say is what a... Well,
no, but there's a blacked out Mercedes in front of my domicile warehouse area.
Great. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not surprised.
Waiting for me at the gate, like the Russian mob or something.
Yeah. Shit. Go in through the back. If there's some alternate way.
We'll see what happens if they don't just use a silencer and just, you know.
Okay, do you want to stay? Let's. It'll be broadcast and recorded for everybody here. We'll at least have your death on record. Try and go into your home now. I mean, the warehouse now before we turn off.
The ramshackle warehouse. I
Yeah.
mean, it's like there's
Before we
no
end the
food in there if anyone's listening.
Yeah, that's for fucking sure. Yeah.
Unless you know how to cook millets,
So let's
that's part of the defense mechanism.
There you go. So let's make certain you get in there safely before we end the live stream. See if you can make it in there.
Well, it's gonna take a while to get there. It's it's miles into the brush. And shit.
How do you see the black limo in front of the place then?
Well, it's not a limo. It's a
Or whatever it is.
Yeah. It's a blacked out Mercedes. Like we're talking like a mob car.
Jesus Christ. How do you see it if it's that far away?
It's parked in front of the place.
Okay. And you're walking there?
Yeah, hold on. Let me see. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
It could be the vampires coming after me.
Because believe me, I'm anxious to end live stream and do what I normally do. Gargle, change my shirt, start inebriating myself. If it's going to take you a while to get there, any guesstimate on the time? How many minutes? Did they get them already? Okay, that was intriguing. I hope that was innocuous. Why would he stay on mute? Okay, well, okay, I don't know how much of this I can take. It's disturbing, and it's like
okay.
yeah,
right. Everything's good.
Oh, thank God. You made it into the warehouse alive. You're alive? Safe?
Yes.
Inside the
everything's
warehouse?
fine.
Okay, good. Good. That was alarming. We heard the, oh shit, yeah. Was that done for dramatic effect, or?
No, there was a bunch of sprinklers that turned on right as I walked in.
Oh yeah. Well, Heather joins us. So Heather, before we end live stream, feel free to say hello and good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi, honey. Mwah.
I just know that you were sitting there by yourself, and I was going to say hi, so you weren't alone.
Right. You mean me?
Sure.
Yeah. You mean Brent? Yeah. Or me, or both.
When Brendan was doing whatever he was doing.
Yeah. Getting back to the where. How are you? You were being chased out of a cemetery. Who was chasing you out of the cemetery last time you talked to us?
I don't know. There's just random cars.
Okay.
They're always there. Like they'll pull up after I get there.
And
The body snatchers?
I
well, when you say you were chased, do you feel these cars were then moving towards you over the cemetery, like the cars going over the graves, or what?
No. When I was in my car, they would get behind me and stuff. Because it was closing.
Okay.
They just didn't want me there.
Okay. Wow, that's pretty scary. I mean, that's pretty. And have you told Vin about this? What does he think about that phenomenon?
It happens all the time.
Okay, but does
No.
but does Vin know about it?
Yeah,
What does he think it is?
he doesn't say.
Okay,
Yeah,
is he all right?
yeah, we're all doing great.
Killed him, didn't she?
Yeah, we're doing great.
Yeah.
Shit, if I'm off, I'm mute.
No. My pillow fell down, and I don't want to unplug my entire life when I'm in the crypt is reliant on a single plug in the wall. Again, but that's because all I can say is
you know, when somebody like George Knight says, "Oh yeah, Doug, really appreciate it," and you know, bases his whole life and you know, on my ideological foundations, and then, you know, when I say, "Hey man, how about a little financial help? Really bad times now," and then it's like, "Oh no, sorry, Douglas." It was just too much. It was the end point. It was. Yeah, it was like, and then he makes himself impossible to contact. We won't go there anymore, but I just thought of that with that plug, that one plug there when the pillow fell on it, and then it endangers everything because, you know, if the plug is too far out, it's more of a danger of fire exposure. You know, my whole life hangs by a thread when I'm in this
Well, I
pit.
hope that you guys can work it out. Maybe you guys can work it out.
All I can say is anything's possible. But usually when they start writing those essays, it's like they've got they
Are we still on air?
they
Are we
flipped.
still on
Yeah,
air?
we're still on air. Yeah,
Okay.
we're
Then I will withhold what I'm saying.
So I'll tell you what. I'll end the live stream. Let's end the live stream. We're gonna say. Oh, so say good morning to everyone, Heather. Say
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, okay. Now stay on the call, and what I'm going to do is end stream. Okay, so, let me respond. Love you, Heather. She said, love you, Douglas, so that'll go up. If I respond now and just end the stream, it's going to disappear anyway. So we're ending stream and get triple redundancy process. Will we end